Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Racing Action here today on the Sunday afternoon here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series, round number 4, the Midsummer Mashup, live from Nola Motorsports Park. As always, my name is Caleb Vieska. Alongside me here in the booth all weekend long, Mr. Nate Dean himself. And again, Nate, we had some great racing action yesterday. Today, the main events kick off, and this is, again, this is where this is the day that matters, if you will, right? Main events, trophies, everything later on today. And again, last little bits of heat races as we get going with heat race number 3. The first one up is going to be your AR Racing Academy mini swift class. Kimo Ahmad and Alex Chandler, those two drivers find themselves on row number 1. Yesterday, Aston Wyatt was able to get a win to his name. And the same goes for Alex Chandler, who was able to take away heat race number 1. And we'll see if we have a different race winner here in this one. We'll keep an eye on it. But Kimo Ahmad, Alex Chandler, get ready to take us to the green flag. The first one of the day, the first one on Sunday. And we got it. We're racing side by side already. Alex Chandler up to a nice lead.
Couple drivers going to the wayside there on the exit of the first corner. A couple of the CRGs getting into it there. Caleb, get an ID on those when we can. But Alex Chandler out to a good jump there on the opening lap. Wyatt not too far back, still within range, but has his work cut out for him. You see Tanner Barsh there as well. Chandler in third and Styles in fifth, running out your top 5 on this opening lap.
As we work our way through, there goes Ahmad holding on for third. Tanner Barsh is the driver that's just right behind him. Clayton Styles right in line. And again, we saw him have a good day yesterday when it came down to 206 Cadet. We'll see what he can do here this morning in the mini swift class. And again, hearing from a lot of drivers last night, we were doing a little bit of debriefs. They were talking about how dirty everything was offline and how hard it was to pass, even in sections like that. And you see it there with Tanner Barsh, right? You need to be a significant amount quicker than the driver ahead of you to go through. As now Barsh drops a tire into the grass. Styles going to go through. Moraviet's going to push him by as well in a turn number 1.
Yeah, not the mistake you want to be making for Tanner Barsh there, just dropping a tire on exit. Really easy to do. It's a quick corner is the final one. So unfortunate for Tanner. He's still got some time to make up from that mistake. Ultimately, he's still within this pack. Most likely not going to get into that top 3 battle unless he's got some serious pace underneath him at this point. Is already making up a position there, Caleb.
Yeah, Tanner Barsh able to go back by on Tyler Moravietz. Is Ruben Greer able to work his way through as well. Kid from Alabama joining us here this weekend for his first start in TSRS racing action. We've seen him race across the national scene. And again, he joins us here this weekend in New Orleans, Louisiana, as they work their way onto the backstretch. We'll see what Moravietz can do. If he can find an answer, he's not going to have one yet. And up front, it's a little bit similar to how the day ended yesterday with that same front group, Alex Chandler, Aston Wyatt. Those are the two drivers that were able to get heat race victories yesterday. If this race doesn't change in the next 3.5 minutes, plus 2 laps, it should be good for Alex Chandler to take the pole position in the main event. And then again, these are not progressive heats. You start in every single, you start in the same spot you started in every single heat from where you qualified on Friday. Saturday, which was yesterday. The days are all mixing up for me here, Nate. And then the average of those 3 heat races is where you start in the main event later on today. And Tanner Barsh looking to improve that average as he goes by on Clayton Styles for the 4th spot.
Yeah, and important for Tanner Barsh to just keep his head down and keep picking him off as much as he can, although, again, he does have some time to find if he wants to get to second and third here of Wyatt and Ahmad. Still needs some decent points going into the final later on today. Had a couple of good heat races yesterday. Shouldn't be too far back, but obviously this is going to hurt him a little bit. Will most likely start in that top 3, will Tanner Barsh, but it all comes down to what these 3 do. Chandler, Wyatt, and Ahmad all on top of each other now. You have to think, Caleb, with 2 minutes and 2 laps to go at this point. The second they start to battle, Barsh is definitely within striking distance at this rate.
Yeah, Tanner Barsh starting to reel them in here. as they continue to work their way through a car length in between Alex Chandler and Aston Wyatt, who, again, those two drivers are fighting for the inside line in the main event later on today. And again, that's important, right? Very, if you will, one of the most important races, heat races, if you will, for Aston Wyatt on where you're going to start this weekend, because we have seen how difficult it has been to start on the outside line here. We've seen so many drivers throughout the weekend in so many classes lose a good number of spots just starting on that outside line, and it's so easy, right, through there as well. As there's the answer. That's the response Aston Wyatt needed. He goes through on Alex Chandler with a minute and a half to go here, Nate.
Yeah, exactly what Wyatt needs to do at this point. It seems like he thinks he has a bit more speed than Alex Chandler. Definitely building a little bit of a gap there into turn 1, but most of it coming back down. Chandler had a good run there through turns 1, 2, and now 3. So we'll have to see if Ahmad or Chandler decide to fight back. Most likely will. Of course, all these drivers desperately needing those heat points, but they're going to have to be careful. Tanner Barsh, 1.2 seconds away from the race lead. Definitely still within a shot of winning, even with that mistake that cost him in the final corner.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it here as, again, half a kart length separates Chandler and Wyatt. And it's been close. We'll see if Wyatt can, if Chandler can make that same move on Aston Wyatt as they hit this backstretch this time around. Ahmad still there looming in third. And again, don't count out Tanner Barsh just yet. He's only a second back. Gonna need a good bit of battling out of the 3 drivers in the lead of this to really get himself in the mix. As this time by, 16 seconds to go, 3 laps to go left in this final heat race of the weekend for this Mini Swift class.
Yeah, in that time, Tanner Barsh making up 0.4 of a second on the race lead. He's within a second now and 0.8 away from Aston Wyatt in the lead of this. Chandler and Ahmad still holding in second and third for the time being. You have to wonder if they're aware that Tanner Barsh is closing in on their position. Kimo Ahmad there just taking a lot more of a shallow line through that corner than the drivers in front of him. Obviously didn't work out for him because he lost about 2 or 3 kart lengths there. And now he's going to be falling into the clutches of Tanner Barsh in the next few moments here. Yeah,
Barsh has progressively been the fastest driver by a good margin here. His fastest lap, a 68.3, compared to the 68.4 of Aston Wyatt. So he's been about that 10th to 0.2 quicker a lap here in the closing stages of this race. As there goes Tanner Barsh, looking in turn 15, looking for third. He's got it, and Kimo Ahmad's off the racetrack. Kimo Ahmad, we talked about it yesterday, how thick that grass was, and there's no getting out of that, Nate. Unfortunate for Kimo, who was having a good weekend. Just got stuck on the outside and in the grass. That's going to end his race a lap too soon, sorry.
Yeah, really, really unfortunate there for Kimo. Of course, that's going to hurt his position going into the final and where he starts the main event. That being said, though, he had a couple of good heat races. Shouldn't hurt him too much. Should still be within a shout of a podium and potentially a race win. But right now, speaking of the win for Heat 3, the final heat of Mini Swift's weekend, Aston Wyatt still holding out strong. Chandler almost dipping a nose to the inside of the double rights before they head on to the back straight. No move yet, but once we start to see that white flag and those drivers know it's go time, you got to think these two will start to go at it, and Tanner Barsh, who's still 0.8 back, might bring himself and that MSL CRG into the mix.
Yeah, here we go. White flag in the air last time around here in Mini Swift. As Aston Wyatt still holds on to the lead, looking to go back-to-back. And again, these two drivers on your screen fighting for a pole position later on today in the main event. As it stands, it should go the way of Aston Wyatt with 2 wins. Both of these drivers have a win to their name. Aston Wyatt in Heat 2, Alex Chandler in Heat Race number 1. As they're working their way through last half a lap here.
Still no moves being made yet, Caleb, but you have to think it's probably going to come down to the final couple of corners of this race and at the end of the back straightaway. It's been a good passing opportunity all weekend with how difficult it is to make a move stick around here. Into the double rights they go, onto the back straight for the final time here. Caleb and Chandler surely looking for the race win.
Alex Chandler going to look to put her nose down low on Aston Wyatt, who keeps his AR Academy Nitro kart to the bottom of the racetrack. Chandler can't find a lane, and he won't find it yet. They're going to drag race to the line. Aston Wyatt wins heat race number 3 and the pole position later on today in the main event. Alex Chandler across the line second, Tanner Barsh, your top 3. Clayton Stiles and Tyler Moravietz, your top 5. Go back a little further, Marshall Steves, Jensen Willander, Jack Cowell, and Jaden Jolivet. And Silas Root, your top 10. A quick commercial break from the action. We'll be right back with more. You're watching the Texas Sprint Racing Series live on Kart Chaser.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of
Yeah.
course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Micro Swift rolling out onto the racetrack thanks to Gallery Furniture as we get set to go green again with Brody Stoffel and Bodie Byer on that front row. Shep Sullivan, Tyler Blackwood find themselves on row number 2, the 246 of Aiden. On row number 3 alongside Dusty Strayer in the 202 White, Brody Brown. Your 4th row with Aiden Sampson and Rodolfo Garza on row number 5, your top 10 starters. Go back a little further to find the 254 of Beckley Anderson. Sebastian Kim running up your 6th row with Max Santana and Christopher Arms on row number 7. As we get ready to go green, 14 drivers total. Joining us here today, yesterday was all about the 229. Seeing if anybody can get themselves up there with Brody Stoffel. Tyler Blackwood had, again, a rough day yesterday. One of the heats didn't go his way. Shep Sullivan as well. Good performance in heat race number 1. Heat race number 2 had a claw back after an unfortunate start. So we'll keep an eye on it here. Drivers are looking to get themselves into the mix. Then again, yesterday we were just making sure we were at the right pace, if you will, Nate, at these starts. As we get ready to take the green, Stoffel's on the inside, Byers on the outside. As we head into the tram lines here in Micro Swift, presented by Gallery Furniture. We look for the green. We've got it. We're racing in Micro Swift, and it's a good start for that inside line. It's a good start for the 229 of Brody Stoffel.
Into turns 2 and 3 at this point. Everyone pretty much going single file, finding their place. Brody Stoffel and Sullivan leading the way out in front. Stoffel has been the driver to look out for this series, this season in a Micro Swift, and continuing to show that run of form. But drivers like Shep Sullivan going to be wanting to take that front spot away from the CRG pilot. Move being made there. Blackwood now up in the 3rd.
Tyler Blackwood with a move there on Bodie Byer. Able to get that done into turn number 10 as we go out of turn number 14 onto the backstretch. And we're single file, everybody able to make it through the start. And up front, Shep Sullivan starting to put the 229 under pressure here. And again, that was a much better start for Sullivan, and that's really what he needed as well. Just needed that little bit of luck to get himself up there. The speed's been there. We've seen it out of him, but again, one of the points that we made yesterday, Nate, just the consistency, right, out of the drivers from second on back to stay with the 229. We'll see what Sullivan can do. It seems like he's definitely figured something out overnight. He's keeping Stoffel at 3 car lengths at the moment. And again, that gap even closes down even further when we get onto that backstretch as we work our way through. Dusty Strayer, Bodie Byer right there in the mix, side by side with Anderson. White, as White looks to set up that over-under as we go into turn number 9. White able to stay ahead, or get ahead, I should say, of Beckley Anderson. That's a good move out of the 224.
Beckley Anderson getting a little loose on exit when that pass was made on the exit curbing there. So you can see them all going back to single file at this point. We'll have to see if they try and go forward. They will not, as more moves being made inside the top 5. Strayer, Parolin will get by Bayer. And that is that move done into the top 5 for Strayer. Pointing forward, they're going to try and catch the top 4 there, Caleb. I think it might be a little bit out of reach with 3 minutes plus 2 laps remaining. They're about 2.5 seconds off, and they're going to continue to battle.
Dusty Strayer now ahead of Bodie Byer in the 210. As they're working their way through, this is the battle for 5th, just on the edge of 246 of Aiden. Up to 4, Tyler Blackwood. Shep Sullivan still keeping Stoffel at about a 10th. And again, that gap has opened up a little more this time around here, Nate, in heat race number 3 with just under 3 minutes to go left in this race, and Stoffel starting to put that little bit of a gap here.
Yeah, Stoffel's starting to open that up. Like you said, it was more about consistency that allows Brody Stoffel to build those gaps. You can see Strayer and Beyer going back at it. Beyer getting that position back from Dusty Strayer, but at the front of the field, 3/10 or so between Stoffel and Sullivan. It's the consistency to be able to put down fast lap after lap for Brody Stoffel that's allowing him to build that gap. It seems like Sullivan, Blackwood, and those drivers are able to match his one-lap pace every once in a while, but not as consistently as Brody Stoffel is able to put down those lap times. It says 4/10 last time across the stripe. You have to imagine it's probably going to open up to about half a second or more next time they come across the line.
Yeah, and here we go. Dusty Strayer back on the rear bumper of Bodie Beyer as he gets a little bit out of shape on the exit of turn number 10. And that's going to give Strayer that little bit of an upper hand, that little bit of more momentum to try and go on this backstretch. We saw it already once out of Strayer's. Beyer looking to fend off, moves to the bottom of the track. Strayer looking for a lane, looking for a way by, and he's not going to find it yet. But again, he's right there, and he's just knocking on the door, right? Beyer's going to know it already. He's been passed once by the Paralyn of Strayer on that backstretch. You can tell, right? Doesn't want to let it happen again, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been going at it all race so far. They most likely know each other's moves at this point and will be covering off in the places that they've been passed, and really that's the end of the straightaway in turn 15 where a lot of those moves have been being made. There is Blackwood, Gouache in the third and fourth spot. Sullivan just ahead and out of frame. Race leader Brody Stoffel, about 5.5 is the lead for Brody Stoffel out in front as his battle for third. It's really ramping up. Blackwood falling under pressure now to try and retain that third spot. Excuse me.
Yeah, there's Wash still looking on Blackwood as we work our way through that backstretch into turn 15.
A little bit of a moment there.
Yeah, and that gap just opened up by a good bit in between Wash and Blackwood there on the exit of 16. And you saw Wash just had the hand in the air, but I don't know if it was a bobble from his part or what exactly it was. As yellow flags fly there in that last sector, but we're getting close to the end here, Nate.
Yeah, getting close to the end. Just a few more laps remain. Back to this battle with Strayer and Beyer side by side in the second half of the circuit. Still, though, Strayer unable to find a way by the CRG in front of him, so Paralyn pilot will be content holding this position for the time being. Might see another move into turn 15 at the end of the straightaway. They'll head their way through the double rights here and see if Strayer can get a slipstream on Beyer in front to try and take away that fifth spot. Down the back straightaway they go. Strayer not really close enough this time. We'll have to wait for another moment. They should be seeing 2 to go this time across the stripe.
Yeah, here we go, Strayer. Nose down low, looking on Beyer. Into turn number 1, Strayer able to get clear. And again, very easy to overshoot that corner. That allows Beyer to go side by side with Strayer, who again has the inside line for turn number 3. And that's going to give him a couple of corners ahead of Bodie Beyer here in this one. But you had to time that. You had to set that up for a good bit. And he was finally able to get it done.
Yeah, able to get it done, but most likely not over yet. They've swapped positions pretty much every other lap or so this race, and you have to think that, we might see some more battling towards the end of this one. Should be seeing white flag in the air next time by. Gap starting to open up as they go down the back straight. Strayer has a nice margin between himself and Beyer for 5th. Further up, there's Blackwood and Gouache. going for the third spot. White flag you see there, Brody Stoffel making his way by. Shep Sullivan only 1.5 seconds back is battle for third here. Blackwood holding it around the outside. Gouache just making a bit of a late move there into turn one that Blackwood was easily able to defend from. Gouache never really got fully alongside there. Never really had the move, as I think they're a bit too far back to catch up to Shep Sullivan. At this point, the 212 running in P2 at the moment. And speaking of a bit too late to catch, Brody Stoffel in the lead, 1.5 seconds away. It's not the most dominant run we've seen this season, but again, it's that consistency that he's shown all of 2025, Caleb.
Yeah, the consistency this weekend as well has been second to none here. And again, just hasn't lost a single session, hasn't finished anywhere but first this weekend at Nola. And across the line, for the final time, Brody Stoffel going to win heat race number 3 before we get into the main event later on today. That'll be the pole position for Stoffel. Shep Sullivan, the 212 in second. That's a good recovery here in heat race number 3. Tyler Blackwood comes across third. Aiden Wash to Dusty Schrader, your top 5. Bodie Byer in 6th. Rodolfo Garza, Christopher Arms not joining us. Brody Brown as well. Didn't get scored in that one. Max Santana. That's it for Micro Swift, though. Quick commercial break from our side. We'll be right back with some more.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I went to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarscrack Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarscrack, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarscrackRacing.com.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
All right, buddy, it's obviously been a rough day in the office.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
James said having that confidence in pushing the cart a little bit past your comfort zone.
Green flag in the air. We're racing in Kid Kart presented by GR2 Motorsports. It's a good start for Vettel Baker in the 22. Maverick Reddick follows them through for second as they're side by side further back in the field. JJ DeShong with what looks to be the 97 there as well of Grayson Hollis going side by side as they work their way through the first lap. That's a good start for Booker Anderson. Started fourth, getting himself up to third already here, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. A clean start for these Kid Kart drivers. Seen a little bit of chaos in this class so far this weekend. Hopefully we can avoid that and just focus on the good racing that we've seen in TSRS Kid Karts. Making their way through the first couple of sectors now at this rate. Heading on to the back straightaway. It's close up front between Baker and Reddick as things stand further back in the field. This mid-pack battle that we've seen all weekend long. Still about 7 or so karts deep, and that should be a good battle for the podium. If a couple of these drivers
Believe
can
it or
find
not,
a few
it's going to
more
push a little bit on the
tenths
entry
throughout the weekend.
Yeah, we work our way through as they're the 24. Wyland Galliano was looking to make up some moves as now Maverick Reddick looks to close down his gap up front. 3 car lengths. Less than that, actually, about 1 car length in between the two of Vettel Baker and Maverick Reddick as they work their way through turn number 3. As we look further back in this field as well, the 24 of Galliano continuing to make moves. Again, he started 10th after a little bit of a mishap for them in qualifying and heat race number 1. Granted, he had some help from the 2 leaders getting into an incident there in turn number 16, and he was able to go up to the lead and win the race. And now he's just been picking and choosing his moves making him as a little bit of a bobble there for JJ DeShong, and Galliano able to get through on the inside.
Yeah, Galliano working his way through the field at this point still. He's been having to do that all weekend long and having to get through the really sea of CRGs that you have to navigate in this Kid Kart class, but he's been doing good. He's one position away from getting some free air right now, and he'll be doing his best to try and get by on the straightaway. Of course, with how high these karts are geared with what I believe is a spec gear ratio in Kid Kart, very hard to try and get by on these straightaways, especially with just how early that rev limiter comes on in the junior edition of the Briggs 206 that they got alongside them. Leaders coming across the line, though, still Baker and Reddick leading the way over Anderson, Hollis, and Galliano, your top 5.
Hollis about to fall under pressure here into turn number 3. We'll see what the 24 can do as he opens up wide. And the 24 not yet able to find a lane. Everybody else stacked up behind him. DeShong, Boudreaux, Maxwell, Bowden, Lorang, Lofton, Sutton all stacked up as now Galliano looked like he had a nose low on Hollis and just had to back out of it. He's been really good, though, out of turn number 8, and you see it here. Able to go that little bit wider in the entry of the corner and able to over-under his fellow competitors, able to get through on the 97 of Hollis, while Galliano's up to 3rd.
Yeah, good move there from Galliano. He's just been patient this race so far and taking his moves when they come to him. Able to get that job done. Probably not going to be a top 3 this race, of course, with about 2 minutes plus 2 laps remaining. A bit too far in front is those top 3 for Galliano, especially those leaders that you see on screen now. Baker and Reddick continue to battle away. About 2 kart lengths or so, Caleb, between the two of them heading into turn 1.
Yeah, just saw Booker Anderson still there in 3rd. And again, he had a really good start. It's been a quiet race because he's been able to put a gap on the drivers that are behind him, but he doesn't have that last little tenth to kind of get up there with the leaders. Even then, his lap times have been pretty good this race. As Booker works his way around there in the 33. He's still pushing to close down the gap to Baker and Reddick. And as well, he's been able to keep the gap behind consistent to what was Hollis, which is now Galliano. So the 33 having a good drive here in 3rd. Looking to recover, I believe, an incident in one of the heat races. Heat race number 2 was a little better for him. And heat race number 3 has been the best that we've seen him yet this weekend.
I mean, absolutely. It seems like the gaps between Baker and Reddick and the rest of the field starting to come down as the weekend progresses. The rest of the field starting to understand the track more and more and close the gap to those leaders. Unfortunately for them, just unable to match the sheer pace of Baker and Reddick. So you can see more of the CRGs going side by side there into the final corner, Caleb.
Yeah, and here we go into turn 16, up and over the curb for one of them. As it looks like in this group, Hollis, Boudreaux, Anderson, Maxwell, JJ DeShong all battling there. Anderson was able to get his nose down low and go through on Beckett, Boudreaux, as well as JJ DeShong. So this group's still stacked up. One of them goes around, and that's the high five performance, number 11 of Xander Lorang. Unfortunately, going around in turn number 4. Everybody else able to work their way through, avoid the incident. So Lorang, that would put him down, I believe, to 12th now in this race, unfortunately.
Yeah, all that hard work thrown out the window at that point. Again, with just a couple laps to go, that's going to be most likely where he finishes at the bottom of the field. No other moves really being made on track at the moment. A little bit of a battle happening for P4, but out in front here, Baker and Reddick. It's been the story of this weekend, been the story of the past couple of weekends here in TSRS Kid Kart. Onto the front straightaway. They come yet again. It is sticks in the air, 2 laps to go, this time by Baker. Has been holding out strong over Reddick. It's kind of had that bubble in between the two of them for pretty much the entirety of this race of about 1.5, 2 kart lengths. We'll see if Reddick has anything for Vettel Baker this next lap and a half. But at the moment, Caleb, doesn't seem like Reddick is able to get close enough to even make a move.
It's impressive what both these kids have done all year. Only 5 and 6 years old. 6 for Vettel, 5 for Maverick, I believe, going on 6 here in a couple of weeks. But these two kids have been, again, you've seen the progression throughout the year out of both of them and how much they've improved, how much they've learned through wet weather racing, through flags, through the mishaps, the heartbreaks. And then again, week in, week out, they find themselves right at a new track, at a new place, and always at the front of the field. These two have progressed a whole lot in 2025 as we've been watching them both. Baker still able to hold on his lead as Reddick still closing in. Then again, about a car length in between the two as we get closer and closer to the end here. Should be white flag in the air this time by for your 2 leaders. Reddick hasn't yet found a way by. We've only seen one pass really completed out of these two, where it was yesterday on that straightaway where Baker was able to get through on Reddick. We'll see if Reddick can find a response here on the last lap. And you see him getting that little bit closer into turn 3. They're side by side now. This is the battle for the lead. Baker going to have the inside as we go through. Mav still looking to set him up.
Yeah, not over yet. Reddick is right there, ready to pounce if Baker makes any sort of mistake. Maverick Reddick really sending it into turn 8, losing some time to Baker. He's going to need a send and a half or a mistake out of Baker at this point, Caleb, if he wants to try and take this heat race victory.
Yeah, Reddick's going to need to keep it clean and have a really good sector through here to lead on to this backstretch. We'll see what he can do as he opens up. Go into turn 14. Again, this is the last real passing opportunity for Reddick to try and close down, but that gap is quite significant here, Nate, as we get onto the backstretch. Again, these two came together. I'm not sure how the points will stack up when it's all said and done and who exactly is going to start on the inside later on today. But Vettel Baker across turn 16 through the pressure, able to hold. In heat race number 3, Vettel Baker takes the checkered flag with Maverick Reddick across the line in second. Booker Anderson crossing now. That's the best driver of the weekend so far for the 33. Booker Anderson in third with Wylan Galliano from 10th all the way up to 4th. 6 spots gained for the 24. Grayson Hollis rounds up your top 5. Quick commercial break from our side. When we return, KA100 Jr. takes to the track.
Gee, looks like we're missing an engine. What the hell am I supposed to tap?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make way. Okay, you're good.
Sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with two classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Okay, Junior on the track now. One driver with issues here, Davis Henry. Davis Henry not going to make it out for heat race number 3, unfortunately. Looks like potentially just a loose motor mount. They're going to take him out of contention here in heat 3. We get ready to get going. Royce Vega takes us to the green flag for the 3rd time this weekend. Tyrone Kemper Jr. going to start alongside him. And it's been hard to deny, to contest with Kemper Jr., who's been perfect at positioning himself. Derek Wargo and Nathan Golsath going to be on that 2nd row, with Gage Bailey and David Ibarra on row number 3. Marco Romero and Nicholas Orbezo on row 4. Jackson Baldus and Mason Berry. Your top 5 rows, your top 10 starters here in this 3rd heat race. Luke Cruz, Oscar Gus Wonderley, Braden Westfall, Teddy Blum, Theo Mitchell, Salvador Ruiz, Hudson Thomas, Easton Cox, and more getting set to take the green flag here. But Royce Vega and Tyrone Kemper Jr. get set to lead us to the green flag. And we've got it. We're racing, and it's a good start for the inside line. It's a good start for Royce Vega, for Derek Wargo as well, who's through for 2nd.
Yeah, Tyrone Kemper Jr. immediately having to cut down to try and stop the bleeding of the work of the inside lane. Finishes those opening couple of corners in P3. Nathan Golseth now right on the back end of the number 1 plate SCR machine. David Ibarra, P5 for the time being at the early stages of this race. There you see the 824 TV kart off it early. Not how you want to start your Sunday here in the penultimate round of the 2025 season. There you can see drivers on track. Is Nate Golseth making up another move, and Tyrone Kemper Jr. there, Caleb, losing a handful of positions.
Yeah, Tyrone Kemper Jr. getting freight trained here as he's down to 5th. David Ibarra was able to get through on him. The same goes for Nathan Golseth, who's now up to 3rd. Derek Wargo. And then again, yesterday, a lot of drivers realized, right, a little bit different to go fast in one lap and to go fast in a race as well. Whenever you're looking for time on that straightaway, you're looking for a little bit more speed, you find it, but you lose it in the infield section. That's been the hardest balance to find for a lot of drivers and for a lot of teams here this weekend. As now, Golseth looking to close down on Derek Wargo for 2nd. Ibarra right there as well, right on the rear bumper of the Trackside Karting Services OTK. With Tyrone Kemper Jr. not too far back, and Gage Bailey, your most recent main event race winner in TSRS Racing action, finds himself just in the mix as Ibarra with a nose down low on Golseth. He gets through for 3rd, and Tyrone Kemper Jr. follows him through.
Yeah, Kemper putting Golseth onto the runoff and a little bit into the grass there. Almost for Bailey on Golseth, just not enough to try and get by as Golseth, as he has a lot this weekend, finds himself on the back foot trying to fight his way back up to the lead pack. There you see Royce Vega continuing to lead the way, and Golseth falling under fire yet again from Bailey side by side through the final chicane. That is lucky from Nate Golseth to not have to go off or go up and over a curb there. Stays on track, keeps his position as these guys up in front continue to try and chase Royce Vega. Derek Wargo will be leading this pack, but not for long. David Ibarra goes through for 2nd.
Yeah, there you have it for David Ibarra. Derek Wargo going to be the driver in third now. First one to try and take the fight up to Royce Vega. The 8:33 has been rapid so far. And heat race number 3 has been fast all weekend long, it must be said for Royce. I think one of the drivers has been the most impressive in this KA Junior class this year. And again, his first year in the class. He was actually able to win heat race number 2 for Royce. So my apologies on that front, but again, just very, very consistent out of Royce here in this third heat race. We'll see if Ibarra has enough to try and close down that gap. And we've seen as well, right, how much, passes throughout that infield section really hurt the gaps, how it adds time. You lose time pretty much passing to make things easier throughout the infield.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it makes it kind of a follow the leader scenario in the infield. Really, you have turn 3 and turn 10, all the only good passing opportunities that you have in this section. You can maybe get something done in the switchbacks of turn 7 and turn 8, but you're going to lose a lot more time than you would, say, than making that move in turn 15 at the end of the straightaway. So really only have 3 major passing opportunities on this layout as Tyrone Kemper Jr. up the inside of native here Derek Wargo, demoting him down into 4th, and Kemper Jr. up to 3rd at this point. They'll head on to the back straight yet again with 1:50 remaining plus 2 laps. But like we've said, Royce Vega continuing to lead the way as a big run there for Tyrone Kemper Jr. has the power at the end of the straightaway to really close up on the rest of the competition, using that to great effect, and most likely looking up the inside of David Ibarra into turn 1, gets that job done. And now I'll see if he has time to try and track down the RPG Cosmic, piloted by Royce Vega out in front.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it here. And again, they've been trading that second position quite a bit. Tyrone has had that pace, though. Set a personal best last time around, a 105.6 for Junior, and Vega, a 105.3. So we'll keep an eye on it. Nathan Golseth is the fastest driver here in this session. The biggest difference, I think, Nate, to what we're seeing, right? The leader, you start on the inside, you get that gap early, everybody else behind fights, but it seems like today everybody else has taken another step forward, right? You see that second group. It has Alexa, Tyrone Kemper Jr., David Ibarra, Derek Wargo, Nathan Golseth, Gage Bailey, and Marco Romero just at the end of it. So it's very even throughout this field up front, as Derek Wargo going to start to defend with 30 seconds left on the clock for the 4th spot. Nathan Golseth is right behind him as they're still closing in on Royce Vega. And you see that just getting that little bit closer. That group led by Tyrone Kemper Jr. starting to make headway on the rookie. The 8:33 could fall under fire with 2 laps to go next time when they cross the stripe.
Yeah, Nate Golseth has brought Bailey and Romero into this battle for potentially the lead if Tyrone Kemper Jr. can bring himself and David Ibarra alongside or near Royce Vega for that race lead. They've been making steady inroads the past couple of laps as Vega's pace has fallen off. It seems like the momentum's going the way of those drivers behind. They're not within major slipstream distance yet. Bailey's going to be looking up the inside of Golseth into the chicane. Bit of deja vu from earlier in the race, just not alongside enough. And now, with 2 laps to go, Vega goes defensive from Kemper Jr., almost 3 wide to turn 1, and a crossover move from Tyrone Kemper Jr. to get the job done.
Tyrone Kemper Jr. set that up perfectly, and again, Vega could hear him coming as now Derek Wargo side by side for 3rd. Vega able to stay ahead as Kemper Jr. gets passed by David Ibarra, who goes to the lead for the first time this weekend. And everybody gets stacked up here with 1.5 laps to go. David Ibarra, your new leader, over Tyrone Kemper Jr. to Royce Vega to Golseth. Wargo's still there. Marco Romero and Gage Bailey. Everybody within a shot to a heat race victory here. And again, this is the biggest difference, right? Yesterday we had 2, 3 drivers in the fight for the lead. Today we have 7 of them, all within the same 1/10 of a second on the racetrack as they work their way through to the backstretch now. Ibarra goes low. Vega going to follow him to the bottom. The same for Tyrone, who opens up now. But everybody getting stacked up here as Vega looking to stop the bleeding.
Yeah, third on back needs to be careful here. And honestly, it's probably too little too late to fight for a race win. Gulseth and Vega making contact out of screen, but it's still Ibarra and Kemper Jr. running away. There you can see the gaggle of karts continuing to go at it for third at the moment. Gulseth leading that with Wargo and Vega inside that top 5. Bailey now gets by on Royce Vega. Contact between all of those three as they all get shuffled up. And Bailey now going to the wayside here, Caleb.
Yeah, Bailey just hit the marbles there, and he's in the grass. Gage Bailey's out of this race early. He's stuck in the grass. He's looking to push it out, but we're fighting for the lead of the race. David Ibarra, Tyrone Kemper Jr. going side by side into turn number 10. Ibarra still your leader where you get to the back straightaway this time. And again, Ibarra's going to be a sit and duck. We'll see if Tyrone can rip the high side. We work our way through the backstretch now. Ibarra to the bottom. Kemper going to open up as we work our way through turn 16. Kemper looking to set up an over-under across the finish line. We're side by side, door to door, wheel to wheel, across the line. David Ibarra holds on over Tyrone Kemper Jr. Nathan Gulseth across the line in third. Derek Wargo fourth. Nico Orbezo out of nowhere, your top 5. What a drive on that last lap for Nico Orbezo in the 808. Didn't say his name all too much in that race, but across the line, rounds up your top 5. What a recovery drive. Marco Romero comes across in 6th. Royce Vega led for almost half of that race and puts himself down in 7th. Mason Berry in 8th with Oscar Gus Wonderly and Jackson Baldus, your top 10.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. Long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I went to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
It's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
This is Henry.
It's time to go racing in heat race number 3 in 206 Senior, as Jackson Young and Christopher McKeithen get ready to lead us to the green flag. Sawyer Roussel and Cameron Reed. It's an all New Orleans row number 2. Carter Kilgo and Bryce Frank on row number 3, with Jacob Oliver and Josie Chambers on row number 4. Jeff Dollian had a couple of finishes and a couple of drives up into the top 5 yesterday. Reagan Seville as well, looking to work his way forward, starting 10th in the 600. Trackside Karting Services GFC. Paul Braden and Gabriel McLeod on row number 6, with Jensen Harrell and Rafael Kraus on row number 7. Find your favorite driver. 30 drivers total joining us here today, as one driver actually with issues getting going. And I can't get a good look out of the window, but that is Bryce Frank in the number 1. The reigning champ can't get his MGM machine refired here. He gets it fired now, and we'll see if they wave off the starter. He's able to make it in time, but that's going to put him at the back of the field. The number 1 green flag in the air. Going to have a lot of work to do here. We're racing in 206 Senior, presented by Slipstream Racing, and it's a good start for Jackson Young as we're side by side for second. Sawyer Roussel and Carter Kilgo. Cameron Reed again stuck on the outside as Roussel goes to the lead of the race in turn 3.
Yeah, McKeithen not having a good start there. It's so difficult for that outside line to get a good jump with how dirty it is offline, especially through turn 1. Sawyer Roussel leading the way, like you said. Caleb Young in that second spot with the PPK Coyote teammate of McKeithen, now back up into third. Reagan Seville there as well. One driver going around, but back up at the front of the field, single file for the first 6 or so. As I say that, Reagan Seville up the inside of Christopher McKeithen.
Yeah, we've lost a couple. We lost one of the Barellards further back in the field as well. Here in this, it looked like Braden Domain as well had an off-track excursion in that opening lap, but everybody else able to work their way through, as now drivers moving out of line. Cameron Reed looking to go on Josie Chambers. That's not going to work out for her. The same can be said for Addy Bamrou, as he was looking for a move. He's going to look for it again in at turn 16 on McLeod, side by side. McLeod into the grass. That's going to bog him down by a good bit on that front stretch. McLeod going to fall down the order as they still go side by side further back. Cameron Reed still looking to make up a little bit of time, and she did on Josie Chambers. She's through for 5th. And up front, Roussel leads from from Jackson Young to Reagan Seville, then to Christopher McKeithen in the 4th spot. As McKeithen now going to have a response for Seville, moves up to 3rd.
Yeah, Seville and McKeithen need to figure out which one of them is going to be the pusher and which one is going to lead, because they're starting to lose the pack in front of them of Roussel and Young. Joining them, Cameron Reed in that 5th spot as Young looks like he went for a bit of a half move there on Roussel, just ducked to the inside to test the waters, but will go down the back straight. Those two are close together, bumper to bumper, as it might be 3rd and 4th closing in on this back straight. Unable to, still about 2 or 3 kart lengths between them as they head on to the front straightaway yet again, but the top 5 starting to compress here, Caleb.
Yeah, here we go. Christopher McKeithen looking low on a fellow PPK Coyote. He gets through for 2nd. As now Seville side by side with Young, who has the inside line. In a 3, Seville looked to send it, and he just thought better of it. He's going to stay in 4th. Cameron Reed now joins that party in 5th. Battles further back. Starting to tame down, but again, we have lost about 2 drivers here in this race. An update on Frank, only up to 20th. And then again, that was after that mishap on the outlap for Frank. As your top 5, this has been a good last month and a half, if you will, summer stretch for Sawyer Roussel, where he's been competitive. He was competitive in Crescent, competitive here this weekend. And now McKeithen going to work his way through on Jackson Young. Seville looking to go as well. Cameron Reed. And you see her pointing forward to a fellow Louisiana native to push forward. And they're going to do just that as we hit the front stretch. 2.5 minutes to go. And now Cameron Reed looking to go through on Reagan Seville. She's clear. And now Roussel side by side with Seville. Muscles his way by for 4th. And you see that gap open up with McKeithen, with Young. And again, the 2 of them, same livery, same chassis, same tent this weekend. We'll see if they can push away from the rest of the pack here, Nate.
Yeah, you have to think that they'll be able to. The next kart back, Cameron Reed isn't having any dancing partner right now. Roussel and Reagan Seville should catch up to her in the next half a lap or so. But even then, the PPK Coyotes are a tough duo to beat anywhere, here or next weekend at CKNA Grands. But at the moment, couple second gap or so between 2nd and 3rd. Cameron Reed ducking her head, pointing forward, trying anything she can to try and close that gap to the race leaders. It's not, out of it yet, Caleb. They still can catch if they're able to put down a flyer or 2. It's just McKeithen and Young have been so strong this weekend once they hook up bumper to bumper.
Yeah, they're showing their pace right now. 1:11.8 for McKeithen. And again, that's similar lap times to what Cameron Reed is running on her own. And we'll see what that push can do, as Jackson Young actually starting to lose that little bit of time to the 6:19 of McKeithen. And you see that gap open up in between the driver in the lead and the driver in 2nd. And this 2nd group, they're going to draft right up to Jackson Young. The 670 could be in trouble here with 30 seconds to go, plus 2 laps. We'll see what Cameron Reed can do here on this backstretch. And I think he's going to fall under fire here quite shortly, Nate.
Yeah, if you're Cameron Reed, sorry to jump over you there, Caleb, but if you're Cameron Reed, you see how much time Young has lost in the past couple of seconds, and you're not going to work with them at all, presumably. But the amount of time that Young can make up down that back straightaway is impressive. There you see Kilgo right in front of one of the GFCs, and Chambers onto the front straightaway. Not 2 laps to go yet. They just made it to make it 3 to go, but that top 5 all on top of each other yet again. Christopher McKeithen has his PPK Coyote teammate of Young back on his rear bumper as it looks to the inside as Cameron Reed gets the job done. The CRG pilot now moves herself up into 2nd. Sawyer Roussel goes with. Reagan Seville unable to follow that train, stays in 5th for the time being.
Yeah, there you go. Something was gonna have to give there in between those drivers, and Cameron Reed gets herself to 2nd, a car length now as they close in on Christopher McKeithen, who doesn't feel safe going into turn 10. Gonna put his kart to the bottom of the racetrack. Now everybody else stacked up. Seville there, just waiting patiently in the 5th spot. Hasn't made a move yet, but gonna want to make one when we get to the 2 sticks here in a couple of moments. Reed, not yet. Looking for a move on this backstretch. And again, I don't think the same can be said on the next time around. Here we go. 2 laps to go left in heat race number 3. As McKeithen going to block low. Jackson Young going to open up to the outside. Looking at a crossover. Sawyer Roussel gets through. And Roussel able to keep his kart in there as well. And again, Sawyer Roussel with the penalty looming. 3-second penalty going the way of the GWR at the end of this race. That's something to note as he's going side by side with Reagan Seville.
Yeah, unfortunate for Sawyer Roussel, who, after we talked to him, doesn't run a lot of 206 here at TSRS. He's been really impressive so far this weekend. That's not going to help him going into the final, that's for sure. But these leaders are still going at it as things stand. All 5 of them are going at it. Top
contact.
5. Seville around with the help of Young as well. That is really unfortunate for the Trackside Karting Services driver of Reagan Seville. But look at the gap that's now opened up for Christopher McKeithen here, Kayla. That's got to be a couple seconds as the second on back are still going at it.
Yeah, Jackson Young fell down the order as well, and all of a sudden Carter Kilgo promoted a second. As we get closer to the end here, white flag in the air and a gift and a half for the 619 of Christopher McKeithen. Carter Kilgo in second, Jacob Oliver in third, to Reed in fourth. Jackson Young fell all the way back. He's right behind Rafael Kraus at the moment, back in ninth. And again, that was that lead group of about 5 drivers deep, and that incident split them all up there, Nate.
Yeah, unfortunate. Not how you want to see these races end, but Christopher McKeithen will take it as Kilgo continues to hold off for second. Cameron Reed able to get through all of that mess. One of the drivers that was able to, apart from Christopher McKeithen. So Cameron Reed will take those heat points going into the final later on this afternoon, as that's just really spread out this pack. There you see more battling with drivers further back. Young all the way back in outside the top 10. So unfortunate for him, Caleb, is in ninth, excuse me. So Sawyer Roussel going defensive on Chambers on the last lap here. Checker flags will fly for Christopher McKeithen. Roussel to the inside, holds off, and there is Christopher McKeithen, black and checkered, takes the win in Heat 3 for 206 Senior.
Yeah, a lot of dissect, and we know for sure there's a penalty coming the way of Sawyer Roussel in the 606. And there could potentially be more with that incident in turn 10. But again, some pickup for a couple of drivers that couldn't make the finish. There's a look at your top 10, round up by the Kart Racing Solutions machine of Addy Bamrue, Cole Killian, Jackson Young, able to make up a spot in that last lap to 8th. Jeff Dolian. And there's a look, Frank from last, able to get himself up to 13th. But with some pickup for some drivers who weren't able to close this one out. Take a quick commercial break. When we come back, 206 Cadet. They were exciting yesterday. We're looking to see the same here in heat race number 3.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Because Kyle Cuthbertson doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo. Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Gee, looks like we're missing an engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make way. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with two classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
.206 Cadet rolls out onto the racetrack as they get ready to go racing in heat race number 3. As we take a look at your field, Drew Blem going to lead them to the green flag once again. He's starting alongside the Kart CRG USA of Brody Stoffel. And yesterday, heat race number 1, from start to finish, kept us on the edge of our seats there, Nate. With 20 drivers plus taking the green flag here in 206 Cadet. Thank you to Speed Concepts Racing. There's a look at your starting grid. Ruben Greer from Alabama, the 202, starts on row number 2 alongside Aston Wyatt. Dusty Strayer and the 299 of Mikey Todd, just looking for a little bit of better luck here today. Yomi Vargas starting alongside Adrian Vargas. The driver was able to get himself up to that lead pack. And there's a look at your 10 rows that get set to take the green flag. 20 drivers in 206 Cadets. As we head into the tram lines, gonna send them around one more time, a little bit too fast. First time around, Nate.
Yeah, just I think accelerating before we got into that start box. So TSRS officials sending them around again. Time has started though, so this is going to cut into their Heat 3, the penultimate race on the weekend for these SCR 206 Cadets. Send them through. The cut through won't have the entire lap yet again, and they'll get formed back up. Get told by a couple track officials to slow it down. Be sure to punch off in that start box. So Blem and Stoffel will have to try again on that one to try and get these guys and girls green and away. out of the final corner here, Caleb. They'll be heading back into the tram lines, looking to get this one rolling on their second attempt.
We get ready to take the green flag here, and again, time is running as we get ready to go green here. Second time of asking. Green flag in the air, and we're racing in 2:06 Cadet by Speed Concepts Racing, and already a good start up front for Drew Blem. A couple of drivers stuck on the outside. Adrian Vargas in the grass. Adrian Vargas looking to get his OTK out of it as a couple of more go off. Grass kicked out onto the racetrack. We're side by side further in the field. Clayton Stiles stuck in there.
Yeah, Vargas just trying to hold the outside line through turn one and did not make it work. No grip on the outside there, as we've seen all weekend, especially today, but back out in front. Blem leads the way. Stoffel not having the start he would have wanted. He's down in fourth. Make that third almost for Brody Stoffel, unable to get by Strayer, so we'll stay further back than what he would have wanted to be on this opening lap. Single file racing for the time being. Of course, very difficult track to make a pass work on. Those three major passing zones, one of them being at the end of the straightaway here, is battle for the lead here, Caleb.
There goes Ruben Greer. And Drew Blem not even going to contest him as Brody Stoffel goes through finally on Dusty Strayer. Been trying that for a good majority of this second lap as they work their way through. Ruben Greer to Blem to Stoffel. Everybody, 5 drivers in that lead pack with Caleb Roberts already up to 5th. What a drive out of Roberts. The 231 inside of the top 5 with Aston Wyatt just right behind him. Benjamin Osborne in the 208 as well, up to 7th here. That's the first time we've seen Osborne's name inside of the top 10. Yomi Vargas puts herself 8th with Mikey Todd and Clayton Stiles, who's down in 10th. And again, we saw a good result out of Clayton in heat race number 1. And in this one, he's looking for that little bit more. He's in that second group. As we follow along with your leader, Ruben Greer, the 202 on what's a first weekend, first start here in TSRS racing action out of Alabama, was in our Microswift class and in this class with us as well. He's holding Drew Blem at bay. We'll see if Blem has a response here on the backstretch. Greer was able to pass the lap before. We'll see if Blem is able to do the same, but looks like Drew happy to push at this stage of the race.
Yeah, no moves being made right now. Everyone staying single file, playing smart for the time being. No one wants to throw anything away, and I think a couple of them will have been watching the races before and seen how easily it is to throw away a good result. So single file for the time being here, Caleb. You have to think once we start to see those sticks in the air or 2 to go that the racing will really kick off, because we still have just under 2 minutes remaining of this third heat of 206 Cadet. The top 5 not really changing at all. Same with top 6 as well. Bit of a gap starting to form, though, between Stoffel and Wyatt. It's Wyatt making his way up a position past Strayer, so we'll see if Wyatt is able to close that gap on the back straight, Caleb, because we've been talking about it all weekend. The draft is just that huge, that dependent on this layout.
Yeah, Greer, though, was able to open up his gap, and this should help Ruben Greer as Brody Stoffel looking to the bottom with Aston Wyatt, Dusty Strayer all in tow, and you see them just work their way by Drew Blem as now Wyatt going to take advantage of the opportunity, gets himself clear for second with Dusty Strayer following him through, and Brody Stoffel, who was leading that pack, as quickly as that it changed, and he's back to 4th. But now Wyatt going to be the first one to try and take the fight up to Ruben Greer. With Dusty Strayer right behind him. There's Clayton Stiles. It's taken him a while to get himself up to this point. He's finally up to 6th. Your heat run race winner. Starting to make some impressions there on the Iron Rock Motorsports OTK. As one driver off, that's the 215. That's Drew Blem. Drew Blem is out of this race early. That was the pole sitter here, Nate. And that race wasn't able to close down that gap. 1 corner too short there, unfortunately, for Drew Blem.
Yeah, unfortunate from 0 to 0. Just in a matter of laps for Blem. Is going to have his work cut out for him in a few hours' time when we hit the track for 206 Cadet main event racing. back to the front pack here. You can see top 4 starting to split away as Aston Wyatt looking to the inside. Gets the job done. That's a big moment for Strayer.
That was a massive jump for Ruben Greer over the curb. Goodness gracious, side by side with Dusty Strayer. Nobody wanted to give, and Ruben Greer up and over the curb and unfazed. Back up to second for Ruben Greer. What a moment for him. Add that to the highlight reel, if you will, as now Stoffel falling under fire from Clayton Stiles looking for a move for third. Side by side, Stiles over, under, looking to go on the 229. Can't get clear as now Strayer opens up. What a race in 206 Cadet so far, Nate. Goodness gracious, side by side. Clayton Stiles is through, Dusty Strayer goes by as well. As now Caleb Roberts in the 231, able to go by on Stoffel.
Yeah, I mean, Heat 1 of 206 Cadet was probably one of the races of the weekend, and this one's really come alive in the latter parts of this race. That being said, Wyatt seems like he's gone. That should be race win for him if he can keep it on track. Strayer in P2 is closing, though, so spoke a little early there.
Yeah, Ruben Greer in second is closing, and like you were saying, right, that gap was quite significant, and we've seen that backstretch just close it right on in as Ruben Greer now on the rear bumper. That's the battle for the lead of the race with the white flag in the air that time around. Ruben Greer looking to put himself on the pole position later on today. Again, Aston Wyatt looking for it as well. And this is the battle for the lead. Ruben Greer in second. Clayton Stiles starting to close in. Don't count Stiles out yet. Again, he was able to win heat race number 1 on what was a recovery drive for him. And he's looking to do the same here in heat race number 3, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely, in that top 3. Still in it at this point, just showing how important that draft is on the back straightaway, with Wyatt making that huge gap, closing all of it down. It's going to come down to the final couple of corners here, Caleb, like it has all weekend long. Top 3 stacked on top of each other, and it's still anyone's game.
Yeah, here we go. Ruben Greer hasn't put a nose down low. He's thinking about it. Clayton Stiles going to go. Greer forces his hand as well. We're 3 wide almost. Aston Wyatt gets clear for the lead of the race. Clayton Stiles in second to Greer, but Aston Wyatt holds on the last lap to take away heat race number 3. Dusty Strayer across the line in fourth with Brody Stoffel rounding up your top 5. Caleb Roberts across the line in 6th with Yomi Vargas in 7th with Mikey Todd, Benjamin Osborne, and Silas Root. KA Masters getting ready to hit the racetrack here next as we take a look down at your last couple starters. Unfortunate end of the race to Drew Blem. But we've talked about the stories as well. When you come into New Orleans to Nola Motorsports Park, one of those drivers getting ready to lead this field to green in KA Masters, that's Shane Burkett. We caught up with him last night.
Alrighty, Shane. First of all, a good day for you to end Saturday, which is good pace for you, pole position. And you're obviously at home this weekend. Talk a little bit about that. You don't get to be home too often, right, racing in Nola?
No, Texas here run everywhere but New Orleans, so it's nice to be an hour away from home.
Yeah, and this weekend the pace has obviously been there for you, right? Put on the pole position, a couple of good results throughout the heat races.
Yeah, it's been good all weekend. We tested last weekend, so we found a few things.
And for you as well this weekend, right? Family's right in the background of this video, but what's it mean, right? For you you're usually away from home, but to have them with you this weekend.
When you have your family around you, it's so much better to enjoy when you do good, when your family's there to see it.
And it'd be great to show them as well, right? Why you kind of get away from a weekend and race win. I think that would make up for it now.
Yeah, absolutely.
There you go. There you go. Wish you the best luck tomorrow, Shane. Thank you.
All right, Morgan, good morning.
Good morning.
Haven't said that too often, right, to you recently. You are racing this weekend, but I kind of want to, aside from the racing stuff, this year's been a little bit different for you starting your new program with High Five Performance Texas. Talk a little about that and what it's like, being back in the seat this weekend.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. It's been a totally different year, something we didn't quite plan on. It was a hand that was dealt to us. Been really excited about it. So we started High Five Texas right before Amarillo TSRS, and it's kind of just blown up. It's taken my love of this sport and got to look at it in a whole different light. So we've been concentrating on our cadet program, and we're planning on blowing that up next year. We're going to run all of TSRS, and we're going to do 2 national series next year. Depends on the schedule. Being back in the seat, that's a little wild. We're doing double duty this weekend, so we're running Masters and Senior, and I'm feeling it this morning.
Yeah, so how was yesterday, right? Having to knock that rust off after being out of the seat for, last time we saw you race here was 2023. I think you did a race with us last year.
Yeah, we did
it's been a while.
In Amarillo, yeah. And we were good. It's you can tell it's been a little bit. We overdrove in the beginning of yesterday. We got down to top 1 or 2 in Masters and probably top 20 in Senior. It's taken a couple of sessions to really knock off that rust and truly drive like we know how to. How we preach at these kids how to drive a go-kart, right? Slow your hands down, calm down, relax. So tell them I'm yelling at myself. So it's nice to be back in the seat, though. I really missed it.
Yeah, and you've been coaching for a while, right? And these kids are finally getting to see you go out there and drive. So what are you kind of telling them, right?
Right, they get to see everything I'm preaching at them, but I also, I can't be making the same mistakes that I'm yelling at these kids for, because they're gonna get right on me and be like, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" So that part's cool. I love the coaching aspect of it, though, and that's the cool thing about even if I'm doing 2 classes, we're still going over the data with the kids. We're still watching the video, but now they're gonna poke fun at me because we're looking at my video too.
Cool. Well, enjoy it and good luck this weekend.
Thank you, brother.
All right, buddy. It's obviously been a rough day in the office. If you would, just tell me a little bit about,
Well, there you heard from Shane Burkett and Morgan LeBaron. The, again, new journey this year from Morgan LeBaron, running a team, running a program, coaching young drivers, helping that next generation as well for himself, right? Getting back in the seat, showing them how it's done. The same for Shane Burkett, racing at home, racing with family on the fence lines. And it makes it that little bit more special, right, of why Dad goes away some weekends to have a good time to decompress, and showed him, right, it's quite competitive out here to win a Texas Sprint Racing Series championship, if you will, a state championship, if you will, and even a little bit outside of that, Southern championship. I don't know what you want to call it, Nate, because we aren't only in the state of Texas, we go to Louisiana here and there. Right, but that being said, Shane Burkett getting ready to lead us to the green flag. Starting alongside Pierce Baldus, who is able to get that move done in heat race number 2 to put himself up front. And then again, it was a question of gearing for everybody else, just looking for a little bit more on those front, on that back straightaway to really try and take the fight to Pierce Baldus. Brent Harper as well. Good couple of results yesterday. Nakin in 4th, Howie, and more as we get ready to take the green flag. Green flag in the air. Shane Burkett able to get a good start on the inside with Pierce Baldus through for 2nd. Everybody else looking to slot through.
Yeah, a bit of a stack up there in turns 3 and 4. Everyone figuring it out at this early stage of the race. Looks like a little bit of separation, though, Caleb, between Burkett and Baldus at the early part of this lap. A couple tenths there as more battling happening further back here.
Yeah, we're side by side. 2 of the High Five Performance Texas drivers, Morgan LeBaron, Daniel Howie, trying to decide who's going to be the driver in 5th to try and get up to that lead pack. Miguel Meir slots in a line behind them. Brent Harper looks like not the best of starts for him in heat race number 3. He's outside of the top 5 right now, as everybody else single file further back. We're working our way through now, and Shane Burkett, that gap that he built in the first couple of corners, closes down here. As we work our way through first lap in the books, Pierce Baldus already getting closer to that rear bumper of the MPG Academy machine of Shane Burkett.
Yeah, absolutely. Baldus closing in. on Burkett in the lead. We'll see if they work together at all or if Baldus will just take it when he gets to him and hold off for the rest of the race out in the lead. Of course, still need to get past and still need to catch up. Does Baldus, is making a couple mistakes there through turns 7 and 8. Of course, Caleb, like we've been saying all weekend, the draft down that back straightaway is going to be massive. So just wait a few moments' time to see if he can close up there and make some moves in the next couple of laps as they make their way onto the back straight there. Now out of the double rights, you see them all looking back and checking on each other for position. Nothing happening up front, but third on back, we got some battling, Caleb.
Yeah, there you go. Niken going to get passed by Daniel Howie. Morgan LeBaron is now Brent Harper looking to go through as well. Niken, as easy as that, over, under, side-by-side contact on the straightaway. Brent Harper into the grass. That's it for the Heat 1 race winner. Brent Harper into the grass on that front straightaway after contact with Niken in the 469, and that's going to end Harper's Heat 3 that little bit early, and that won't help out the average of Harper, unfortunately, as Miguel Mir able to take advantage and go through.
Yeah, unfortunate for Harper, a driver who seemed like he had race-winning pace. It might have been a factor come the final this afternoon, but that just allows third and fourth to have no other competition around them. First and second way too far up the road, and then Miguel Mir will be leading the charge in fifth, tapping the back of his helmet, seeing if he can get to the back end of that battle for third and fourth. Leading that pack of three as things stand. 2 minutes and 30 seconds plus 2 laps remaining of this third heat for KA100 Masters before they go main event racing this afternoon. Not a whole lot happening here, Caleb, as things stand. The lead is kind of doing that accordion effect that we've been talking about all weekend long between Burkett and Baldus. Burkett taking a bit of a different line there from Baldus. Baldus just goes way wide in 7 and loses a bit of time, so I wonder if there's a bit of a handling issue on board that OTK machine for Baldus, but bit of difference in line taking there.
Yeah, I've seen that for a couple of laps already, right? It seems like Baldus has a more aggressive approach in a turn 7, which leaves him, you know, exiting the corner that little bit too wide, which is narrow, right? For a corner that's left and then a right-hander. It's almost a too narrow entry into turn number 8, if you will, which kind of puts him out of shape. And this way you see this gap open up. But this has been really the accordion effect that we've talked about, right? When I spoke last night with Shane Burkett. Oh, as contact in between the two high-five performance machines. Daniel Howie went up and over the curb. That put him out of shape. That sent him going around. And Daniel Howie, what a moment there. Over the curb. Morgan LeBaron gets collected. He's able to keep going and stay in third, but that's going to bring Miguel Mir a whole lot closer with Niken right behind him. Randy Rogers not too far away either, but what a moment there for Daniel Howie. Wow, scary incident. But like I was mentioning earlier, right, speaking to Shane Burkett throughout the weekend, and especially last night, he was saying, right, you can only change that gear so much, because if you do want to find more speed on the straightaway, you are going to lose that much more time through the infield section. And it's all about just precision, right? You need to be almost perfect through that infield to really carry, to not lose any time, if you will, to not get past, to not lose too much time, and to make up all the time on that backstretch. And that's what I think the adjustment that we saw to Shane Burkett, where there's been changes of 1 tooth, 2 teeth, if you will, in gearing, and that's really been the difference maker, right? When you speak to a lot of drivers, it's not something that's set in stone. You're never going to really find that perfect gear. You're going to continue to work at it, and it could even be different for the main event later on today, Nate, where these drivers and teams are constantly adjusting, constantly making changes, constantly looking for that last 10th, 2/10, and that could be the difference, right? In a race win and in a race-winning pass and a pass for third, points. And then all kind of starts to come into mind as well. We're in round number 4, right? Championship starts to come into the picture before we head to Dallas Kart Complex in October. These are all things that these drivers are, as much as they want to say they don't, it's starting to loom in their head, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You're always thinking about championship and the potential of what is to come. You do your best to push it to the back of your mind, especially when you're out on track, and not really get too much into championship or point scenarios. But still, something that a lot of these drivers can't shake, and especially the ones out in front right now with Burkett and Baldus. 2 laps to go this time by for our KA100 Masters. Seems like that gap is only growing for Burkett. Further back, though, Miguel Mir starting to have to defend that 4th spot. So we might see a bit of battling here, Caleb.
Yeah, and this is direct to my point, right? Shane Burkett with the fastest lap of the race was a 106.9. For Pierce Baldus, his best lap was on lap 5, which was a 107.8. A 107 flat, sorry. So, again, those differences, it's a tenth, right? It's not 2 tenths, it's not 3 tenths, and that could be a very, very minimal difference in between those 2 drivers, which could be, again, a matter of gearing, if you will, in between Shane Burkett and Pierce Baldus. And that's really been the biggest tuning factor, if you will, that these drivers have been making so far this weekend. And that's been the difference maker this time around for Shane Burkett, right? Where it was a difference maker for Pierce Baldus in Heat 2. As we work our way through, Shane Burkett is looking set to start on the pole position on the inside later on today. Shane Burkett across the line this time with the white flag in the air. 1 more lap to go as we follow along with Miguel Mir, Dex Nyken, as they fight for the 4th spot. And again, we've seen Nyken inside of the top 3 throughout this race. We haven't seen Mir, though, get himself up there until this last heat race. And again, Mir's just lacked that little bit of luck right across the national scene. When you look at Amarillo, was a long time coming for him to return to the top step. It's been quite some time since we've seen Shane Burkett get himself up there. But this weekend at home, right, with family on the fence line, feeling comfortable at a track that he knows all too well, has put a significant margin on this field here in New Orleans, Louisiana. Heat race number 3. Statement made for Shane Burkett across the line, takes the checkered flag. And the reigning champ going to be left scratching his head after heat race number 3, the 476 in second. Miguel Mir rounds up 3rd, as it looked like a post-race penalty coming the way of Morgan LeBaron. He's going to fall down to 6th. Dex Nyken in 4th. Randy Rogers, your top 5. Coming up next, 206 Junior. 2:06 Junior, presented by TV Kart USA, hits the racetrack with Nico Orbezo leading them to the green flag. Dean Guerrier starting on the outside, off pole in second, with Rodrigo Poloya and Derek Wargo on row number 2. Levi Meter and Sawyer Chambers on row number 3, with Holton Edwards and Max Estrada on row number 4. Mia Johnson and Brandon Green on row number 5, with Alexander Koulemans and Sebastian Gagliano on row number 6, with Lehans and Peterson not joining us here in heat race number 3, as we get ready to take the green flag for Nico Orbezo, for Dean Guerrier. Again, our second to last heat race before we hit the lunch break. We're into the tram lines. We look for the green. We got it. We're racing in 2:06 Junior, and Nico Orbezo with a great start. Dean Guerrier side by side, 3 wide. Derek Wargo in the middle. Guerrier to the bottom. Levi Meter around the outside looking for a move as Sawyer Chambers gets his elbows out, looking to steal third away from Guerrier. They're still side by side, and losing time to Poloya, who's able to get a good start with Nico Orbezo in the lead of it all. As one driver's lost that rear bumper. The 335 still out there. That's Koulemans, who's pushed off, but one driver missing a rear bumper, and I think it's Mia Johnson in the CRG machine. The 333 missing a rear bumper here as we get into the infield.
Yeah, a lot to talk about on that opening lap, the opening couple of corners. Wargo really backing out of what could have been a move for second or third going into turn 3, deciding to back out and fight another day, and it's worked out for him. Currently 4th and leading the pack towards that top 3 as things stand. There you can see a very spread out 206 Junior class, and there
Mia
is
Johnson missing a rear bumper there. That meatball flag going to be looming for the 333. That's just like it almost got ripped out. It's missing the entire bumper bolt period on one side, and then the other side, I think it was just kind of ripped off with the bolts. But wow, Mia Johnson, that's going to end her day, or her heat race, that little bit early. Next time we'll see her would be the main event later on in the day, as we're working our way through that front group. Starting to close in, Nico Orbezo, Rodrigo Poloya, Dean Guerrier, Derek Wargo, all in frame now as they look to chase down the 308.
Yeah, absolutely. Top 5 all stacked on top of each other at this point. You can throw a blanket over those 5 drivers. P6 on back, a bit too far out for the time being to add more drivers to this battle for the lead, but Orbezo has his work cut out for him as the rest of the field go to the inside. Poloya will take the race lead away from Nico Orbezo. Same with Guerrier going by into second. Wargo will hold on in 4th, and Chambers 5th at the moment. We'll see if Orbezo can muster a counterattack and the next few corners or laps here. But as things stand, Rodrigo Poloya in the lead of this 206 Junior Heat 3.
Burrell Art finding that gap, finding that move, as well as Dean Guerrier. Now Nico Orbezo going to be forced to recollect as he looked to have a move for second. Now Derek Wargo going to go side by side as we go into turn number 9. Wargo gets clear. Chambers as well, as Orbezo from first about 2 laps ago finds himself down in 5th. So as quickly as that, things have changed for Nico Orbezo as we hit the backstretch. 2.5 minutes to go. And Dean Guerrier asking for a push with Derek Wargo. They're going to be side by side on that backstretch. And Poloya not going to fight it too much. Going to brush the brakes. Slap back in a line. And now Wargo looking for a move in a 16. He's clear for second. Poloya back to third with Sawyer Chambers in the 4th spot into turn number 1.
Yeah, Dean Guerrier holding off, going purple last time across the stripe as well. So that 311 kart fastest on track at the moment and looking good. Top 3 building a little bit of a gap to Chambers in 4th, but that's just going to get shrunk once they get to the back straightaway yet again. Orbezo in that 5th spot. Rolled off on pole. Currently finds himself with 4 drivers in front of him. Greer going a little defensive there from Derek Wargo. So the game's already starting, even with a minute 30 plus 2 laps to go here in 2:06 Junior. Onto the back straightaway yet again for these guys as Dean Greer continues to tap the back of his helmet to signal forward to try and get Wargo to work with him and break away from this pack of 5 that they're working with right now, but I don't think they're going to be able to shake him, Caleb.
Yeah, we'll see. Guerrier's been up at the front so far this weekend for all 3 of the heat races, been contending for the heat race victories for the pole position here as well. Derek Wargo looking to again take control here shortly as Sawyer Chambers going to mix things up, get himself up to 3rd. He's able to get ahead the Barella Art Machine of Rodrigo Poloya as now Nico Orbezo still in 5th. But with 40 seconds to go, this race, again, just building up, right? Building up lap by lap as we get closer and closer to the end. We've seen these junior drivers deliver some racing action, and now Derek Wargo going to deliver into turn number 9. He gets clear on Dean Guerrier with Sawyer Chambers going through as well. So it changes, and this is all just a matter of who wants to be in control in those last 2 laps of the race. And obviously Derek Wargo knows his place inside out here, Nate.
Yeah, Wargo.
Gonna know how to make that drive your line comp card as wide as possible there, sorry.
Yeah, Wargo obviously knows all the tricks around here, so he's gonna wanna be in control and fend off the challenging pack. Should be 2 to go this time by. Across the stripe, and indeed it is. Sticks in the air for Derek Wargo. It's Chambers and Guerrier built a little bit of a gap, but the second they get onto the straightaway, it's closed all down yet again. So you have to think Poloya and Orbezo will need a couple of tenths here, or just need these top 3 to start battling if they want to try and get a heat race victory. Through the infield they go for the penultimate time. Wargo still looking strong right now as Chambers going to look up the inside of Guerrier. And it's going to be Chambers bringing it to Derek Wargo to try and take a heat race victory off the comp cart machine.
There you go, last lap looming as Derek Wargo has a car length to breathe a little bit. That is going to close here on this backstretch, and he knows it. Takes a look over the shoulder, going to go to the bottom of the racetrack. Sawyer Chambers looking to clear him before, and they do. Sawyer Chambers, Dean Guerrier go right by Derek Wargo, and that gap opens up massively there. In between the top 3 drivers is now. It's going to close right back down. White flag in the air. Chambers to the bottom of the racetrack. Guerrier going to open up high. Looking to make a move around the outside. Dean Guerrier still alongside Sawyer Chambers. Door to door. Guerrier gets clear. Wargo going to push him through. Wargo through for 2nd. And here comes Nico Orbezo and Rodrigo Poloya back into this front group, back into the mix for a heat race victory, Nate.
Yeah, top 5 all back in it at this point. All of them have a chance here. Orbezo in that 4th spot from pole has been fighting and on the back foot for this entire race. See if they got anything further back, but Guerrier doesn't have to defend too much from Wargo or Chambers, but you have to think, Caleb, that he's not going to want to build too much of a gap through the double rights as Wargo almost tried to make a move there as they go on to the back straight. This is where it all comes down to.
Here we go, Dean Guerrier going to put himself to the bottom of the racetrack, and we're just getting word Dean Guerrier going to have a post-race penalty for a jump start as Derek Wargo going to go through for the lead of the race. Side by side, Sawyer Chambers looking for 2nd. Derek Wargo in heat race number 3 with a last lap pass, going to get the win with Sawyer Chambers, Orbezo, and Poloya. And there's a penalty applied now to Dean Guerrier. He falls back to 5th when it's all said and done. Levi Meter now crosses with Brandon Green, Edwards, Estrada, Gagliano, your top 10. That's it. Next time we see these drivers, going to be time for main event racing action. But coming up next, K8 100 senior, and what's been a Saturday to forget up to this point for Jesus Vasquez Jr. We were able to catch up with him yesterday. Here's what he had to say.
This weekend up to this point, yeah, you know, we've had really good pace throughout the whole weekend. You know, just some bad luck, bad position, and qualifying, which kind of, you know, put our chances for the heat races a little further back, like to do well. And the first heat was going pretty well. You know, had some contact on the last lap, which put me out of it, which was unfortunate. There wasn't really much I could have done, I felt. But, you know, I kind of put that back beside me going into the heat. And, you know, then the second heat, just, you know, got ahead of myself and went for something that I didn't have. And kind of screwed it up for me. So I'd say that was on me. But, you know, going into tomorrow, I feel good. I mean, I still know I have good pace. And I feel like we have good long run pace.
So, back on the top 7.
You know, just be maybe a little more smarter throughout the races and maybe a little more luck. And I think that's about all. I mean, I think going into tomorrow, I think we still have a chance the way, you know, the track races and the way these people have been racing the past couple races. Like, I think there's still a shot. You know, we're just going to have to put our heads down and, you know, keep going forward.
Well, there you guys heard it from Jesus Vasquez Jr. on what he needs. And again, speaking to him yesterday, right, it was really a rough Saturday, a rough going for the Trackside Karting Services GFC driver who it's kind of unheard of, right, Nate? We talked about it yesterday where he hasn't had that race win in 2025 racing action. The reigning champ has been super consistent. And again, it's a matter of bad luck, right? Bad luck has really been the name of the game for Jesus Vasquez Jr. throughout the year, throughout 2025. That's been the story for him. Nonetheless, and the speed's definitely been there. He's always, you know, when we get here at the start of the weekend, all the stopwatches turn on whenever he's going around this track. So we'll keep an eye on Jesus Vasquez as he tries to, again, he's going to have to work his way through the field in the main event. But heat race number 3, we'll see what he can do as we get ready to go racing. Blake Nash, again, a rough Saturday. He's looking for a little bit of better luck here on Sunday. Jose Carlos Hernandez looking to pick up where he left off yesterday. Aiden Rudolph as well. They were hard at work looking for that last 10th or 2. But this is it. The last of our heat races on Saturday are getting ready to kick off with Blake Nash on the inside, Jose Carlos Hernandez on the outside. It's Kart CRG USA KA100. And we go around one more time here, Nate, but from what we saw yesterday, right, the start's super important, make or break, and we always say this, right, and you can't stress it enough. You cannot win the race on that opening lap in that opening corner, but you can lose it, and we saw that happen to a lot of drivers here yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to be incredibly careful in these opening couple of corners with how dirty it is offline with the amount of grass that's been brought onto the sides of the track. It's got to live to fight another day mentality is really what a lot of these drivers are going to have to put in the back of their heads going into this one and later on in the final.
Yeah, well, here we go. As the time is underway. But this is it for heat racing action. Blake Nash on the white suit, Arcane Motorsports machine, and then the Red Speed Racing Texas driver of Jose Carlos Hernandez is on the outside. We look for the green flag. Second time of asking. We got it. We're racing. And K100 Senior by Kart CRG USA, and it's a good start for Blake Nash on the inside to get himself to the lead. Jose Carlos through for second. Is Aiden Rudolph going to stack him and pack him as Adrian Cruz looking to go. One driver off. Justin Music's off the racetrack. Into the grass for the Arcane Motorsports Tony Kart.
Yeah, unfortunate for Justin Music. Again, that the mentality, you just have to stay on track, maybe lose a couple positions and live to fight another day. A lot of these drivers following that is no real big shakeups throughout this opening lap. Blake Nash having a good gap between himself and Jose Carlos Hernandez, who has the help of Aiden Rudolph, is You see on screen there John Burke getting by one of the GFCs as he'll have to charge his way up the field after a poor qualifying performance for him and the TB Kart USA squad. But out in front, Blake Nash ducking, trying to find every 10th he can. Out in the lead here, Caleb, is more problems.
Yeah, Joey, it looks like 2 drivers off there. David Aya, maybe one of those for sure. One of the drivers involved. We have another one as well who seems to be up and out of the cart. So he is okay. It did look like a red speed indeed. So we'll have a name on that driver here in a couple of moments. But yeah, an incident there for those two. It looked like 2 red speeds that were involved in that incident. As we get going, Landon Skinner drops a tire into the grass. He's going to get passed by Fabio Orsolon, and one more as well was able to go through on Landon Skinner, who's down the order. It looks like Santiago Duran was the driver that was able to go through. As we focus in here, the top 3 starting to close together. As Jose Carlos Hernandez, Blake Nash, Aiden Rudolph, all within the same little bit of real estate, with Peyton Phillips just right behind them. Adrian Cruz leading that second group with Roussel, to Vasquez, to Orsolon, and to Santiago Duran. That are all single file. A couple of movers further back in the field, but they're working their way through. This time on the front stretch, Vasquez looking to make a move on Sawyer Roussel.
Yeah, and a late move further back as well, but still, top 4. No changes. Peyton Phillips has brought himself into this battle, and there you see Landon Skinner holding off the challenging pack there, Caleb.
Yeah, there goes the 974. That's an unfortunate end for Santiago Duran, who went up and over the rear bumper there of another driver, and that put him into the grass. That was one of the best starts of the races that Santi Duran has had, and that's going to put an early end to it all. As we work our way through, everybody else, the top 4, still staying the same. There's been a change for second, though. Aiden Rudolph able to go by on Jose Carlos Hernandez.
Yeah, and Carlos Hernandez is going to try and work with Aiden Rudolph and Peyton Phillips to potentially close the gap to that Arcane Motorsports kart piloted by Blake Nash out in front. Further back, Cruz, Roussel, and now Vasquez Jr. up the inside of both of them. Vasquez Jr. making up 2 spots in 1 lap. Taps the back of his helmet, sees the drivers behind will be able to work with them. Went purple that time across the stripe too for the GFC driver. So we'll have to see if he can close that gap to the drivers out in front. There you see the top 4 just out of shot. But John Burke, another one of those drivers that didn't have a great qualifying. He's further back than he would have wanted, as it's all continuing to go off in the KA senior midfield, as it usually does here, Caleb, with just a minute remaining.
Yeah, Hamza Ambar, Afton Willander, and a good number of drivers as well, stuck in that mid-pack, just looking to race their way out. As we look back into the lead of the race, a game of margins here in between Blake Nash and Aiden Rudolph. That's closing down. And again, Nash talked about everything offline and the mishaps he had on Saturday. And then again today, feeling a lot more confident as well with the kart, with the track as well. Figuring everything out is now Rudolph with the best he's looked so far this weekend in heat race number 3. He's content to push Blake Nash along with Jose Carlos just right on his rear bumper, and Peyton Phillips as well, who again, when we spoke to him yesterday, it's really been the story of 2025. That you look at his debut weekend, it's been bad luck for him, and this time around, it's finally coming together, right? The pieces are coming together for Peyton Phillips, and he said, you know what? At the end of the day on Saturday, smile on his face, I'm content. I'm content with what we have, looking for more tomorrow. And that was a different mindset out of Peyton Phillips, I think, that we've seen all year long in 2025. Having a good time here this weekend in Nola. As again, you saw there on your screen, a change for second with Jose Carlos Hernandez and Aiden Rudolph. Those two, they've been trading that second spot, and I think Rudolph just waited that little bit too long on the backstretch, didn't make the move on Nash, and Jose Carlos, again, doesn't want to sit around and wait in third.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're all going to have to be careful of Jesus Vasquez Jr., who has joined them at this point. Just a couple of tenths back. There you see the 977, not too far away from top 3 potential here with just a couple laps remaining. Peyton Phillips looking up the inside of Aiden Rudolph. Rudolph will let him have it and move that Arcane Motorsports kart up into third. It's Blake Nash. We'll see sticks in the air this time. 2 laps remaining in KA 100 Senior. It's all gone a bit calm here, Caleb, but you have to think in about half a lap or a lap, it's all going to start to kick off yet again.
And this is the first time we've really seen these five get close together as Rudolph takes a look over the shoulder. And again, Jose Carlos, you've seen throughout the heat races, right? He's here to win, here to finish first every single time they hit the racetrack as he's closing in on Blake Nash. And again, that striking range is going to close down once they hit that backstretch as the top five, with a lap and a half to go, are getting ready to fight for a heat race victory. And again, when you look at the points, when it's all said and done, it's looking close on who's going to take the pole position later on today in that main event. But we get going onto the backstretch. Jose Carlos Hernandez not going to waste any time. To the bottom of the racetrack on Blake Nash. He gets through for the lead. And now two Arcade Motorsports sit second and third as Aiden Rudolph looking to split them up. Looking to go on Peyton Phillips into turn number one with the white flag in the air. We're side by side. Blake Nash looking to go on Jose Carlos Hernandez.
And Jose Carlos Hernandez holding off that spot from Blake Nash as Roussel and Cruz have now joined the fight for the win as well. 7 karts battling it out for a race win here. As you can see, Cruz, again, making a late move there. That's going to separate them even more. So top 4 having a bit of a getaway now, led by Carlos Hernandez. Blake Nash is going to have the help of Peyton Phillips as they're all going to go to the inside, defend here, Caleb. Games are starting to be played with half a lap to go.
Jose Carlos Hernandez starting to stack them up here. Blake Nash to Phillips to Vasquez Jr. for the first time. We're seeing him inside of the top 4 as we work our way onto the backstretch. Last time in heat racing action before we get to the main event. As Jose Carlos to the bottom, Blake Nash going to open up, looking to find a lane. Jose Carlos going to defend. Here comes the over-under from Nash onto the front stretch. Not going to be enough, or maybe it is. And it's not. Jose Carlos takes the win in heat race number 3 over Blake Nash and Peyton Phillips. That's a good haul of points for the Arcade Motorsports 907. Jesus Vasquez finally catching a break, catching some luck, if you will. Up to 4th with Sawyer Roussel. That rounds up your top 5. That last 3 laps for Aiden Rudolph didn't go his way. The 979 went down the pylon to 6th with Adrian Cruz. Landon Skinner with that off-track excursion puts him 8th, with Connor Corsi, the rookie, breaking in to the top 10 with Preston Pico capping it off. Fabio Orsolon to Jake Faulkner, Cohen Summers, John Burke, and Ibrahim Din, your top 15. Got a quick break in the action as our hardworking TSRS crew takes a break to get fed. The same for our hardworking camera crew. When we return at 12:30, it's time to go racing in main event action. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. We'll see you back here in an hour.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I went to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
It's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today. Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsakrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsakrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsakracRacing.com.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
So welcome back to main event action for round 4 of the Texas Sprint Racing Series here at Nola Motorsports Park. Before we get started, we ask that you please rise and remove your caps for the playing of our national anthem.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing. Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got? Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute. I just love shopping. I love shopping too. Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCare.com. At ShopPayCare.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCare.com.
Who is he talking to? No idea. But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal. Sure does.
Well, we get ready to go racing here. For the first of our races, the Mini Swift class getting ready to hit the green flag. As well, don't forget, for those of you watching on from home, scan the QR code here on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. You can get a Micron 6 today at shopakr.com. Get your Sparko suits as well using the QR code there on the bottom right-hand side screen. Shop AKR, the official partner of all Kart Chaser live coverage across the U.S. And again, it's been a pleasure bringing you guys a midsummer mashup. This one landed a little bit later in the schedule here at Nola Motorsports Park. But as always, this track, 16 corners with very, very high speeds here in 8. It's been a pleasure to bring all the coverage here as well. The main events always change. They always deliver something different whenever we get to Sunday, whenever, you know, the lights go out, whenever the trophies, right, get into the hands at podiums. We're excited to see how it all plays out. What have you seen from the weekend so far? What surprised you? What hasn't surprised you being here at NOLA this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, going into the weekend, the big talk was track layout, and I think from what we were talking, we were going to say there's a lot of passing opportunities, which isn't incorrect per se, but just with the nature of the track and the amount of switchbacks and how narrow it can be sometimes, and especially with how dirty it is offline, all those passing opportunities get nailed down to about 3, that being at the end of the straightaway, turn 3 and turn 10 are those major passing zones. So you have to be very smart with those passing opportunities. You have to be calculated with it. You can't just go whenever you want. It's a track layout that helps those that have that calculated mindset that can think 1 or 2 corners ahead.
That's the biggest thing, right? And especially, you know, taking this lunch break to go around and speak to some of the drivers. 206 Senior was one of the ones, right, where you really have to be careful where you pass and how you make those moves, when you make them. It's all a game of planning, right? The game of inches that we like to talk about in racing. 206 Senior, I think, specifically because of the level that it takes to kind of go out there, and you need to be smart, right, in a race like that. You need to be, you know, have your head on a swivel, if you will, pick and choose when to make those moves. So that's been the biggest thing, I think, that I've noticed out of these drivers here this weekend, and we're going to see it all play out here in a couple of moments. We do have, again, just a little bit more time. They have been running on schedule, and they're getting all those grids finalized here. We are going green in about 4 minutes time here for the 4th round of TSRS. It all ends later on this year in October when we go to, that's about a month's time here, Nate. Whenever we go over to the Dallas Kart Complex for the final round, the championship weekend of the Texas Sprint Racing Series there at the end. And this weekend, I mean, it's been great to be back at Nola, right? We look back to our return last year in 2024 to start off the year, to kick off the year with 200-plus entries, and this year with 189 entries. And speaking to a lot of local people, to see the amount of locals from the state of Louisiana that came out here to race from all over, right, from Mississippi, Missouri, Alabama, coming out here to race in New Orleans has been the coolest thing to revitalize, right, this club scene. Talked to Alexis Sawyer-Roussel, a couple of local drivers, father-son duos. So that's the coolest thing to see them all out here this weekend. And again, this is, you know, after the turn, whenever we were in Crescent, this is really where the championship conversation gets that much more important, where every point matters, where the heat races matter, where finishing positions matter. Everything matters before we get to Dallas in a month's time. And we're waiting for it, right? We're excited to see it here. Countdown to green sits at about 3 minutes. And again, it's been a pleasure to bring you guys all the live action here from New Orleans. We'll be right back with a little bit more. Well, the first class hits the racetrack. It's your Mini Swift, presented by the Alan Rudolph Racing Academy, and one of their very own, Aston Wyatt, getting ready to lead this field to green. He's starting alongside Iron Rock Motorsports, Alex Chandler. As we go down the rest of the order here, Tanner Barsh for MSO Racing CRG getting ready to go green from the second row alongside the 137 of Clayton Stiles.
Ruben Guerrier starting in that fifth spot. Jensen Willander, Kimo Ahmad, Marshall Steves on the 7th and 8th starting positions there, Caleb. Fourth row for them.
Tyler Moraviec, Jack Cowell, Rodriguez, Lasek, Vargas, Jolivet, Root, LeGrappe, Hale, Vargas, Olisa, and Nayeli Vargas. 20 drivers total getting set to take the first green flag of the day. We've got it. We're racing in main event action in Mini Swift, and already a good start for Aston Wyatt to lead of the race with Tanner Barsh through for second.
Yeah, Tanner Barsh holding on there. Again, single file racing out of the first couple of corners. That's been the important thing for these drivers, to not allow the leaders to get too far in front. That's exactly what they've done. They've learned from all the racing. They've had 3 heats up till this point into the main event, which you're seeing now, 15 minutes plus 2 laps. Quite a difference from the 6-minute races, pretty much double the amount of time that these guys have been on track all weekend long. And you see, Caleb, still that single file line on the opening lap. All of these drivers have figured out that you don't want to be fighting too much on the opening circuit to allow the leaders to get away.
I mean, you have so much time as well, right, to pick and choose when you make those moves. As one driver goes off, that's one of the Trackside Karting Services GFCs that's off the racetrack, but a change for the lead. Tanner Barsh goes through on Aston Wyatt into turn 15. And Tanner going to lead this field away. We'll get a name on that driver that did, unfortunately. I believe that was a 165. That's Marshall Steves, unfortunately, down in 19th. Steves was in the grass. I'm not sure if he was able to get going again. And he is, but he's on the backstretch, and that's going to put him out of contention here in this main event, Nate.
Yeah, unfortunate way to end the weekend, but back up front now. Barsh giving away the race lead back to Wyatt. Chandler holding out in third. Wyatt still looking for that win in the main event. It's been a few months, few races since then, but obviously Wyatt is one of those drivers that does not have a ton of luck on track. We've seen that throughout 2025 season, going back even further. But talking about championship points right now, Caleb, Tanner Barsh leading the way, but it is close between himself and the challenging pack. Of course, Colton Schniegenberg in that second spot, but some other drivers in there when drops are accounted for, very close to the back end of the 151 CRG.
Yeah, Marshall Steves is one of the drivers in the championship conversation as well. Just with an outside shot, but this weekend I think pretty much going to solidify that. He was 5th coming into the weekend. Ahmad looking to jump up a couple of spots here. And again, talk about Kimo Ahmad, right? Started buried in this field. He's already up to 6th. So he's had a good drive up the field so far. The 111 after an unfortunate end to his 3rd heat race put him on the back foot. As we look in with your top 3, and look at the stories these 3 have had, right? So far in 2025, Alex Chandler and Aston Wyatt have been winless. Alex Chandler, only 1 podium to his name. Aston Wyatt has had, I believe, 1 podium as well. He was only able to get onto the box whenever we were over at Crescent. And like you said, you know, it's been a year for bad luck for Aston Wyatt, and this weekend he's been on it from start to finish. That package has been rolling all weekend long, and you're seeing it now in this main event, right? Putting himself at the front, putting himself in that situation. For Tanner Barsh, it's going to take a lot, right? These drivers are really going to need to find a response in these last 2 rounds. This one specifically for Tanner, that would be the 2nd win in a row. He won when we were in Houston on a last lap battle against friend and teammate in Colton Schniegenberg. Finished off of the podium in Amarillo. And then when you look at the 3rd main event of the year, when we went over to Crescent, he was able to get the win on home soil, and now gets himself through for the lead. Back on Aston Wyatt. So again, these 3 drivers, this could be huge for Tanner Barsh heading into Dallas in about a month's time if he can take away the 3rd main event victory on the year. And again, the 2 drivers right behind him, you talk about bad luck, you'd have no luck at all, right, if you didn't have bad luck. So for those two, still good pace. And again, these races are very, very long. It's at a place like this, you have, if you do the math, 16 corners, you times that by 15, and that number you get, that's how many corners you have, on the racetrack that you're going to do to make passes, to make moves. There's an abundance of time here at Nola, and what you do with it is really what matters. Is there further back, Kimo Ahmad slotted out of line, looked to make a move on Ruben Greer, and he's going to stay tucked in as they work their way through. Greer now looking for a move on Clayton Stiles into turn number 1. He's going to get it.
Yeah, absolutely. Still out in front, though, as we focus on these guys. Barsh leading the way. You can see that second pack just out of frame there, but top 3 are working together for the time being. And obviously, for them, they're doing exactly what they have to do to not allow Stiles, Greer, and Ahmad, those drivers behind, into the lead pack, perchance. So we'll have to see what 4th, 5th, and 6th can do for the rest of this race if they're able to close that gap in.
And here we go, following with the second group as Ruben Greer hits the rumble strips. That put him sideways going into turn number 11. Now Kimo Ahmad going to be given a chance to try and make a move on this back straightaway as we work our way through. Turn number 14 now, Greer again. That little bit of an incident has left him wanting a little bit of more time, and that's going to allow Ahmad to go down the inside with help from teammate in Clayton Stiles. They work their way through into turn 15.
Yeah, everything working out there as they'll continue their charge towards the front of that pack. So everyone playing nice for the time being. There's the leaders once again. Barsh, Wyatt, Chandler. Almost 4 seconds, over 4 seconds away from 4th on back. And really, as long as things stay the same for these guys for the next 8 or so minutes, it should be a 3-way battle for the lead. There you see Kimo Ahmad leading that pack to potentially bring themselves to the race lead, but unfortunately, Caleb, it's a bit too late for them to make a charge on pace alone, as Ahmad going a little bit defensive there, taking a bit of a different line. More battling, though, happening at the end of this pack.
Tyler Moraviec able to get a move done on Willander there as they went into turn number 10. As now Ruben Greer going to get pressure from Tyler Moraviec as we are on this back straightaway now. Working our way through. Moraviec thought about it, thought better, got himself back into line as we work our way through. Just 8 minutes plus 2 laps to go here in Nola.
Yeah, still a long time, though, comparatively to the rest of the races we've had. Like we've been saying, just how long this main event is, especially for these mini Swift drivers, these young in their career pilots. It's a very taxing track. It's very hot outside. The humidity is killer as well, and not to mention the rough track surface that we've seen bite more than a few karts and send them out with mechanical DNFs already this weekend. So I don't think any mechanics or tuners will have sent them out doing the endurance style of they stay off curbs or preserve the kart. Still a short enough race that they don't have to worry about that, but still, I'm sure a lot of the mechanics and those people working will have tightened a few bolts just to make sure. That being said, new leader Aston Wide, with the help of Chandler, goes into the lead, demoting Tanner Barsh back into 3rd, Caleb, but wouldn't have to worry about that too much right now, as again, we still have more than a heat race of time left.
Yeah, there's a good amount of time at hand here for these 3 drivers as this race goes on. Aston Wyatt still leading them away with Chandler, Barsh. Again, Ahmad has made a good number of moves to get himself up to 4th, but sadly I think that might be the end of his progression here, as the top 3 are good ways away, as well Clayton Stiles is right behind him. They're going to need a whole lot of battling out of these top 3 to close down that 5-second plus gap. And again, that would take about 3 to 4 laps of just all-out war in between these 3 to really give Ahmad and Stiles an outside shot in this main event. And again, you see him just coming into the frame here. As it looked like Moraviec was able to get through on Clayton Stiles as well this lap. So they're going to trade that position. But your top three to build a story here a little bit. Aston Wyatt on what's his last year in the cadet ranks, getting ready to move up to junior in 2026. And again, he's been competitive, right? A name that we've said it a lot on the national scene. As well, made his debut in junior earlier this year at the United States Pro Kart Series. And went over to Road America. Alex Chandler as well on the national scene. Hasn't had the best luck. The same can be said for him on the regional side of things. And again, he's finding himself now with a shot for a race win. The first one in quite some time for Alex Chandler. For Tanner Barsh, last year fought for 2 championships in Mini Swift and in 206 Cadet. And this year wanted to focus on the 2-cycle side of things with MSO Racing. And again, he's had a good progression, understanding the package, and he's put himself right in positions to win here in the state of Texas and in the southern region of the U.S. And is why he's leading the championship, right, coming into this weekend. He could even extend that with a good result at the end of it all.
Yeah, absolutely. And Tanner Barr's just taking his time, not needing to rush anything. Still has 4 minutes, 30 seconds, plus 2 laps remaining. I think all these drivers are fully aware that if they get thrown back to third or if they lose a spot from the lead, it doesn't really mean a whole lot right now because of presumably just how crazy it's going to get on the final couple of laps once those drivers see the 2 to go signal and sticks in the air. But still, single file. Not really surprised here, Caleb. You know, they're just waiting for their opportunity later on in the race and doing exactly what they have to do to make it a 3-car battle for the lead instead of Ahmad and the rest of those guys getting brought into it. Because if they would have battled up until this point, then who's to say we might have had 8 or so karts in this battle.
And this is all just building up, right? Building up for those 2.6 to hit the air for those last 2 laps. As again, these kids fight for a race win here in New Orleans. But again, there's still a lot of time, 3.5 minutes. It's running out. But there's still a good bit until we really see this battle kick up for the top step of the podium here in New Orleans. They're working their way through. And again, you look at the lap times here. They've been consistent for your top 3. Tanner Barsh has been that little bit quicker than the top 2 by about a 10th. Aston Wyatt, who's the driver punching the hole through the air, a 108.6, a 108.5 for Chandler, and a 108.4 for Barsh. A 108.9 for Kimo Ahmad, which is why we have seen that gap open up a little bit as well. 6.6 in between the 111 and the top 3. So not much improvement out of Ahmad, which again, he's going to need a whole lot out of the 3 drivers ahead of him as they're getting stacked up as well. Tyler Moraviec, Clayton Stiles have caught back up to the rookie in the Mini Swift class, if you will.
Yeah, as really the single file action continues throughout the field. Here, Caleb, again, like we were talking about, all of them know what they need to do. Wait till the final couple of laps, so allows us to talk about these guys' seasons. And there you see just the gap that they have formed between the Wyatt, Chandler, Barsh group, the leaders, and then 4th on back with Kimo Ahmad leading it last time across the stripe, but obviously has changed that time by of who's leading them to the top pack. But 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go for the final time this weekend for Alan Rudolph Racing Academy Mini Swift. Dying moments of this race approaching, and at this point, Caleb, they're starting to think about the game plans of where do I go, where do I try and make the game-winning pass, the race-winning pass, of course. And you know, it's easy to start overthinking it, but a lot of these drivers will also have the game plan of just send it when they have that opportunity and take those opportunities when they come to you.
That's right, Nate. And again, these drivers in the top 3, right, they took the opportunity at the start of the race to break away, and again, they haven't even looked back since then. Here's Ruben Greer, as well as Jensen Willander. They find themselves 7th and 8th. As that second group opened up, something happened in between that second group because Clayton Stiles is now at the front of it with Kimo Ahmad, and Tyler Moraviec, who was 4th at the start of the lap, finds himself down in 6th, which has allowed Ruben Greer and Jensen Willander to really close in that gap. as we hit the 1 minute mark. 1 minute to go here at Nola Motorsports Park. That's about 3 laps to go. So if they make it just in time, I believe they're not going to have time left on the clock here, Nate. When they hit the stripe the next time around, that's going to be 2.6 in the air. And for the top 3, who again have been sitting so patient, with no moves being made, they are just waiting. You can feel the tension start to rise. The nerves start to rise as well, in the seats, under the helmets, through the visors for these 3 drivers here in New Orleans as we get ready to go racing in the last 2 laps. Alex Chandler, is it going to come a lap early? It's not. He's going to push. 10 seconds left on the clock, and I think they might just beat the time. And they do. 3 laps to go left in this race here, Nate.
Yeah, 3 to go. Barely beating the timer are these top 3. And Wyatt will lead them to sticks in the air if he can hold this position. I feel like they're just going to continue to push. They have enough time in their bag, of course, 10 seconds. If they really wanted to battle hard all the way home, and I don't even think Styles would have a chance at even catching a slipstream from these guys. That's the gap, that's the pace that they have shown throughout this main event for the Mini Swift drivers. Tanner Barsh losing the rear end just a little bit through there. Could be showing a bit of issues with the rear of that kart, but could have also just been simple mistake for Barsh. On to the back straight yet again. This time they'll see sticks in the air, 2 laps to go, and Wyatt will lead them to them. So this is a big talking point, Caleb. Do they keep working for this next lap, or do they start the battling early?
Yeah, and you got to look back to quite some time for Aston Wyatt's last win at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. He was winless in 2024 in 2-cycle racing. And again, looking to get back to winning ways here this weekend in Mini Swift before we go to Dallas in a month's time. Aston Wyatt holding up Alex Chandler and Tanner Barsh with 2 laps to go. It's the AR Academy Nitro kart in the lead, with the OTK Iron Rock machine of Chandler in second, Tanner Barsh and the MSO Racing CRG in third. These 3 drivers have been just that step above the field, and you see it here with the gap that they've built in this main event. We're getting close here, and Chandler, he's yet to stick a nose down low. He's going to do it now to the bottom of the racetrack for Alex Chandler. For the first time in a good amount of time in this race that we're going to see a change up front. It's going to be Alex Chandler to the point with Tanner Barsh through for second. Aston Wyatt back to third with the white flag in the air this time by 1 more time around in New Orleans as Chandler goes to the bottom to defend from Barsh, who's around the outside looking for the move for the lead. Side by side, here comes Aston Wyatt as well, looking to pick a lane. Tanner Barsh through for first.
It's a hard move to make it around the outside of turn 1. Tanner Barsh getting it done in the end, and now he controls it. Wyatt down to third, and it all comes down to what can Alex Chandler do and try and get him off guard maybe in a couple of these corners. It's exactly what he's going to do up the inside, unable to get it done up and over the curb. That's going to allow Wyatt now up into second. Of course, like you were saying, Caleb, could this be the end of the winless streak that Aston Wyatt so desperately wants to end here? Half a lap to go. The straightaway is coming, and let the games begin.
Here we go. Aston Wyatt up and over the curbs, pushing with everything that he's got to return to victory lane in the Swift categories as Alex Chandler is right behind him. Aston Wyatt needs a push. Tanner Barsh looking over the shoulder, going to put his CRG machine to the bottom of the racetrack. Here comes Chandler. Here comes Wyatt. Wheel to wheel, door to door, through the grass for Aston Wyatt. Tanner Barsh. Could it be win number 3 in 2025 across the line? Yes, it is. The 151 wins in New Orleans.
What a run for Tanner Barsh, playing the game exactly how he had to. Of course, it was going to come down to that final back straightaway, wasn't it? Of course, black and checkered, so race is under review. There's Aston Wyatt, stopped on the side of the track. Hopefully that is just mechanical or tired or something, nothing health related.
Yeah, that was a big off there for Aston Wyatt. I hope he's all right, but Again, just too wide in that corner in turn 15. High speeds through there, but Tanner Barsh, it's win number 3 in 2025 for the MSO Racing driver in the 151. He extends his championship points lead. Before we get back to Dallas, Aston Wyatt, Alex Chandler going to be on the podium with Clayton Stiles and Kimo Ahmad. Your top 5. Ruben Greer and Jensen Woolander 6th and 7th. To Tyler Moravietz, Mace Lasek, and Cruz Rodriguez. To finish off your unofficial results here in the main event. Unfortunately for Marshall Steves, we didn't see much of him after an incident at the start of the race. The same for Adrian Vargas. Finished 18th and 19th. That being said,
of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLPC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, do you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
How's he gonna make weight? Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Well, it's time to go racing here in Micro Swift, presented by Gallery Furniture, as we get ready to take the green flag. It's the 229 of Brody Stoffel on the inside, starting alongside Shep Sullivan, with Dusty Strayer and Bodie Byer on row number 2. Aiden Wash, Tyler Blackwood on row number 3.
Rudolph Garza, Wyatt White starting behind them on row 4. Hayden Sampson, Beckley Anderson rounding out your top 10.
We look down last couple of rows. Brody Brown, Sebastian Kim, Christopher Arms, and Max Santana. Drivers entered here this weekend. But we're getting ready to go green. Second race on the day here at Micro Swift. The 229 of Brody Stoffel has been untouchable this weekend here in New Orleans. We'll see if anybody can try and take the fight to him. Shep Sullivan got close at the start of heat race number 3. We'll see if he can do it again here in the main event. 15 minutes plus 2 laps. Stoffel on the inside, Sullivan on the outside. We head into the tram lines and we look for the green flag. We got it. We're racing in Gallery Furniture's Micro Swift, and Brody Stoffel to lead early. Shep Sullivan stuck on the outside as Dusty Strayer's through for second. Wash side by side. A little bit of contact in between the two. Wash is through for third.
That's unfortunate for Sullivan, one of the drivers that showed that he had pace to hold on to the back end of Brody Stoffel. It's going to be difficult for him to hold on to that. Down in fourth right now is Brody Stoffel. Continues to lead the way here in the opening couple of corners in Micro Swift.
Working our way through side by side. Tyler Blackwood through on Beckley Anderson. Blackwood making a good recovery drive here. Driver who, again, proven race winner here at TSRS already in 2025. Was able to win over at Speed Sports Racing Park at the start of the year. And again, it's been quite some time since he's gotten back up there, but results have shown a podium would be a good result for the Bennick driver here this weekend, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's going to take a little bit to get to that podium. That being said, though, a long time is Shep Sullivan now going side by side with Gouache. And still unable to find a way by as that 212 machine, as Brody Stoffel continues to just drive into the sunset at this stage of the race. Sullivan side by side, contact there, Caleb. That's not what you want to see at this stage.
Wash, Aiden Wash, the 246 is out. He's beached just on the curb as we're side by side here. Further up, Wyatt White, Beckley Anderson looking to trade the 7th spot as Wyatt White able to get through on the Croc Promotion machine.
Yeah, taking advantage of the chaos there. Wyatt White getting by Beckley Anderson, a couple of CRGs and a TV in this group behind. Wyatt White will try and break away from that group and attempt his best to catch up to the next group in front, but that is a tall order with the amount of talent you have in there, how hard it is to break a slipstream. See them coming into the final couple of corners now. Really difficult complex with how bumpy it is and having to slow that cart down while taking a few curbs and getting set up for that final corner. But still, they've had all weekend long to deal with it and to figure out how to. 3 wide there in the back of the pack there, Caleb. It's kind of kicking off in the mid-pack here.
Yeah, it's getting close here. Rodolfo Garza just at the back of that pack as, again, Beckley Anderson's in that mix. Hayden Sampson's right there. Bodie Byer. They're all led by Wyatt White. And again, you can't count out Sebastian Kim either. He's not too far back. Kim in the 220. Seeing the Kart Racing Solutions machine starting to close in. And his Tony Carters are side by side. Sampson and Anderson. Sampson goes through. Beckley open over the curb. And she slots in a line right behind Hayden. But again, they're still battling there for the 7th spot, Nate.
Yeah, as all the positions in front are just working together at this point. The battle for 7th rages on at this stage. No podium spots, of course, all the way back here, but they're just going for it at this point, having a little bit of fun in the Louisiana sun. Onto the front straight yet again. No moves from this group right now, which is first time really we've said that all race as we're nearing that 10-minute to go mark.
As here we go, Bodie Byer, Wyatt White, everybody stacked up here. There goes Sampson looking still. And again, all these drivers right in this midfield, nose to tail, right, looking for those last little bits of moves. They haven't been able to get them yet. But again, with 10 minutes, there's a good amount of time. That second group as well has closed in as Wyatt White again goes on Bodie Byer for the 5th spot. That's another spot gain there for White. Dusty Strayer leading that second group with Shep Sullivan right behind him. Tyler Blackwood. Those 3 drivers fighting for the podium places. Blackwood has started to make some headway as down the inside, Shep Sullivan making a move in turn 15. That's a move for the 212 to get through for second. And he took him a while. He was chasing down the 202 of Strayer for a good number of laps. He was finally able to get there. As we take a look back, there's contact. Beckley Anderson, and it looks like Bodie Byer, 2 drivers out of this race early, both of them under the GRC CRG team, with Rod Clinard out of this race in turn 16. Unfortunate there for Beckley and for Bodie. They're going to be down the order, it looks like. And you see Beckley falling down as Rodolfo Garza able to go through there as well. Looks like he was involved in an incident earlier on in this race as they continue to work their way through. Stoffel, his gap, 3.2. Back to Shep Sullivan, Dusty Strayer, Tyler Blackwood. And again, we've seen them fight. Strayer hasn't lost any time. Still on the rear bumper here with Shep Sullivan as he's looking to go right back. And this would be a first career podium in the Micro Swift class for Dusty Strayer in his first year in after moving up from Kid Kart early last year. We'll see what Strayer can do in a year that's been a year of progression, right, in 2025 for Dusty as he's side by side with Shep Sullivan on that front stretch. Looking to go on the inside of turn number 1. The Pearland gets back in the line.
Yeah, almost had him. Did Strayer. Sullivan holding on for now, and really if you're 3.8 back and you continue to battle this hard with still 8 minutes plus 2 laps to go, it's looking like a Brody Stoffel win. Here is Sullivan. A little bit of a gap forming between himself and Strayer, but of course that back straightaway draft is going to bring them all closer, and we've seen Sullivan struggle a little bit at this point in the race, making a few mistakes that allow Strayer to bring himself back into it. And again, it's the thing that we've been talking about all weekend, Caleb, of a lot of these drivers have the pace to be able to run down Brody Stoffel. Just the consistency that you see from the 229 of Brody Stoffel compared to the rest of the field. It's in a different world right now.
Indeed here, Nate, as Tyler Blackwood, again, he was looking to close in on these top two, on these drivers, ahead of him. But again, he's just hasn't made that much headway as Strayer and Sullivan, again, they've been making moves. They've been passing each other here and there, lap after lap, but Blackwood hasn't really been able to find that last 10 to get up there. Going to need them to pass in one of the infield corners to really get himself into the mix for a podium. Again, as Blackwood's still looking for a championship here in 2025. He came into the weekend with 840 points, only 80 back from Brody Stoffel. Wyatt White in the 224. You have to look back to 6 to find Wyatt. He's third in this championship with Shep Sullivan, the 212. This would be a huge jump from Shep and what's been, again, a consistent last couple of rounds, right? You look back to the to May, whenever we were over in Amarillo, he was able to get a race, get his first podium in 2025. You look back, he kept that up in Crescent, right? Got another podium when we went over to Kart Moto. Dusty Strayer still looking for the first one. He's only 7th in the championship. This would be a huge jump for Dusty. For Tyler, again, he needs to finish on the podium here to continue to stay alive in this championship, because as it stands, this would be 3 in a row for Brody Stoffel in TSRS competition. And again, 6.5 minutes to go. Blackwood's worst finish on the year has been a 2nd place. That says a lot, right? It's a testament of the hard work of the team, to the kid, and everything he's done, the coaches, everybody involved. That's a successful season, right? And if you want to quote-unquote call this an off weekend to be 4th, I mean, that's good problems to have, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's been an impressive run for him this season, always finishing on the podium in Micro Swift. And really, by the end of this, he's going to be wanting to get at least that 2nd spot to keep the championship hopes alive against Brody Stoffel, as strong as Stoffel has been in this 2025 campaign. Both of them have shared the 1st and 2nd spot. No other driver has been on those steps of the podium in 2025 for the Micros. He's back on track. Shep Sullivan continuing to lead the way. Tyler Blackwood fading a little bit off of the back end of Strayer's Parolin. It's back on to the front straight. 5 minutes plus 2 laps to go at this stage. Especially with the pack we're watching, just those guys calming down, not wanting to make too many moves right now. No need to for them. I think they know that they're not going to catch Brody Stoffel here, Kayla, but maybe just conserving energy for the brawl that's most likely going to happen once they see sticks in the air.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it here, but the 229, again, with 5 minutes left in this race, has been very consistent. And when you take a look at the timing charts here for Stoffel, again, all his laps within a 10th. His fastest is 70.0. His worst on the race is 70.2, all within 0.2 of a second. So that's huge for Stoffel. And again, that goes to the consistency, right, that he's shown with clean air, out in front, hasn't put a foot wrong yet in this race. The 229 just on a mission, right, to go 3 in a row. Again, he won when we were out in Amarillo. He won when we were at Crescent. He's looking to win here in New Orleans. And what a turnaround for him as well. You look back to 2024, found himself stuck in about 5th, 4th, and a flip kind of put him on the back foot throughout the weekend. And to come back a year later, a different driver, a national champion of US SCUSA Pro Tour champion, and now looking to become a TSRS champion here and a race winner in New Orleans. But the second group looking to join him on the podium as Shep Sullivan still holding on ahead of rookie young driver Dusty Strayer in the 202 as they work their way into turn number 11. Strayer on that rear bumper. You see him just applying the pressure through the corners, right? Still letting Shep know that he's there. He's right there, and he's looking for it now. We hit the back straightaway. Dusty Strayer, you see it quite clearly there, Nate. Dusty Strayer wanted to make a move here. And I think he's going to wait. You saw him play the patient game as well in 206 Cadet earlier on today. And you see him doing the same thing here, right? Just waiting, right? Knowing that there's still quite some time left on the timing board with 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, I mean, you saw that patient game being played with Strayer of potentially looking up the inside of Sullivan into the double rights. Probably could have made that move if he throttled up a little bit or just held that inside line a bit more, but ultimately would have most likely ended in contact between himself and Sullivan. So backing out of that, deciding to fight for another day, waiting for his time. That being said, that time on the clock is running out. 2 minutes 30 plus 2 laps to go. A race that a lot of these drivers probably went into thinking, I got plenty of time to make up ground or get past these drivers, is starting to fade away as the laps are coming down.
Onto the backstretch, Tyler Blackwood again still pushing with everything he's got to try and close down his gap. Further back, Hayden Sampson, Wyatt White, they still find themselves relatively close to each other on the racetrack. Neither of them able to draft up on each other, but their gap has started to open up a little bit as we're working our way through here with our drivers in second. This is, again, for the next spot. Tyler Blackwood still with an outside shot to finish on the podium here this weekend. But we're getting close to the end here. Just over a minute and a half to go for the 229 to get the 2 sticks in the air here. And for Shep Sullivan and Dusty Strayer, still waiting for the two of them. Still waiting for Dusty, right? This has been a very patient, very mature drive, it must be said, out of Dusty Strayer in the 202. Where you see the change in mindset, the change of mentality as well, change of driving for a driver of his age. Especially you see him being super patient here in this race, and looks like he's going to continue to do so as this race goes on. On the backstretch now, Dusty Strayer still patient. And that's the biggest thing for a driver, right? To kind of get out of that passing mentality, aggressive mentality, and to set moves up just like that. Took him about 5 minutes to get there, to finally find that pace, to find that rhythm, and for him to get it, that's the biggest change that a driver makes at a young age. And you see him take that step forward, right? Shep Sullivan looked to go back, unfazed for Strayer. Rips the high side, able to open up his gap again. Looking for his first podium on the year for the 202. For Shep Sullivan, looking to return here. Already has 2. This would be the 3rd podium in the row for Shep Sullivan if he's able to close this one out.
Yeah, and I mean, the patience that you were talking about really being demonstrated there. Like I said, there are multiple points during this race where he probably could have made a move on Sullivan. It would have been a bit late. It would have been a bit 50-50 whether they both got out of it, but Strayer waiting for his time, waiting for his moment, and it's worked out for him because he's up into that 2nd spot now. And not to mention these two have really checked out from Tyler Blackwood. Down in 4th, a couple seconds back from these two. This race is starting to conclude. We're getting to the final moments here, Caleb.
We're getting close to the end here. 2 laps to go left in this one. Shep Sullivan, Dusty Strayer going side by side. Strayer able to stay ahead, but Sullivan keeping him honest for the 2nd spot. And again, that would be the best finish in Sullivan's opening campaign in the Micro Swift division. Presented by Gallery Furniture. Here we go. 2 car lengths in between the drivers fighting for 2nd. Nothing yet out of Sullivan. Strayer got a much better exit out of turn number 8 and 8.
Yeah, absolutely. Strayer really starting to show his pace at this stage of the event. Sullivan hasn't been able to respond like he has in other races. But still, Sullivan not giving up just yet. Of course, going to be reeled back into things on this back straightaway. Side by side, though. Strayer holding off Sullivan. Keeps that move. Brings that gap back up to about 4 kart lengths or so, but white flag in the air this time, Caleb, and how about it for Brody Stoffel, the leader right now on board that CRG. Leading the way has been from the start and is probably going to cook up about a 10-second gap between himself and P2 by the end of this.
Speaking of Brody's dad last week when we were at the Stars Championship Series said this kid just wants to be in a kart every single weekend, wants any chance he can get to race, to go out there to compete for race wins. And then again, the amount of seat time this kid has had in 2025, you see the progression, right? You see it pay off. And it's weekends like this where you put almost 10 seconds on the field in the Micro Swift division here for Brody Stoffel. Again, this is set to be win number 3 in TSRS racing action. It'd be 3 in a row, but the 229 here in New Orleans has been uncontested, undeniable. Brody Stoffel wins in New Orleans. Dusty Strayer across the line here in third. Shep Sullivan with a best career finish up to second for the 212. Dusty Strayer, the 202 in third. Title of Blackwood with a good point haul here to finish fourth, with Hayden Sampson rounding up your top 5. Wyatt White came across the line in 6th, with Bodie Byer in 7th. And then again, unfortunate for Aiden Walsh, was running inside of the top 3 when an incident put him out of it. Birdie Brown didn't join us today, but that being said, that's one done. Your 206 Kid Karts get ready to take the green flag in a couple of moments. We'll be right back.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Your 206 Kid Karts out onto the racetrack now, presented by GR2 Motorsports. In your front row is Vettel Baker on the inside, Maverick Reddick on the outside. Wyling Galliano finally joining him up in the fourth spot with a couple of more as well joining them up there. There hasn't been a repeat race winner in Kid Kart in 2025. Green flag in the air. We're racing. And the whole shot, Maverick Reddick with a much better start than Baker, but he has the favorable line on the inside as around the outside. Reddick looking for the lead. Maverick Reddick in the 75 up to P1. Baker to second. Wyling Galliano got a jump on Maxwell there as Galliano is up to third.
Yeah, and the three protagonists this weekend, top three as things stand. Vettel Baker losing the lead early to Maverick Reddick. Wyling Galliano, one of the few drivers not on a CRG chassis, running P3, winner at Speed Sports, looking to double up this season, looking to be the first one to double up.
And you see Wyling starting to push. See him get that little bit closer to Reddick and a Baker as they get into the S's here. Baker on the rear bumper there. Reddick got a little bit out of shape. Collects it again. We hit the back straightaway for the first time this race. And again, Baker's been that little bit better than Reddick on that straight line speed. We'll see what he can do as he's in the draft now. Side by side, further back in the field, looks like JJ DeShong is back there. Hollis, one of the drivers in that mix as well. As we work our way through, Galliano up on the wheel, tuck in the head, looking to close down the gap to the top two, continue to push each other along. Long race here in Kid Kart, 15 minutes plus 2 lap, but Baker wants to waste no time. We're going side by side on the front stretch. Baker on the inside, Reddick on the outside. Who's going to give as Reddick looks to hold on? Baker through for P1.
Vettel Baker back in the lead, but not for long. Maverick Reddick.
Booker Anderson, contact further back. 4 drivers collected. Booker Anderson, heavy incident as Maverick Reddick as well. Red flag in the air. Couple of drivers collected. We'll wait to get more information, but red flag in the air. We'll wait to get a little bit more info.
So I can confirm scary incident here for the lead of the race. Maverick Reddick up and out of the cart. Was able to get up under his own power. So going to see the 75 is A-OK. And as well, a huge ovation out of everybody here on the fence line for this kid. He was able to walk away, which is the most important part. We'll be right back. Quick commercial break from our side. We'll bring you more information as we get it.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Yeah.
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCare.com. At ShopPayCare.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCare.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
So we are going to have a single file restart here for our Kid Karts. They are going to get the green flag. Vettel Baker going to be the one to lead them away. Wylan Galliano going to get passed by the 99 of Maxwell as they work their way through. I can't confirm for those of you, I know we were off the air there for a little bit with the red flag. Can't confirm everybody is okay. The only one being checked out is Maverick Reddick at the moment here. Was able to walk around, but everybody is okay, in good spirits. All the kids had smiles on their faces. So can't confirm everybody's good as we continue this race. Vettel Baker, the 22, pulls away in this battle here for second on back with Wylan Galliano, Maxwell, Boudreaux, and Lofton. Deschamps all get stacked up. We did lose a couple. Booker Anderson, we lost Hollis, Bowden, Lorang. Deacon Wargo didn't take the green to start. But that is what we have, the information we have so far is Vettel Baker puts over a second on Galliano as it starts to open up.
Yeah, so Vettel Baker out already by a few seconds off the restart. Wylan Galliano shown pace throughout this season, shown pace throughout this weekend, obviously getting heat race victory. Looking to try and close up to the gap to P1 as things stand. Check the timing and scoring. See what the gap is that time across the stripe, and it's 2.5 seconds with 10 minutes plus 2 laps remaining. Here for Kid Kart. Main event, of course. Those 10 minutes plus 2 laps to go. A long time for these Kid Karts to make their way around the track again. Not too much battling happening right now, as really the closest battling we have is here on screen. I believe this is for about 3rd, 4th, and 5th. The CRG squad will be going at it for the remainder of this race. No moves being made, though.
Here we go, side by side, further back in the field. The 77 of JJ Deschamps looking to get himself onto the podium places. Boudreaux in the 95 right ahead of him. And they're all chasing down the 99 of Maxwell. Liam Lofton in the 41 AR Academy CRG. Just in the mix. And it must be said, all these drivers look the exact same, so it's hard to tell them apart. There's little nuances that we've been kind of pointing out here. But all of them, black suit, CRG kart, white helmet. They're keeping us on our toes, that's for sure here, Nate.
Yeah, it's not easy to pick them out, of course, with all those CRG drivers looking very similar, but they don't care about that. They're just racing each other as hard as they can for this final spot on the podium for Kid Kart. It'll be under 8 minutes plus 2 laps to go when they cross the line. Still, Baker out in front, that almost 4-second gap. Last time across the stripe. This time it'll update. Probably be a bit higher. It is 5.5 seconds, the gap between Baker and Galliano. So far, Caleb, looking like it's going to go back the way of Baker. Will be the first driver to double up on wins in the Kid Kart class in 2025. With these guys further back, battling for the final spot. Maxwell holding that in the 99 CRG as things stand. We'll have to wait and see if he can hold it.
Did you race Kid Kart back in your day, Nate?
I started when I was 14 years old, so I missed that by about 7 or 8 years, unfortunately. I know our very own Riley Can did, and he likes to tell us about how good he was back then. But
second place at the Kid Kart Nationals for our very own Riley Can back in 2009. And again, a lot of these Kids Karts, we might see the majority of them at, which is now turned into the new Kid Kart Nationals, if you will, over in Indianapolis, Indiana, or I should say Spiceland, Indiana. Next week when we go to Cup Karts North America, we'll see the majority or some of these drivers work their way out there. And we're going side by side for the back of the field. Liam Lofton slots back in a line, and they're still chasing down the 99 of Maxwell for the edge of the podium. Side by side for third is Boudreaux looking on the inside. JJ DeShong. And they trade that spot there. Beto Baker still out in front by a good margin. Wyland Galliano in second. Come across the line. Maxwell still in third in the 99. But that change here, DeShong was able to get ahead of the 95 as they worked their way through with just 3 minutes to go left in this Kid Kart main event. That second group, they've been trading spots for the majority of it. It's going to take some time for them to set up another one here. But Vettel Baker, 10 seconds on the field for the 22. to continue his drive forward. There goes the 95 of Boudreaux on the 77 of JJ DeShong. They trade the fourth spot. As here comes a 41 to Liam Lofton, looking on the inside of turn number 14. Little contact for the two of them on the front stretch. As the 77 of JJ DeShong signaling back to Liam Lofton to hold on as they're going to follow through their passing. It's hard, but the 77 of JJ going off the racetrack. Man, didn't want to get past and signaling back to him, right?
You have to think if that would work in the likes of like Pro Shifter or Pro X30. If, you know, Morgado and Kayak, if that moment, Kayak are like, no, just stay back. You don't need to pass me right now. But anyway, back to the action. 1 minute plus 2 laps remaining. You know, this battle for third still heating up, kind of starting to spread out between third and fourth right now. So it looks like Maxwell building that gap to the 3 other CRGs behind. Again, Baker still leading the way. Galliano 10 seconds back. Maxwell 4 seconds back from Galliano. So it seems like as long as the front 2 continue as they are, that's the first 2 steps of the podium figured out, but still anyone's game for third as things stand. Maxwell holding strong with that gap coming down for the 4th spot. We'll have to see if any of CRG chassis mates will be able to close in and make a move. Maxwell barely able to see over the steering wheel, it looks like, having to look to the left side of his kart as they go down the back straight. Should be about 3 laps to go next time they come across. We'll see double sticks in the air after this. Still, Caleb, these 4 CRGs have been doing well so far this weekend. You have to give it to them that they have been very close to each other in all the heat races and this main event this weekend.
Yeah, they've given us some good action so far. Right, all within the same 10th. Here as we get close to the end, 2 laps to go next time around for these drivers. But Vettel Baker, while these drivers have been close to each other, since the restart, nobody's been close to the 22. He's put 12 seconds on this field with Rylan Galliano in second. To Maxwell, to Boudreaux, Lofton, DeShong, Sutton. All in tow, 7 drivers here as we're going side by side, still passing. As a spin there in turn number 11 for Boudreaux, the 41 of Liam Lofton gets collected as well. And they wait for the officials to come get him. But yeah, an incident here for these 2 drivers. They'll wait for one more competitor to work his way through, but they do get collected. It's about that time to give some love to our race leader, the 22 out in front. On his last 2 laps of this race, Vettel Baker was able to come across the line first when we went over to Kart Moto. He's looking to become the first 2-time winner in Kid Kart here in 2025, and he has a lap and a half to do so. Baker gets the white flag next time by the stripe. Vettel Baker across the line, getting the white flag, the 22. Just one more lap for him to stand on the top step of the podium. As across the line here comes Wyland Galliano. And the battle for third still very close in between Maxwell and DeShong, who are both looking to get themselves onto the podium places here this week. And I believe that would be the second podium for JJ in 2025, as, again, he needs to get one spot better here, as he's actually the driver who has it right now. So he's in third. That would put him on a second podium on the year. Well, you look at Vettel Baker, he's had 18 seconds, 16 on this field. The 22 was good off the restart to get himself up front. And just one straightaway left here for Vettel Baker to become a two-time winner in 2025, Nate. The 22 was flawless off the restart. Vettel Baker gonna win in New Orleans. Wyland Galliano in the 24, up and down weekend after qualifying 10th. The 24 puts himself onto the podium. A good recovery for Wyland. He's gonna stand alongside Vettel as across the line this time, JJ DeShong, Anderson, Maxwell. JJ DeShong, second time podium finisher here in TSRS. He's going to round up your top three with Anderson, Maxwell, and Sawyer Sutton, your top five.
I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopBigEra.com. At ShopBigEra.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopBigEra.com.
Well, it's time to go racing in KA Junior. Tyrone Kemper Jr. and Royce Vega on row number 1. David Ibarra, Nathan Golseth on row number 2.
Nico Orbezo starting P5. Derek Wargo alongside on the 3rd row. Marco Romero, Jackson Baldus will follow in 8th.
Oscar Augusta Wonderly and Gage Bailey on row number 5. Mason Berry and Davis Henry on row number 6. Super B, Braden Westwall on row number 7 with Theo Mitchell.
Luke Cruz starting in 15th, then at Teddy Blum. Salvador Ruiz, Hudson Thomas in 18th.
Braden Ledwidge and Easton Cox, your 20 drivers joining us here in the main event in KA Junior. As we get ready to go racing here, Kemper Jr. on the inside, Royce Vega on a second start of TSRS racing action on the outside. Green flag in the air. We're racing in P1 Engines KA Junior, and already to the front, the number 1 to the lead of it as Vega gets shuffled to the wayside. David Ibarra through for second to the bottom of the racetrack. Going to stack them and pack them. Everybody able to make it through the first couple of corners as one driver, Theo Mitchell, going to go a little wide.
Yeah, probably one of the cleaner starts for our KA 100 juniors on the weekend. Everyone making it through the first half of a track so far, but what a jump it is for Tyrone Kemper Jr. to get out in front. David Ibarra, Royce Vega, that top 3 as things stand, but still pretty packed, pretty spread out for the time being as more moves being made further back in the pack, but fairly spread out. Top 3 or so is carnage back here, Caleb.
One of the high 5 machines. That's the 814. That's out. The 884 out of this race early as well. We'll bring those names to you here. The 884, that was Hudson Thomas. The 814 of Salvador Ruiz. 2 drivers out of this race early. But up front, Tyrone Kemper Jr. Already his gap that was quite significant in that opening lap has closed down. David Ibarra is on his rear bumper. And how many times already in 2025 have we seen these 2 drivers pull away from the rest of the field? We saw it in Amarillo. Ibarra was able to get the better of Kemper Jr. And again, we might be in for a little bit of the same here this weekend in New Orleans.
Yeah, absolutely. Ibarra's going to have his work cut out for him as well with the year that Kemper Jr. has had, and obviously this being some home soil for Tyrone Kemper Jr. It's going to be difficult to beat him at his home track. That being said, Royce Vega, Wargo, Golseth, Baldus there too. Change for the lead. David Ibarra, the CRG, going early to retake the lead, and that's only going to bring 3rd, 4th, and 5th into this battle now.
As here goes Derek Wargo and Royce Vega looking for 3rd. Derek Wargo gets the move done as now Nathan Golseth starts to get closer. And how about Jackson Baldus, the highest he's been running so far this weekend, up to 6th for the high 5 performance driver. Now Golseth looking on Vega. He's through for 4.
Yeah, getting the job done there. Golseth falling back 2 as well to the drivers in front. Top 3 starting to break away ever so slightly. You have the 2 drivers that call this track home with Kemper Jr. and Wargo in 2nd and 3rd. Ibarra seems to be content leading this train and wanted to lead it, taking that early in the race. Still in the back half of the track, no moves being made inside that top 10. Everyone staying single file. You have to think Ibarra might be able to pull these guys away from about 6th on back. Purple on track last time by, so we'll have to wait and see a couple laps to see how this shakes out.
Yeah, we'll see. We know how hard it is to get away here in Nola, especially at this track with this layout on a straightaway that, again, has made drafting so important here. As you see Tyrone Kemper Jr., the gap that Ibarra was able to build just closed right on down on that backstretch. Wargo just pushing Kemper with everything he's got to just get up to the Kart CRG USA machine. And you see they're just all staying right in tow as Golseth looking to go for 3rd side by side with Derek Wargo. And again, they're going to lose a good chunk of time as that move did not work out for Nathan Golseth. Jackson Baldus, so inching his way closer. The same for Nico Orbezo, who's up to 7th. Those 2 drivers with a good recovery drive after 3 heat races that didn't treat either of them all too good.
Yeah, absolutely on that one. And obviously with how long this race is, no matter how your weekend's gone, you got a shot and you got time to bring yourself into a battle for whatever you're looking for, top 10, top 5, podium, or a race win. In the case of the drivers we've been talking about all weekend, Nathan Golseth trying to get by. Derek Wargo didn't seem too pleased with the comp card on that one, and he'll get the spot back. Nathan Golseth up into third on a trackside karting services. Tony Kart is led to chase down Tyrone Kemper Jr. and David Ibarra.
Yeah, Nico Orbezo's right there as well. You see him start to get closer to the rear bumper of Jackson Baldus. Is now Vega, a little bit out of line, looking for something. As Gage Bailey's right in that group as well. Mason Berry not too far off either in the 820. Getting himself close. Oscar Gus Wonderley going to be the driver inside of your top 10 for one of his first starts in the junior ranks. Davis Henry, then Marco Romero. Your top 12 in this race so far, but again, this is really where that game of margins really starts, right? David Ibarra, Tyrone Kemper, they're just pushing each other along, but again, Nathan Golseth, it took him quite some time to try and, take the lead of that second group, to try and get ahead, and that move for them isn't going to help them. This will, as Tyrone Kemper Jr. goes for the lead of the race into turn 15. The number 1 first on the pylon, as now Wargo through for third as well. Looking to close down the gap to the top 2 here, and you see Kemper keeping a car length in between himself and Ibarra. We'll see if Wargo has a response here, Nate.
Yeah, we'll see. You'll probably need the help of Golseth and Vega behind just to get in line and push, be able to get themselves up to Kemper Jr. and Ibarra. About 7/10 or so between the two of them. Seems Wargo is going to do it by himself. Golseth going to the wayside, gets into Bailey as well. Orbezo off the track. A lot happening off camera there in turn 10. Unsure to what that was, but unfortunate for all the drivers involved there. So we have 8 minutes plus 2 laps to go.
Here we go, onto the backstretch. Ibarra looking low. He wanted to stay in line and again just had to make that move. David Ibarra goes through for the lead of the race with Tyrone Kemper Jr. and Derek Wargo right there to spoil the party. And again, Tyrone Kemper Jr. coming into the weekend, 125 points in the lead of this championship. Ibarra was able to get 1 win on the year, and then again a DQ and post-race tech just put him on the back foot. He comes into the weekend 5th as 1 driver's off. That's Theo Mitchell. Unfortunate for the Iceman, the 802 out of this race early in the grass. Looks like they're going to get him back on the racetrack. See if he can get that restarted and back going. But again, up front here for the drivers inside of this top 3. This would be the second win on track for Ibarra, the first win on paper. But Kemper Jr. looking to deny him, looking to go for his 3rd win on the year. Derek Wargo looking to win at home as well. Goes through for second with 7.5 to go. Plus 2 laps. Tyrone Kemper Jr. retakes the lead of the race, and it's just back and forth racing here, Nate. Kemper wants to lead. Ibarra wants to lead for a lap. Derek Wargo hasn't been in that position yet, as everybody else further back is stacked up right behind Jackson Baldus, who is running in 4th right now. That's a great drive out of Jackson, as Royce Vega sits 5th with Gage Bailey, your most recent race winner, to Berry, to Henry, to Romero, who's gotten himself inside of the top 10.
And still, the gap continues to form between 3rd and 4th as things stand. Just unable to do anything is that second group on the leaders. Not able to team up, not able to work together to get up there, because the pace being shown by the top 3 is just a bit too much right now. That being said, Wargo up the inside of Tyrone Kemper Jr. gets the job done, so new leader. Give it to the 888 machine. Back on to the front straight they go. Even with all this passing, the drivers behind haven't been able to close in all that much. You have to think once they start to battle, then they'll be able to bring themselves in. 1.7 seconds is still an attainable gap for those not currently in this fight for the podium and for the race win. Bailey starting to separate himself from Baldus and Gulseth, but of course with that draft down the back straight, all that can be taken away. Still looking at the top three of Wargo, giving himself a little bit of a gap towards the back end of the infield section. Seems to be stronger at that point. Another thing to throw in is just how much grip is being put down on this track and how long this race is. So it's kind of uncharted territory for most of these drivers. Wargo continuously looking back at the drivers behind. Still the same two there, Caleb.
Not only that, but we're getting into 4-sessional tires, right? Everything's kind of just falling off. And who's made the adjustments, right, necessary to be in this position with just under 5 minutes to go? Ibarra looking for the first one on paper in 2025. Kemper looking to get the third one. Derek Wargo just looking to win here at a home track in his first start in TSRS racing action in 2025. 4.5 minutes to go as Ibarra looking to change things up. He's through for second on Tyrone Kemper Jr. And now the roles reverse as Derek Wargo in the 888 finds himself in the lead of the race. As Ibarra and Kemper up and over the curb, pushing the limits with everything they've got. Gage Bailey's right there as well, as that second group is mixed up with Baldus falling back, Vega to Barry, to Henry and Romero, your top 10, as they work their way through. Golseth as well, falling a little bit off where he finds himself down in 5th for the 826. As that battling continues, and the gap for the lead going to close in here shortly, and they're actually bumper to bumper, nose to tail, as there's moves for the back. Barry looking for a move, and a pass for the lead once again for David Ibarra back to the point of the field with Derek Wargo through for second. And here comes the newest variable to this battle of three, the 827 of Gage Bailey. He won in Crescent. He gets himself closer to that battle for the lead as everything changes as Romero looks to chase down in Davis Henry.
Yeah, back up front here, Caleb. Ibarra is making things interesting. I'm sure Kemper Jr. and Wargo would have loved to just run away with this one, the two natives here. And Ibarra just throwing a wrench in the works for this main event of the KA100 Juniors. Onto the back straight yet again. We've seen a handful of passes for the lead happen at the end of this straightaway. Going to see another one and potentially putting Ibarra down to third, and it will. Derek Wargo, Tyrone Kemper Jr. back to P1 and P2 here.
Right on cue there, Nate, as we work our way through with just under 3 minutes to go. Derek Wargo with family, friends on the fence line watching him along. The same for Tyrone Kemper Jr. on a busy schedule, national and regional for Junior. This is the first time he races at home here in New Orleans. For David Ibarra, another weekend on the road. We don't go to Dallas until next week. And for Gage Bailey as well, on his return to the seat, looking to get himself another win in 2025 as David Ibarra goes through for second in a turn number 8.
I think it's a smart move from Ibarra to continuously split this pack up of Kemper Jr. and Wargo. If you let them drive off into the sunset, that's pretty much race over, but both of them have the pace to chase down one another, that being Wargo and Kemper Jr. So continually having to work with them is a smart move by the CRG pilot. Brings himself back into it. Big shove at the end of the straightaway, just showing how much the draft does around here. But Ibarra going way wide in the final corner. Kemper Jr. getting put into the grass there, as Bailey is going to try and pick some spots up here. Couple tenths though now between second and third. We'll have to see if they work together as Bailey up the inside of Kemper Jr.
Yeah, just got to be smart here, fellas. Can't waste too much time battling, because there is a driver that is running away with it if that does continue, and another driver that's looking to get that little bit closer to get himself into the mix. As here's that second group with Jackson Baldus, Davis Henry, Marco Romero on the Nash Motorsports machine, all in line That's that group down to 8th with Barry and Vega. Down the order is now Henry looking to go on Baldus. He's through into turn number 11.
Slick move there to get by. That's for P6 as a couple of these drivers had pace to hold with the battle for the win. Vega being one of them. This will be a weekend to forget for him. We're starting on the front row for all the heats, being a favorite going into this main event. Not going to look back on this one with a smile. That being said, big changes up front. Bailey going for the lead as Wargo takes it away. Ybarra is going to go low with Bailey. New race leader potentially. They're both going to run wide. Tyrone Kemper Jr. makes it 3 wide and gets past both of them. Bailey into P2. It's a CS55 1-2 at the moment as Ybarra third. Wargo in fourth. Both of them losing a lot of time in that. Nathan Gulseth might get brought into this if they keep battling like that. It's going to be 2 laps to go at the stripe, Caleb. Time is running out for these guys, and it is all kicked off up front.
And we just looked away for a moment there as these drivers were setting up for something big, and it was turn number 1 where Gage Bailey took the charge forward. Ibarra now going to have to reset for a lap. What does Gage Bailey do here as they work their way forward? They're looking to push away from Ibarra and from Wargo. Do you surprise them? He's not. They're going to continue to push here. 2 laps to go this time by. And P1 Engines KA100 Jr. 2 sticks in the air. Tyrone Kemper Jr. your leader with Gage Bailey looking around the outside to set up a crossover. Ibarra brought right back up into this mix with Derek Wargo. Kemper going to go low. Look, keep an eye on Derek Wargo here. He crosses over on Ibarra, looking to go on Bailey. They're side by side for a second. Tyrone Kemper Jr. holds on side by side, almost 3 wide. Ibarra looking to get through, but Tyrone Kemper Jr. gets the gap that he needed here in this race. And again, they were just battling for a second on who was going to be the first one to get up to Jr. And that gap just opened up a little bit too much. We'll see if Ibarra has enough left in it to close it down on the final lap here. But the battle for third with Gage Bailey, Derek Wargo, and Nathan Gulseth now puts himself in contention for a podium.
Yeah, Gulseth was patient that entire race, and it's paying off for him now. Big question is how much can that draft help David Ibarra get back into it? Same with Bailey. Wargo going for a little bit of a block there on Gulseth, pulls back in line. White flag in the air this time by Gulseth putting his hand up as Wargo again goes defensive. Top 3 in shot there. Wargo to the inside. Gulseth going to try and take it away. This is for 4th. As Wargo back to the inside, we'll see him go, and we'll try and get a look at the leaders as what is happening up there. See if Tyrone Kemper Jr. can be caught here, Caleb. It's going to be late. It's going to be close, even if they can. But right now, I think it's going the way of Kemper Jr.
Yeah, Kemper Jr., again, he hasn't put a foot wrong, and don't expect that out of him here at his home track as they continue to fight for 4th on back. The battle for the lead still heating up as they're still fighting with everything they've got for 4th here. Gulseth going to be the first one there. But as we hit the back straightaway, does David Ibarra and Gage Bailey, do they have enough to close down that gap to Junior? I'm not sure here, Nate, if it's going to be enough, but Tyrone Kemper Jr. came into the weekend with a championship points lead. Is everybody going to defend the number 1 plate? Is the number 1 for a reason? Is Bailey up and over the grass, but Tyrone Kemper Jr., a race at home, a win at home. Junior steals it in KA100 Jr. as across the line in second for David Ibarra. And rounding up your podium for Gage Bailey and Nathan Gulseth with a podium down to 12th. But Tyrone Kemper Jr., the 834, extends his championship points lead. When we get to Dallas, that's a drive and a half for the number 1 of Tyrone Kemper Jr., your winner in New Orleans.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
.206 Senior, presented by Slipstream Racing, hits the racetrack, and they're led by Cup Karts North America Grand National Champion Christopher McKeithen. Starting alongside him is Jacob Oliver for Trackside Karting Services GFC, and it's a kid from New Orleans starting third in Sawyer Roussel. Josie Chambers. Going to happen all weekend. I'm sorry. Josie Chambers starting on row number 2 with Jeff Dolian and Reagan Seville on row number 3. Carter Kilgo and Addy Bamrou on row number 4 with Jackson Young and Cole Killian. Your top 5 rows, your top 10 starters. Raphael Kraus and Cameron Reed on row number 6. It's going to be a drive up the field for the 609. For the reigning champ as well, Bryce Frank starting alongside Gabriel McLeod with Braden Domain and Shelby Ramirez on row number 8 with Chuck Jensen and Paul Braden. Vinny Corralo, Noah Jordan, to Nick Miller, Brent Balloon, Paul Nyken, and more getting set to take the green flag as Christopher McKeithen and Jacob Oliver lead us into the tram lines. 30 drivers total getting set to take the green flag. A track that has always delivered some of the best racing action in 206 Senior. We get ready to go again. 30 of the best. Get the green flag. We're racing in 206 Senior. It's an even start up front for McKeith and Oliver. Looking to not lose too many spots at the start of it after getting shuffled to the wayside. McKeithen going to go low to defend from Sawyer Roussel as we're side by side, almost 3 wide. Cameron Reed looking to go through. Jackson Young, Raphael Kraus going wide. A couple of drivers making contact. Bryce Frank stuck in the middle of it all with an atrocious start for the number 1, but they're side by side further back for 4th. Reagan Seville goes through on Josie Chambers.
Yeah, chaotic start there to get through the opening couple of corners. They were 3 wide, a couple rows deep, going through turns 3 and 4, but now You can see that separation from the top 7. Kilgo up the inside of Chambers, gets that job done, allows him to go and chase after Reagan Seville on board. That Trackside Karting Services GFC for 4th. The top 4 starting to break away ever so slightly. McKeithen double checking as Reagan Seville is just pointing, let's go, let's get out of here. As that top 4 starting to check out ever so slightly here, Caleb, but McKeithen seems to go defensive as Roussel off the track. Oliver as well, the two colliding there in the final corner. What on earth happened there, Caleb?
Yeah, I'm not all too sure, but we're side by side further back, and that looks like a heavily bent GWR OTK for Sawyer Roussel, who's going to be out of this race early, but there's more contact further back in the field. Some dirt gets kicked up, and out of nowhere, Carter Kilgo and Cameron Reed up to 4th. The young lady at her home track gets herself up to 4th on what's been a recovery drive after yesterday in heat race number 2, a chain that just came off of the cart. She puts herself up to 4, taking advantage of the mistakes of others, but you can't count out Reagan Seville and Christopher McKeithen able to get away early, and that's going to be a huge ask out of Kilgo and Reed to try and close down that gap for the lead of this race. Chambers is right there, Jeff Dolian, Addy Bamaru with Braden Domain finally running up inside of the top 10 with Gabriel McLeod right behind him. But everybody single files to get to the back straightaway. That gap is at over 2 seconds in between Kilgo and Seville as Frank looking to make some headway here. Himself and Jackson Young go side by side on that front stretch. Young going to get through into turn number 1, but there you have about 2.5 seconds in between Carter Kilgo, Cameron Reed, and Christopher McKeithen and Reagan Seville. These two drivers, again, they've traded wins already in 2025. Seville started off the year on a high where he won in Speed Sports Racing Park. McKeithen wasn't with us for the second round, but when he came back in Crescent, he was the driver to beat all weekend long, and he was able to get it done. Kelvin Zing, the only other driver in 2025 with a race win in 206 Senior, who's not here with us this weekend, but these two looking to become two-time winners in 2025. The same could be said for Cameron Reed, who's come so close already this year on what's been weekends plagued with bad luck, and this weekend where she's been one of the fastest overall, the driver to beat. Even at that, with Sawyer Roussel was not out of this race, but again, the bad luck struck for her again as they're all pushing each other along on this backstretch. As Killian going to defend from McLeod here as we go into turn number 15.
I think everyone third on back knows the task at hand, to chase down two of the fastest drivers in this field. It's now up to 2.6 seconds between Seville and Kilgo. So obviously it's a massive challenge, a massive undertaking for these drivers to try and challenge McKeithen and Seville. Tandem drafting seems to be the name of the game right now, Caleb, as Kilgo making a little bit of a mistake there. Cameron Reed's not going to take that for too long. Chambers looking up the inside of Cameron Reed. Chambers is going to back out of that and work with Cameron Reed. That's a smart move from Chambers, but doesn't work out for him because Dolian attempts to move up the inside, does not work out.
Yeah, they just can't afford too many mistakes, right? If they do want to put themselves in a position to fight for a race win here, that helps the progress, that hurts the progress that they were making up to the top 2. And again, those two, some of the best, wherever they go. Christopher McKeithen, already a proven national race winner. Reagan Seville, proven regional race winner, contested for a TSRS championship in his rookie year. And again, we just saw him go over to Route 66 not too long ago on a different region, different tire, different track, and he was running up at the front the entirety of that weekend. And again, we're seeing this race play out because the top 2, we know they're not going to make mistakes. It's on this second group. They need to be that much quicker, but they lost a second that lap. It was 2.5. Now it's up to 3.5. And it's little moves like that really won't help as Kilgo and Reed, it looks like for the rest of this race, they're going to be fighting for just a spot on the box with Seville and McKeithen. And again, we've seen it all this weekend, right, Nate? We've seen everything occur here, and you got to put yourself in the perfect spot here towards the end of the race. Third is going to be the best for either of them, and they have to hope for a little bit of luck from McKeithen and Seville. And what I must say, which has been a little bit of a cooler afternoon here, we were up to 90 degrees. It's only down to 89, but nice and shady, if you will, as we have a pass. Cameron Reed able to get through on Carter Kilgo for third. And she's been working on that one for quite some time. So the Racing Cajun up to the third spot with Carter Kilgo back and forth. Jeff Dolian and Sawyer Chambers all in line with Braden Domain right there as well, the next Reed Motorsports machine.
Yeah, you got to think if you're Cameron Reed, just got to keep your head down at this point and really hope. You got to put yourself in the best position and hope for the drivers in front of you to make a mistake, to make a little contact, to bring them to you. And obviously fighting a lot like we've been seeing at the opening stage of this race throughout the field is not going to do that for you. Of course, all these drivers have race winning potential. None of them went into the weekend thinking like, yeah, I really want a third place finish right now. So all of them eyes on the prize, and that's keeping it out in front as perfect as laps as you can. Stay smooth, work together. That's the name of the game right now. And you can see just the challenge they have ahead of them. McKeithen and Seville have already left frame down the back straight into the final corner they go. It was 3.5 seconds last time across the stripe between second and third. This time, 4 seconds. Obviously, we had that pass by Cameron Reed. It wasn't the slickest of passes in terms of saving time to the leaders. It was something Cameron Reed had to do, though, because the mistakes were counting up for Carter Kilgo, and they had to try something here, Caleb.
Yeah, and that's something that's going to come with experience as well for Kilgo again. It's been of the year where we're really starting to see him race up at the front here, but again, these two have been on a different level, right? Seville, it was bad luck in heat race number 3 that saw him in the grass. For McKeithen as well, he's just kept his nose clean. But again, these two, we're expecting to see something big, right, out of those two whenever they do decide to fight, and that's going to be close to the end, very, very close. But it's just about, you know, speaking of Seville, especially during the lunch break, just saying it's all about putting yourself at the right spot at the start, avoiding the carnage, letting it happen behind you. And again, he gave credit to Christopher McKeithen as well when we spoke earlier, just saying Christopher's so good at getting himself out of trouble and keeping himself ahead of it before it even happens. It's almost like he knows that it's going to happen behind him. And we've seen that all weekend long, Nate, and again, Christopher has been there, right, to get himself out of the mess before it even occurs. His teammate Jackson Young, unfortunately, has had to work his way through this field, and he's now getting himself inside of the top 5. Sorry, inside of the top 10, as he was able to pass Gabriel McLeod for 10th. Addy Bamrou in the 612 Kart Racing Solutions machine is a driver in 9th with Killian, another one of the Reed Motorsports CRGs with Braden Domain right ahead of him as they work their way through turn number 10. Killian looking to go on Braden Domain. They're side by side and able to hold on as Addy Bamrou through the grass in a turn 11. Just ran out of room there, as he's now going to lose a little bit of more time. Paul Braden not too far back with Bryce Frank there as well in the 13th spot. But the gap up front is starting to open as they work their way through. 5 minutes to go. And the gap has closed here. It was at 4 seconds. It's now down to 3.7. Cameron Reed, Carter Kilgo. It looks like, Nate, they have found an answer with 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, that's crucial, isn't it? 3/10 obviously isn't going to do it at this rate, but obviously finding something, finding some sort of time is huge for them. Kilgo's just got to continue to stick on the back bumper of that Reed Motorsports CRG with Cameron Reed behind the wheel. Because at the moment, the second that McKeithen and Seville start to go at it, if they continue on this pace, they might have a shot. They might have an outside chance as things stand, but Like I was saying earlier, all these drivers have pace to go for P1. They know the task at hand. They're not going to be satisfied with the P3 finish after how this race is gone. So they're going to keep pushing. 3.7 is the target right now. Reed a little bit wide in the final corner. They come across the stripe this time, back to 3.8.
6 there.
3.6.
So that's another tenth, but again, it has to be just that little bit more with 4 minutes to go. It has to be about 2 to 3 tenths a lap for Carter Kilgo and Cameron Reed to really get there on Reagan Seville and Christopher McKeaton. They're going to need a whole lot out of the two of them, but fastest car on the race has been Cameron Reed. She's the fastest driver on the racetrack with a 1:11.8. And again, she's showing that, right? Just 2 tenths here and there. Starting to close into these two who haven't passed, haven't even flinched up front with about 3.5 minutes to go. That second group, Frank was able to work his way through, it looks like, to 11th. So that's all outside of the top 10 with Addy Bamrou right behind him.
Yeah, and looking at this gap out in front, Christopher McKeithen and Reagan Seville are two very smart drivers. They know what they have to do at this stage. They've been doing it from the word go and building the gap as much as they can to give themselves a little bit of insurance once they do start to battle.
That was a huge chunk there, Nate. Half a second. Cameron Reed is absolutely flying here in New Orleans. She took a massive chunk out of the gap from Christopher McKeithen and Reagan Seville with 2.5 minutes to go for the 6:09. Still pushing with everything she's got. Carter Kilgo content to push her along as his battle further back. Rafael Kraus and Moore find themselves in that mix on the edge of the top 15. Shelby Ramirez right in that group as well. That second group, not much has changed. Jackson Young has gone to the lead of it. He's up to 7th. With Killian right behind him, Domain, and Jeff Dolian is good ways up the road, about 2 seconds. But 2 minutes to go. Reed just needs to put herself at about 2 seconds. And you're going to need a whole lot of fighting out of McKeithen and Seville, but you see it. Cameron Reed is digging here in NOLA.
Absolutely. Christopher McKeithen, his times are starting to drop, and they've been declining the past couple of laps. Cameron Reed has been going stable right now on the lap times. Looking at it again, 2.8 seconds. That time by 2.9. So again, still the progress you need there, Kayla, but it's still not quite enough at this rate. I feel like if they start to battle up front, which they will on the final lap or with 2 laps to go, being within 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds is still an outside shot, but it's definitely achievable for these two running in 3rd and 4th.
Well, I tell you what's going to help. They were side by side for the lead there for a second. McKeithen went a little bit lower than Reagan Seville. And we have a pass for the lead. Reagan Seville through for first on Christopher McKeithen. That's exactly what that second group needs. Cameron Reed and Carter Kilgo need a little bit more of that to close down the gap. It's at 2.9 as the front two hit the backstretch. Reed still pushing, and there you have that change on your screen now. Reagan Seville is able to go into turn number 10. Now McKeithen for the first time going to put himself in second. Seville just wants control with 30 seconds to go. 3 laps to go from New Orleans in Slipstream Racing 206 senior. Cameron Reed 2.2 now. They put themselves at about 2 seconds here.
And purple for Cameron Reed. That is huge for Cameron Reed. That his gap is closing so much, Caleb. And now if you're Reagan Seville or Christopher McKeithen and checking behind you, you're seeing that gap start to come down. If you're Christopher McKeithen, starting to panic, maybe just a little bit with 2 laps to go, seeing that orange CRG get closer and closer.
Yeah, and here you go. McKeithen hasn't even tried to go back yet. But again, it's about that time, and Reed just needs to continue to set those lap times as Kilgo right there as well, looking for his first podium in 2025. Reed already with a podium, but looking to get back to the top step here this year. On a weekend at home where, again, the entire team came out for this one, right? You saw their tent just full with local drivers here from Louisiana joining the Reed Motorsports camp. For Reagan Seville, looking to go back-to-back here in New Orleans. He won here in 2024, looking to win here in 2025. McKeithen looking to go back-to-back in 2025 on race wins. He won in Crescent, looking to win here this weekend. 2.2 is the gap with 2 laps to go this time by. And the gap gets even slimmer. Cameron Reed, another 0.3 out of the gap to 6:09, pushing with everything she's got to get up to the top 2. Carter Kilgo right there as well, content to keep pushing her along as they continue to close down that gap. 2 laps to go. Seville not going defensive yet, but Christopher McKeithen, who wants control going into the white flag here, Nate?
Yeah, that's the big question. Cameron Reed, 1.9 seconds away. That is striking distance and a half. Once those drivers out in front decide to start going at it. Right now, though, Seville and McKeithen doing exactly what they need to, just fall in line, even if they are being caught at a rapid rate, which they are, by Cameron Reed, who is improving as the 2 in front are declining in pace at this stage of the race. Penultimate time onto the back straight. Here for 206 senior Cameron Reed from the get-go has been tapping the back of her helmet saying, let's go get these leaders, and it's starting to pay off here, Caleb. Onto the front straight yet again. They'll see the white flag this time, and what Reagan Seville does next is going to really, affect what Cameron Reed and Kilgo do at this stage. Doesn't go defensive into turn 3, Caleb, but you have to think at some point McKeithen's got to go for it.
They're going to need a little more here. Cameron's going to need a little more. She's been given everything she's got. She's done her part, gotten the gap down to about 1.5 seconds, and you see her start to come in a frame, but they need a pass out of Christopher McKeithen on Reagan Seville for the lead of this race to change things up, but Seville has been able to keep McKeithen at bay. 2 car lengths the gap now, and McKeithen checks the shoulder. He knows they're coming, but Seville has been flawless as he goes to the bottom of the racetrack now. Carter Kilgo looking for a move for 3rd, and that's going to open up the gap even more as now Christopher McKeithen and Reagan Seville continue to fight as they fight back for 3rd as well. It's going to be side by side for Christopher McKeithen to the bottom of the racetrack. Here comes Carter Kilgo. Here comes Cameron Reed as they're side by side on the backstretch. McKeithen to the lead of the race goes through on Reagan Seville. As they work their way through, it's going to be Christopher McKeithen across the line, side by side. Reagan Seville, did he steal it? He didn't. Christopher McKeithen wins in New Orleans. All right, welcome back here. We're 7.5 minutes to go left in this session here in 206 Cadet, presented by Speed Concepts Racing. Aston Wyatt, Brody Stoffel, and Ruben Greer find themselves in that lead pack for the race win here in 206 Cadet. Drew Blem looking to work his way further up as well after having to work his way through the field with a mishap in heat race number 3 with Caleb Roberts, Clayton Stiles, Wyatt White, Dusty Strayer, Silas Root, and Mace Lasek inside of the top 10. And up to this point there, Aston Wyatt has been in control of this 206 Cadet class. And for Brody Stoffel, a little bit different view than what he had earlier on today in Micro Swift, finding himself with a fight on his hands to win here in 206 Cadet. Ruben Greer right behind him as well.
Yeah, absolutely. As these front three checking out from the rest of the field. A little bit of chaos at the start on turn 1, lap 1. Seeing a lot of drivers go to the wayside through there. Stiles, actually one of the drivers who was caught with a mechanical issue on the opening lap. Got it refired. Went from last to 6th so far this race. Only 8 seconds back from this lead pack that we follow. Aston Wyatt fastest on track as things stand, with just 6 minutes remaining. A tire falling off of one of the competitors, Caleb. Yeah, so it's now just Aston Wyatt and Brody Stoffel at the lead of this race. Both of them pretty much unaware as to what happened that last lap. That's going to promote Drew Blem up into the 3rd spot. Caleb Roberts, Clayton Stiles, still your top 5 as we go. 5 minutes plus 2 laps remaining for these 206 cadets. It's going to be fought out between Wyatt and Stoffel at this pace. No other drivers really have the, the speed, the pace to catch up to those front two, let alone the time at this point in the race, Caleb.
Yeah, indeed. It's not been an easy one, to say the least there, Nate. But Dusty Strayer looking to get himself further up the order as he's chasing down Clayton Stiles. Dusty Strayer, the driver of the 222, with Wyatt White right behind him, Mace Lasek, Yomi Vargas, Silas Root. And again, we've seen how hectic some of these starts have been, which is why we're seeing the separation now with Stoffel and Aston and Wyatt. Stoffel looking to go 2 for 2 on the day. And again, we wait for official results as well as they continue to come in.
Yeah, absolutely. On screen, having another battle further back with Stiles in this one as well. You have Blem, Roberts, and the like. 4.8 seconds back from the lead pack, of course, so even if they did work together, that's about 11 seconds back from the lead pack. Strayer, White, those guys. There you see our leaders from pretty much the word go. Aston Wyatt looking for a race win after coming so close. Brody Stoffel wanting another trophy to add to the collection in 2025, and what a year it's been for him. There you can see Blem, Roberts, Stiles making their way on to the back straight, then Strayer, White, and Lasek. Strayer looking to the inside of White on that Croc Promotions cart. Both of them will get by the 224 into the final chicane.
Okay, here we go. That second group is now Lasek looking on the inside of Dusty Strayer in a turn number 1. Mace Lasek able to get clear into the lead.
Yeah, Lasek leading that pack now. Really the closest battle we have on track, at least the closest active one. Leaders have been bumper to bumper from the word go. Been working together throughout the entirety of this race. Other than Strayer, Lasek, and White really being the most captivating of the on-track battles so far. 2 minutes plus 2 laps remaining for 206 Cadet here at Nola Motorsports Park. Round 4 of the 2025 season. Onto the back straight yet again. Might be a little bit of dialogue whether or not Strayer, Lasek, and White were able to catch up to Styles in P5, but time's running out for them. It's still a bit too big of a gap at this rate.
Yeah, a minute and a half to go, and Stoffel has just stayed in second for the majority of it. Very similar to what we saw in 206 Senior just a couple of moments ago. For the majority of that race, the drivers inside of the top 2 just content to push. With a minute and a half to go as Lasek still battling with Strayer, with White right behind them. Clayton Styles in 5th. Caleb Roberts, good recovery out of the 231 as well throughout the weekend. He's shown some great pace. Drew Blam again. If it wasn't for that 3rd heat race, and he'd be right up with the top 2, but here's that battle as Dusty Strayer looked to go into turn number 8. Mace Lasek gets the over-under on the exit.
Getting the job done through there. Battle for P6 rages on, of course. We'll see these guys battle until the finish, but the battle happening up front. Ashton Wyatt, Brody Stoffel leading the way here, just a 10th separating those two. They'll be making their way onto the front straight at this time. We'll have to keep a lookout for them. There they are. As Wyatt continues to lead Stoffel. No moves being made right now, and it will be 2 laps to go at the line next time by. We'll have to see when Brody Stoffel decides to make his move on Aston Wyatt. Just waiting patiently here as they make their way into the second half of the track. You can see the gap that they've also formed to 3rd on back. Drew Blem. Still have Caleb Roberts, Clayton Styles, Mace Lasek, Dusty Strayer, Wyatt White, Yomi Vargas, Sebastian Kim. Your top 10 as things stand. But as they head back onto the back straight, 6 in the air. Next time by for these two. 2 laps to go. Decide who's going to be standing on the top step of the podium. And indeed, Aston Wyatt will lead them to it.
Here we go, 2 laps to go for Brody Stoffel and for Aston Wyatt and 206 Cadet. Aston Wyatt has been all too familiar with this position right here. He's been all too familiar with the 206 Cadet package as well. Proven race winner in it. For 206, for Brody Stoffel, unfamiliar with 206, if you will. Doesn't have much experience. It's been one of the biggest curves that he's had to learn, especially going from a micro Swift over to the 206 side of things. And this is really one of the best weekends that we've seen him. Again, in contention for a race win here with Aston Wyatt as they're getting closer and closer to the end of it. A lap and a half to go as Wyatt looks like he had a much better exit on turn number 8 compared to Stoffel. And we expect for that gap to close right on down on this backstretch. Here come the leaders. And Stoffel thinking about a move. He's going to push for just another 3 corners. But then the white flag hits the air, Nate.
Yeah, white flag in the air. 1 to go. About a car length in between the 2 of them. But we've seen how powerful the draft is around Nola Motorsports Park. Brody Stoffel definitely not out of this one yet. Decides not to make his move into turn 3. He's going to wait. And this is most likely going to come down to, well, yet again, another drag race on the back straight to potentially get that race win. So we'll watch on. Aston Wyatt not going to go defensive through the second half of the track through here. Again, It's all going to be going according to plan for one of these drivers. Down the back straightaway, it will be side-by-side drag race. Almost sure of it, and Aston Wyatt's going to do his best to keep all 4 tires on the track and try and get that race win he so desperately wants here, Caleb. Yeah, Brody Stoffel going off there. Had to do it. Didn't put his hand in the air or anything. I think he knew that he just had to try something through there. It was a good run from both of them. Drew Blem will round out the provisional podium in third. Clayton Stiles, Caleb Roberts, your top 5. Then Dusty Strayer, Mace Lasek, Wyatt White, Yomi Vargas, Sebastian Kim, your top 10.
Aston Wyatt, your race winner in New Orleans, the 221. What a performance out of Aston in 2:06 cadet. Brody Stoffel and across the line in second to Drew Blem, your top 3. To Clayton Stiles, to Caleb Roberts, your top 5. But Aston Wyatt, again, came just short of a race win earlier today. He wins here in 2:06 cadet, presented by Speed Concepts Racing. What a performance out of the 221. And again, next time we'll see them is when we head over to Dallas Kart Complex later on in the year. We'll take a quick break in the action. When we return, KA100 Masters hits the racetrack.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
KA100 Master presented by High Five Performance hits the racetrack. And Pierce Baldus going to be the driver to lead him to the green flag. He's starting alongside New Orleans' own Shane Burkett on row number 1 with Dex Niken on row number 2 with Brent Harper. Morgan LeBaron and Daniel Howie on row number 3. Miguel Mir and Janae Din on row number 4 with Neil Faulkner and Randy Rogers. Your top 5 rows, your top 10 starters. Here's a look down the rest of the order with Curtis Terry, Kyle Piepenbrock, Kyle Uchinsky, Anthony Harwin. Only 14 drivers taking the green flag here today as we get ready to go racing in KA100 Masters, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. All of them looking into the tram lines for the final time today. Couple of stragglers on the grid. We'll see if we got on the first time of asking. We will. Green flag. And Baldus will lead them into turn 1. Gets a good jump from the rest of the field as everyone's going double file through the first set of corners. Baldus with a great jump. Din around on the 433 CS55. That's not at all how you want to start that race. But again, 50 minutes plus 2 laps is a long time to recover, albeit very, very far back for Din. But Baldus doing exactly what he needs to do, getting away early, but not the start Shane Burkett would have wanted down in 3rd.
Unfortunate there for the Cruise Racing Development driver who's out of this race early. As they're working their way through, Dex Naken up and over the curb with Shane Burkett right behind him. Pierce Baldus with a good start. And this is the furthest we've seen Niken up to 2nd already. It's the furthest we've seen him this weekend. And again, Burkett as well sitting there in 3rd with some adjustments as Uchinsky's making moves. A little bit ways down the order, gets himself up to about 11th, it looks like. Take a look at the official word with the first lap underway. Uchinsky up to 13th, Piepenbrock to 12th, to Faulkner. Actually, Uchinsky up to 7th as we're side by side for 2nd as Shane Burkett gets through for 2nd. Morgan LeBaron right there as well. Brent Harper and Miguel Mir all in line, chasing down the reigning champion, Pierce Baldus.
Baldus with that nice gap as things stand between himself and Shane Burkett, who's already starting to form a gap of his own for the drivers behind. Baldus and Burkett have really been the standouts of this class this weekend here at Nola. Nikon going for a little bit of a half spin there. Gets it collected though and back onto the back straight right behind Miguel Mir. This KA100 Masters class was nice and racy at the start of things. It's starting to spread out here, Caleb, early on in the going. It's allowing some drivers to build those gaps like Baldus out in front. Half a second last time turns into 1.2 seconds across the stripe.
Yeah, there you go. And again, 1.2 is the gap that Pierce Baldus has as Morgan LeBaron finds himself in the 3rd spot with Brent Harper still in tow as Daniel Howie on debut weekend with High Five Performance. Again, heat race number 3 wasn't the best for him, and the main event as well continues with more gremlins for Howie.
Yeah, absolutely. Further back in the pack. So Miguel Mir holding off. A few drivers that didn't have the start that they would have wanted. And Miguel Mir having a weekend he would not have wanted. Indeed. Farther back in P5 right now, trying to charge towards Harper, LeBaron, Burkett, Baldus. The 4 drivers in front of him occupying that top 5 spots. But Burkett is going to have to go a little defensive on LeBaron into turn 1. That gap is closing for 2nd, and LeBaron seems like he's found some sort of pace in this main event. So we'll have to see if any move comes of it, and of course Harper hasn't had the best of luck today. You're looking for potential podium here if LeBaron keeps making mistakes like that in the middle of the track, just going way up and over a curb, losing the outside rear, and sliding those tires more than they need to be at this stage of the race. You don't want to be overheating them, but doesn't seem to be hindering them too much. Again, just a little bit of a lockup there on the back section of the track. You don't want to be making those mistakes. Like I said, Caleb, they definitely do add up. And
well, I think he's just pushing, right? Pushing the limits here because Morgan, again, wants to get himself through on Shane Burkett, so he's just giving it everything he's got to try different things, try deeper braking zones, and you see him there. I think he might be lacking a little bit on the front straightaway, so you can see that a little bit, if you will, over driving throughout some of the corners, right, to try and close down those gaps where I think, you know, on the opposite side, when you get to that straightaway, you saw him kind of shake his head there as Burkett was able to open up his gap again. So that's the only thing, right? To me, it's pushing the limits, right? Getting there, and it almost turns to a little bit of maybe over driving. But even then, he did close down the gap, so it could be one or two ways. As we look on through the field, Uchinsky's up to 7th, Niken to 6th, Mir right there in frame, the 477. Again, I believe coming into the weekend was leading the championship, and indeed he was by only 40 points to Pierce Baldus, and that is actually going to change here at the end of the day today. Pierce Baldus, if this position holds, if this win holds for him, this would be a change in the championship points lead, and that could even be a change as well for second, with Brent Harper having a good number of heat race results, but just really need to get himself on the podium here as he continues to chase down Morgan LeBaron in the closing stages here, Nate.
Yeah, of course, and looking at Miguel Mir's results so far this year, it's been a second, a win, a third. This is most likely going to be the drop round for 2025 for Miguel Mir, but the pressure is going to be on at DKC for the final round to show up there, be quick, and get the win that he needs both in the championship and on track to secure what would be a K100 Master Championship. But on track right now, still struggling for pace, 4.4 seconds back in 5th. Holding off the driver a couple of karts back, Kyle Ujinsky, getting back into the saddle this weekend. The owner of TV Kart USA and Amarillo Kart Complex, nice to see him back on the grid. He's been really building up the TV Kart USA banner in the United States, and especially here in the South. So we'll have to see if he can potentially get a top 5 out of this. There you can see the rest of the field cycling on through. Through the chicane they go yet again. And onto the front straight here. Miguel Mir continues to lead the way, but looks like he might be under pressure here, Caleb. Battle for 5th.
Here goes Niken through for the 5th spot on Miguel Mir. The 469 able to get clear as Uchinsky starting to close in on these two drivers right ahead of him. And again, a lot of these drivers on your screen, especially Kyle Uchinsky, right, almost been a return of the seat for him, looking to get ready for the big one at the end of the year when we go to the Las Vegas Motor Speedway in Las Vegas, Nevada for the Super Nationals. So again, this has been a good preparation on a track that's been pretty physical, to his words, like we heard from him yesterday. Very bumpy track that's definitely been, if you will, a little bit of a wake-up call, right, to get in the seat, to get ready. But this is good as well. It's looking good for Brent Harper as well, as he's trying to get himself onto the podium places. He closed in quite significantly on Morgan LeBaron on that backstretch, and LeBaron just has a much better exit out of turn number 16, where he's able to keep Harper at bay.
Yeah, getting closer and closer is Harper. This battle for third could turn into a battle for second. There you see Kyle Ujinsky slowly closing in on the back of Miguel Mir. Back to LeBaron and Harper. Could be interesting to see if Harper does get by LeBaron, that he might be able to tow LeBaron up to Shane Burkett on that MPG Academy card. And again, more drivers just letting the rear end get a little loose out there, Caleb. Of course, with the KA Masters, 490 pounds isn't very easy to tame out there, especially with how hot it's getting, the amount of grip on track. For some of these drivers are going to have to be very precise out there.
Yeah, here we go on the back straightaway. Kyle Uchinsky's getting closer to Miguel Mir. And the same for Mir on Niken. No moves yet out of these veterans of the class. And again on the front straightaway, Miguel Mir, just not enough to make that move with just over 5.5 minutes to go left in KA Masters, presented by High Five Performance. And their lead man, Pierce Baldus, has been in control since the green flag waved at the start of it all. Again, the past 2 sessions, 3 sessions, really, if you want to consider heat race number 2, where he was able to get a win. Earlier today, he wasn't, but you look at the turnaround, right, for Pierce. It's been a great main event where he's really showed some great pace there, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at the timing and scoring, Pierce Baldus still improving his times and getting quicker as things go on. So Pierce Baldus just needs to keep it clean from now on to try and get a race win here, make it 2 in a row for Pierce Baldus. But still on screen here, Miguel Mir continues to hold off after TV Kart USA himself, Kyle Ujinsky. Into turn 3 they go. No moves being made right now. You have to think most of these drivers, after a long weekend, a long hot weekend here in Nola, starting to really feel it with, like you said, Caleb, how bumpy this track is, with the amount of curbs you have to take as well. It's a very aggressive track, very bumpy track by nature, so it's not been easy just to drive the place, let alone to race against your competitors, but like you see on screen here, Pierce Baldus rising to that occasion.
Yeah, Pierce Baldus has made it look easy, right? In the 476, there was a change as well there for the 3rd spot a couple laps ago. Brent Harper able to get ahead of Morgan LeBaron, and now Harper closing in on Shane Burkett for the 2nd spot. So again, you do have that change there for 3rd that happened about a lap ago while we were looking at this 2nd group on your screen. One of your race winners in 2025 in Miguel Mir. But nothing yet with 3.5 minutes to go. And then again, it was really Amarillo where we saw him return to winning ways this weekend, and in Crescent he was able to get himself onto the podium. That hasn't been the case this weekend. We've rarely seen him inside of the top 3 this weekend. But we'll see here up front as Shane Burkett, again, he's lost time to Brent Harper. He's starting to close in and get onto the rear bumper of the 442.
Yeah, the 2 Kart Republics will be going at it here, just off screen, but Miguel Mir moved himself back up into 5th, as here's the pass for 2nd. Burkett now falling to Harper. 2 Kart Republic teammates swapping positions here. Harper, after a long charge up the field, is back into P2. Again, not having the luck he would have wanted in Heat 3 earlier on today. He's into 2nd now and onto the podium here, Caleb.
Yeah, here we go. Just about 2 minutes to go, and it's been a good recovery drive for the 413. After we saw him, again, with some bad luck throughout the heat races, it's a great turnaround for Brent Harper to get up to 2nd in the closing stages. 2 minutes to go, but nobody's been close to Pierce Baldus in this main event. 3 seconds the gap for the 476, and again, we're following along with the battle for the podium here as Burkett's the driver that holds on to 3rd, and they're going to push each other up.
Continuing to push each other further towards Pierce Baldus, even though Baldus is just too far in front to catch them at this stage. 1 minute 30 plus 2 laps remaining for these K100 Masters until they sign off from this round here at Nola Motorsports Park. No moves being made, though, for the time being. Caleb, again, we've talked about it all weekend long. Sound like a bit of a broken record with how much we mention it, but the accordion effect in the K100 Masters class of, they're on the attack one lap, and they back off for a couple more and attack again. We're definitely going to see a bit of a compression here with these drivers as Harper, again, bit of a lockup, goes a little bit wide through that back section, and it might be just in time as they'll be probably seeing 3 to go next time across the stripe.
Yeah, it just hasn't been easy, that's for sure, right, for these drivers that are right here on your screen. And again, everybody's just been so even as well, so those passes become even more difficult to make, to set up as well. Again, that's what you saw. It took Harper a couple laps to get around LeBaron, and then again, it took him about a lap and a half to get through on Shane Burkett. And we saw yesterday as well, earlier today with Pierce Baldus, Shane Burkett, where they were going back and forth, where driver was faster in the infield, but another was faster on the straightaway. So there's little differences in between the competitors, but with 3 seconds to go, 2.6 in the air next time around for Pierce Baldus. He has run away with this main event race win, the 476 out in front. And we haven't shown them all too much. We've done some check-ins with our leader as he goes by the frame, but this is one of the closer battles that we do have. Mir, Nike, and Uchinsky still haven't made moves. You have to go back to find Daniel Howie, who's down in 18th, and Randy Rogers, Neil Faulkner, your top 10. But there you have it. And again, they're going to fight here for second, I'm sure. And that should give new life to Morgan LeBaron in the 4:15 that sits in fourth. We'll look at it, but 2 laps to go, 2.6 in the air in High Five Performance KA Masters.
Yeah, still 2 more laps to try and get the job done for Shane Burkett. 2 more laps to defend for Harper. We'll see when that move comes, if it does, between the 2 Kart Republics running on the podium right now. LeBaron would love to see them start to fight, because that would make his podium campaign a little bit easier than what it is right now. Just doesn't have the pace to do so at the moment. He's most likely waiting for those 2 drivers to really get at it. So they'll be seeing the white flag next time by. That'll probably be the signal, if you're Shane Burkett, to really push, to really go at it. But at the same time, he's on the podium. I think he knows that LeBaron is right there. And a return to the series for Burkett, I'm thinking that he definitely take this result on the podium.
Oh yeah, you got to be happy about it, right? At a home race, can't ask for much more. To stand on the box at the end of it, definitely going to be rewarding. But with the white flag in the air, Pierce Baldus, again, last year he was the driver to beat every single weekend, especially from the get-go, from the jump when we started here at Nola. Then you look back to the start of the year, it was bad luck for the reigning champion at Speed Sports Racing Park, where he was finally able to get a good result in the main event, but off the podium. And then you go back to Amarillo, where he finished second. Miguel Mir was in a league of his own that weekend. And then you go back to Crescent, and that was the first win after becoming a father over the break. And now he finds himself looking to go back-to-back, and he won at Crescent, made it look easy there, and he's done the exact same this weekend here in New Orleans. With just 3 corners to go as Harper going to fade low on Shane Burkett. But for High Five Performance, for the reigning champion, it's going to be a new championship points leader at the end of the weekend. Pierce Baldus wins in New Orleans. Across the line for second, Brent Harper in the 4:13. And Shane Burkett, your podium. A Louisiana native on the box in KA100 Masters. Coming up next, 206 Junior, presented by TB Kart USA.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tap?
do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make weight. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with two classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Here's your starting lineup for 206 Junior. It's Louisiana's own Derek Wargo starting alongside the 308 of Nico Orbezo. Dean Guerrier and Sawyer Chambers on row number 2. Rodrigo Poloya and Brandon Green on row number 3 with Levi Meter and Mia Johnson on row number 4. Holton Edwards there on row number 5 alongside Alexander Kuhlmans with Sebastian Gagliano and Max Estrada. Your 12 drivers taking the green flag here in New Orleans. As the Drive Your Line Comp Kart on home soil, if you will, home racetrack for them, for that team. Getting set to lead them to green. Nico Orbezo what's his first start in TSRS racing action in 206 Junior. Getting ready to start off pole on the outside as we take to the tram lines. We get ready to go racing here, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking for the green flag heading into the tram lines. We'll see if they get on the first time of asking. Nice and slow into the start box. They will. Green flag, and away we go. Derek Wargo getting the good jump. Same with Guerrier on the inside. Same too with Poloya holding it around the outside. P3 for him. Orbezo getting shuffled all the way back to 4th at this point. Chambers, your provisional top 5.
There you have it. Everybody else further back. Slotting the line. Brandon Green finding a little bit of space to breathe. Levi Meter is right behind Sawyer Chambers. So everybody able to work their way through the first couple of laps. As a battle up front, again, we've seen this already this year, right? In between these drivers, Dean Guerrier, Rodrigo Poloya. You've seen the story play out throughout the year. Sawyer Chambers as well with 2 wins to his name. One in Crescent, one earlier on in the year at Speed Sports Racing Park when we were over in New Caney, Texas. Poloya with 1 to his name when we were in Amarillo. Chambers currently the championship points leader over Poloya. And you got to go back to find Levi Meter in the 316. And you see him there just right behind the top 5. We work our way through lap number 1 in the books as everybody gets in a shape. Edwards, the driver in the 372, is right ahead of Mia Johnson with Estrada, Kuhlmans, Gagliano. That's how they run here in 206 Junior.
Yeah, and Derek Wargo, who's leading that race. Bit of a scare before karts even rolled off. Had to wheel it off and do some adjustments to the spark plug before they would get that driver line comp cart up and ready to go. So a little bit of nerves there before that race, but now leading comfortably right now over Guerrier, Paloya, Bezo, and Chambers for the time being. Like we've seen Caleb all weekend long, is Orbezo up the inside of Paloya, unable to get that job done and keep Orbezo in that 308 Tony Kart in the 4th spot. But we've seen all weekend Caleb, like I was saying with Wargo, just likes to lead. He likes to be in front. He likes to control the race, doesn't want to be the one pushing. Very content out in front with clean air.
Yeah, and here we go already. A couple of drivers looking for something as we get hit that back straightaway. Orbezo's going to find it in a turn 16 on Rodrigo Poloya. Orbezo's up to 3rd. As the battle for the lead stays the same. Dean Guerrier still pushing Derek Wargo. And everybody else single file. Sawyer Chambers right there hasn't been able to really make that push. Again, we've seen Sawyer Chambers have top 5 pace throughout the opening stages of the races, and then we've seen him just kind of fall out of it as they've gone on. And again, this weekend, important before we head over to DKC at the end of the year in about a month's time for championship weekend here at TSRS. Again, Chambers leads this championship, but it's only by 73 points here, Nate. And then, again, this would ultimately be his worst finish on the year, which is a 5th. He's won 2 races. His worst finish before this was a 2nd place finish over in Amarillo. So this would be not that bad of a drop, if you will, but even then you got to look at where Poloya, as his drop currently sits at 222 points. So as long as it's higher than that, it should be good for Chambers as well moving forward. That being said, that front group starts to close in. Nico Orbezo gets that little bit closer to Dean Guerrier as they head onto the front stretch. Is Orbezo going to have a look on the straightaway? He's going to stay in line behind the 311 and Derek Wargo. The 302 still leading this field away here, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. Top 4 starting to break away from Chambers, who's having a bit of an uncharacteristic weekend, like you mentioned, with taking a win and taking 2 wins in a 2nd place. Obviously, this would be the drop going into DKC, and they would want to re-rack where they are and take a look at their performance this weekend, find out where they went wrong. Right now, all the focus is up front with Derek Wargo, Nico Orbezo, who's able to get by Guerrier for that 2nd spot. Is really, at this point of the race, Caleb, 10 minutes plus 2 laps remaining. You have to think there might be a couple changes for position, but at least in this front group. But I think the most of them know that Wargo likes to lead, and there's no real opportunity to pass. As I say that, Nico Orbezo decides to shake things up, put Wargo to the 4th spot. Honestly, not the worst idea either. We've seen that Wargo does.
Well, they just love to prove you wrong as
exactly.
well, Nate.
He feels comfortable up front. Maybe they're just trying to shuffle him back, get in his head a little bit. Who knows? Maybe Orbezo is just faster, most likely that. But Guerrier up into 2nd there. Poloya is going to fight him off. Wargo is not going to like that at all, as he's going to see Orbezo go into the distance, but they'll catch him up. Obviously, with 1 kart, Caleb is not going to be able to make that breakaway.
And I'll tell you who is going to like that. Sawyer Chambers in the 345 just really hasn't had an answer so far in this race. So these drivers inside of the top 4, and he really hasn't been able to get himself up there. He's going to need a whole lot of battling. Moves like that will help for the 345 to just keep him in tow, to keep him in range.
Absolutely. But, I mean, you see it's still not enough right now. A pass every once in a while isn't enough to bring Chambers in it, especially when you are Chambers and you're at a pace where, you have to rely on people in front of you to catch back up. It's not a great mindset to have as a driver, that you always feel like you're on the back foot, but maybe might be set up for the end of this race. That's been the money laps from what we've seen for the finals so far. As long as Chambers does stay within about that 2-second window by the end of this, who's to say that Chambers might not finish on the top step?
No, agreed. We'll see. Anything possible here, as we've seen already this weekend, as Derek Wargo through for 2nd. Dean Guerrier right back on Rodrigo Poloya, who falls back to 4th. It looked like he's able to stick a nose down low on the 311. And Poloya holds on. But there you go, and it's going to be hard for any of these drivers to pull away. Again, we saw it really played out in senior, and it's really going to be more passing than what we have seen to really cause a 2, even 1 driver breakaway. But this race continues to move forward. Just over 8 minutes to go, and from here on out, it turns into a game of strategy, right? Just positioning yourself in the best of spots where, again, none of them are really falling under fire, under pressure. Levi Meter in the 316. He's all the way back in 6th. Then Brandon Green, who's close to Mia Johnson in 8th. Edwards in 9th. And you have to go good ways to find Estrada, Coulemans, Gagliano. Your 12 drivers here. As Green's actually, it looks like that second group is getting closer. That group of 3 have found themselves on the racetrack here as they work their way onto the front stretch. They're looking to push each other up to that front group as, again, more moves. Or Bezo, Gearier, they all just kind of fade out of line, get back in a line, and continue going forward.
Yeah, I'm not too comfortable if I'm Chambers right now, even with all that battling, continuing to fall back 1.4 seconds away from the lead. You need something if you're Sawyer Chambers at this point. Don't know if there's anything from a driving perspective you can do to find that much time at this point. But up the inside, Rodrigo Paloya takes the race lead off of Derek Wargo, another leader to this race, as all 4 of these drivers have shown race-winning potential throughout just this race alone. We've had even more throughout the weekend. Wargo thought about a move. He's actually going to go through with it as they go on down the back straight. A little bit of grass and debris on the exit there. As again, Wargo retakes the race lead. Gearier behind Paloya and Orbezo, your top 4 that continue to run away with this one.
And it's just been, you know, the back and forth game all race long for these top 4 drivers, and I really wouldn't be surprised. I think that's what we're going to expect to see here for the rest of the 6 minutes until the gloves really get thrown off with 2 laps to go. But again, when you look at the year for these drivers on your screen, or Bezo, again, we haven't seen him all too much this year on what's been his rookie year in the junior ranks. And it's the first time he joins us in 206 Junior in TSRS racing action. For Rodrigo Poloya, on the first year that we've seen him, he joined us over at Speed Sports Racing Park. And then again, it only took him 2 races to get to the top step of the podium. The 360 was able to take the race win over in Amarillo, Texas. And when we turned around, was just off the podium in Crescent. For Sawyer Chambers, on, again, another rookie driver that is racing up in the junior ranks, just what was, I believe, a year earlier than maybe what was scheduled for him. He put himself in the winner's circle. His first time of asking here at TSRS. And then when you went around number 2 in Amarillo, found himself second. And then at Crescent, got back onto the top step of the podium. This weekend, that hasn't been the story, but again, we talked about the situation for him in the championship, right? This is not a bad finish and not a bad points weekend for Sawyer Chambers at all. What will help, though, for a driver like Dean Gearier, who's 171 back from the championship lead, this could do, again, a whole lot for him and his championship hopes here as well. The 345 has been impressive in 2025. What we're seeing this weekend is definitely not what I'm expecting to see over at DKC. That kid's going to come out swinging to try and become a champion in his rookie season in 206 Junior. For everybody else, though, we're getting close to the end. 4 minutes to go, and here's a look back for Levi Meter, who actually came into the weekend third in the championship. Brandon Green right behind him, and Mia Johnson, the young lady who was able to get herself onto the podium for the first time in Amarillo. Brandon Green, he's only been on the podium once. That was at Crescent. This weekend, it's looking a little bit too far away. The same for Levi Meter, who has actually won a couple of sessions, qualified on the pole back at Speed Sports. Finished on the podium there, finished on the podium at Crescent. Again, on a home weekend for Reed Motorsports. Unfortunately, this weekend hasn't gone the way that he would have hoped. But for Derek Wargo, this is dream scenario, right? For the 302 on what could be a win at home after just coming short of it in KA 100 Junior. And Dean Geary looking for his first one in 2025. Poloya looking for the second. So again, a lot of stories for all the drivers inside of the top 5, even inside of the top 10. I don't know what we've seen here, what they've seen throughout the year, what they've seen throughout 2025. And it all matters of how we get to Dallas in a month's time. We're about to find out with 3 minutes to go, and the battle up front continuing to heat up as Poloya or Bezo look to push each other forward. Looking to go through for second. Poloya with a nose down low, looking for second. Side-by-side gear is still stuck on the outside. He's going to have to give way to the 360. And as he looks to stop the bleeding, Orbezo's going to stay in fourth.
Yeah, Poloya, that was a late move from him. Still side-by-side, Orbezo and Guerrier. Those two settle it out, but have a few more tenths to find if they want to get back up to this race lead. That being said, though, with the draft, and obviously those two will be battling for the win. They'll be in it in no time. But that was a late move from Poloya. A big send for him to get that job done and put him up into second as Orbezo up the inside to take that position away from Guerrier, as now he will lead on that Tony Kart machine to get them back up to the race lead. Just ticking under 2 minutes. And, of course, 2 laps to go. And there you see the two leaders on the same page, pointing forward, not wanting to bring Orbezo and Guerrier into this. Because really, this is going to be a 4-kart battle for the win. Chambers just too far back at this point. 5.7 seconds off the pace on what's been an off weekend in their rookie season, Caleb. But, you know, to be P5 and call it an off weekend in a series like this, it's quite an accomplishment for what they've done so far in 2025.
It's a good problem to have, right? And that's one of the topics that we talk about week in, week out. When a driver is not content about, coming to a race and not winning, that's a good problem to have, right? There's other people that come out here this weekend and they're ecstatic, head over heels over a top 5 finish. And for a driver like Sawyer, right, he's a proven race winner. He expects to come out here and win, and that's a winning mentality. And again, he's going to play a huge part to the story when we get over to the Dallas Kart Complex over in a month, October 18th weekend, I believe. But again, that's huge. Could be huge for Sawyer Chambers. Could be one of the first rookies to win in his first. Could be one of the first rookies to win a class. Period. To win a championship in a class in TSRS racing action. But we're getting close to the end here. It's going to be 3 laps to go. They're just going to beat the time. Derek Wargo, again, he has family, friends here joining him on the fence line. Joining him is with his dad. His younger brother was racing earlier on in the week. And he's looking to put himself on the top step of the podium here to send off his junior career at home, as Orbezo now goes through first, second around the outside on Rodrigo Poloya. Nico Orbezo in the 308 up to second as Dean Guerrier gets clear as well. Poloya was in second, and it all changed in the matter of a corner. He's down to fourth, Nate.
Yeah, down to fourth, but definitely not out of it. It's going to be 2 laps to go at the stripe next time by for these 206 junior drivers. Spread out right now, but don't expect that for too long, because Nico Orbezo up the inside gets that move complete and put him up to the race lead. But with how Derek Wargo's been racing here, Caleb, I have to imagine the Drive You Line comp cart might be up the inside of Nico Orbezo's Tony Kart by the end of this straightaway, and indeed.
Here we go. Side by side on the front stretch, Derek Wargo and Dean Geary are going to push themselves ahead of the 308 as we hit the 2.6 in the air. This time by 2 laps to go in TB Kart's 206 junior. Derek Wargo, the kid from New Orleans, leads them away as Dean Geary and Nico Orbezo going to look to trade the second spot here. Rodrigo Poloya brought right back into the mix as Dean Geary goes off the racetrack. Dean goes off into the hay. That is it for the 311 as he was looking for a race win, but Nico Orbezo is on the rear bumper to the 302.
Yeah, unfortunate for Guerrier, but we're going to jump back to the lead here. Derek Wargo leading the way. White flag in the air next time by for the race leaders. Wargo going defensive. Orbezo is going to follow him as Poloya trying to find a way by 2 drivers that have seen success on the national level racing here onto the back straight for the penultimate time in this main event for 206 Junior. Wargo continuing to look behind him, continuing to check Orbezo, third time looking on that straightaway, 4 times checking over his shoulder, goes defensive into the final corner here, Caleb. 1 more lap to go, and Poloya is looking for a move on Orbezo.
Here we go. The top 3 stacked up. Poloya looking around the outside as the front 2 go low. Side by side, Poloya able to get himself alongside Orbezo, alongside Derek Wargo now. They're wheel to wheel. Poloya still stuck on the outside. Wargo extends his gap as Poloya looks to take second from Nico Orbezo. They're going to give Derek Wargo the gap that he needs to try and run away as Orbezo gets through for second. And Derek Wargo with the biggest gap he's had going in to the last couple of quarters of this racetrack. And again, you got to think about the straightaway. Nico Orbezo, that gap's going to close right on down as we hit that backstretch. Orbezo pushing with everything that he's got as Wargo puts his drive your line comp cart in the middle of the track. And again, this is huge for the 308, for the 360 as well. Orbezo looking for his first win in 206 Junior. His first win in Junior period here this weekend in TSRS. As we hit the backstretch now, Derek Wargo to the bottom. Poloya goes to the high side. He has no push though. He's going to get back in a line as Nico Orbezo turns 16. That's going to be the real opportunity for the 308 as we work our way through the last corner. Can Orbezo cross up Wargo? He can't. Wargo to the line. Poloya coming through. 3 wide, but Derek Wargo at home wins in 206 Junior. Across the line in second for Nico Orbezo and Rodrigo Poloya, your top 3. And on the podium here tonight, Dean Gear, Sawyer Chambers, your top 5, with Mia Johnson and more. With Brandon Green, Levi Meter, Edwards, and Max Estrada, your top 10. We get ready. Well, we get ready to go green here in KA100 Senior, presented by Kart CRG USA, as the last little bit of 206 drivers work their way into the pits. Let's take a look back to how we got here this weekend, and you got to look back to when we were over in Crescent, Texas at Kart Moto, where again, some drivers with a slow start didn't get the best of starts. Aiden Rudolph was one of those. And Jesus Vasquez Jr., Landon Skinner, Adrian Cruz were off to a good start. The session was halted halfway through with a red flag. And when the restart came together, these top 3 broke away. Jesus Vasquez Jr., Adrian Cruz, and Landon Skinner were all looking for their first wins in 2025. Cruz looking for his first win, period. Vasquez as well. And an over-under move by the 917 was the first time where he tasted victory in KA Senior after so much heartbreak for that kid. He got himself on the top step of the podium. This weekend going to be a whole lot harder to get there as he's starting on row number 2. The same goes for Jesus Vasquez Jr., who's buried in the field. Adrian Cruz as well. He's just outside of the top 10 with a couple of results that didn't go his way. Jose Carlos Hernandez, Peyton Phillips are going to start on row number 1 to lead the field of green. Landon Skinner and Sawyer Roussel on row number 2. Aiden Rudolph and Blake Nash, 2 drivers that contested for the race win here last year, start on row number 3 with Ibrahim Din and Connor Corsi on row number 4.
Behind them, Dallas Dunlop, John Burke, rounding out your top 10. Jake Faulkner starting in P11, next to Preston Pico, Cohen Summers, Morgan LeBaron, your top 14.
Santiago Duran and Fabio Orsolon Further back on row number 8 with Taylor Roddy and Adrian Cruz starting 18th here in this one. Keep an eye on the Cruz Racing Development driver with Hamza Ambar and Michael Haymans. Your top 10 rows, your top 20 starters. Addy Bamru and Jesus Vasquez Jr., the reigning series champion, starting in 22nd. Luca Gomez de Mo with Afton Willander, Derek Proctor, Joey Domey, Frederick Manning, Jasper Palermo, Lucas Fink, and Justin Music, the 30 drivers getting set to take the green flag here in this KA100 Senior Main Event. 40 drivers total have made the drive, have made the trip out to Nola to be a part of this very race here this weekend. And it's Jose Carlos Hernandez and Peyton Phillips getting set to lead them to the green flag. We got it. We're racing in KA100 Senior. As Jose Carlos Hernandez able to get a good start, Peyton Phillips able to work his way across and go through for a second as side-by-side. Aiden Rudolph looking to go by on Ibrahim Den. He's able to get clear. Blake Nash content to push as Jake Faulkner off the racetrack into the grass. Morgan LeBaron goes wide as well. But the entire field working their way through. And in the lead of it all, Jose Carlos Hernandez for Red Speed Racing Texas. We have lost one, and that is one of the Red Speeds of Lucas Fink.
Yeah, back up to the front of the pack. Blake Nash did not have the start he would have wanted. He's still running in 6th and maintaining position, so you have that going for you, but at the same time, he's had some killer starts this weekend, so that's not going to be the progression he wanted on this first lap as Jose Carlos Hernandez continues to build that gap. Peyton Phillips already going to work on the carburetor in P2 as the tandem drafting already starting to form here, Caleb. Onto the front straight for the first time in anger. Jose Carlos Hernandez and Peyton Phillips lead the field away.
Here we go. Jose Carlos already going to start to stack him up as Landon Skinner goes through for the 3rd spot. And again, it trades Sawyer Roussel just right behind him in 4th with Aiden Rudolph. Blake Nash closing in. There's a look at Jesus Vasquez Jr. already a lap into this race, up 10 spots for JVJ. The 977 absolutely flying on the first lap and a half, up to 13th. As side-by-side, Aiden Rudolph going through on Sawyer Roussel, who goes wide into the grass, and Blake Nash going to take advantage. He gets clear.
Blake Nash seeing that and seizing the opportunity, getting that job done. Just outside the top 3 now, and there you can see the rest of the field trying to charge their way forward. John Burke and that Aiden Rudolph. You have Vasquez Jr. in there as well. Onto the back straightaway yet again, and you can see all of these contenders still in with a shot as John Burke looking to the inside, gets that job done on Ibrahim Din. Into P7 goes John Burke and the TV Kart USA machine as they're all starting to pack up and spread out in their own respective rights here, Caleb, throughout the race. But like we've seen in so many of the finals today, and especially in KA100 Senior, chaos is really the name of the game around here.
Yeah, that's for sure there, Nate, as we work our way through here. Jesus Vasquez Jr. already behind Fabio Orsolon. That is just on the edge of the top 10 as John Burke as well has made some good headway to get himself up to 7th in this main event. Sawyer Roussel is the next on the chopping block for John Burke in the TV Kart USA machine. Turn number 10, one of the favorite passing opportunities is Landon Skinner. That 2nd spot is going to change, and it's going to go the way of the 917, your most recent race winner in KA100 Senior Racing action here at TSRS.
Yeah, and Jose Carlos Hernandez now finds GFC right behind him. Of course, Carlos Hernandez and Vasquez Jr. getting into it earlier on in the weekend. You can't expect those two to be working together up there, but you can't expect Phillips and Nash to. Further back in the pack, this being led by John Burke. Roussel is in there too. Roussel going to get sent to the wayside, but battle for the lead as Landon Skinner now retakes the race lead away from Jose Carlos Hernandez. And now Blake Nash, and Peyton Phillips on board the Arcane Motorsport karts this weekend are bumper to bumper and working with each other in 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, there you have it from Landon Skinner. Again, you got into turn number 1. That's where you made the move on Jose Carlos Hernandez, and it's been a different weekend for the 917, right? Walking with some confidence, driving with some confidence this weekend. Proven race winner already. We saw that last weekend, right? On a last lap move, last corner move for Landon Skinner to get to the top step of the regional podium at Crescent, Texas. And again, this weekend he's showing that, right? Earned his respect on the racetrack. And he's showing that as a move to the middle of the racetrack to avoid that little patch of grass as Hernandez thought about a move in a turn 15. And again, he slots back in a line, but everybody else stacked up. This is the top 5 to Aiden Rudolph, as now Peyton Phillips wanted to go for second. Hernandez not going to fight it all too much. That spot's going to change hands. It's going to go the way of Peyton Phillips. Keep an eye on the 945 as well. John Burke is closing, and Jesus Vasquez Jr. Welcome back to the party after heat races where, again, no luck, zero luck on Saturday, and on Sunday drove his way up the order up to 4th, got himself inside of the top 5. He's got himself well inside of the top 10 and has left his second group of Adrian Cruz, Sawyer Roussel, Ibrahim Din behind.
Yeah, and those guys are going to be wishing they had the pace of Jesus Vasquez Jr., who's made his way through the field with ease in this final, and there's still 10 minutes plus 2 laps remaining. Back at the front of the field, Peyton Phillips and Blake Nash have both added a spot to their tally as Jose Carlos Hernandez down to 5th. Aiden Rudolph now up into 4th, and new race leader Peyton Phillips for Arcane Motorsports takes it in the final complex of corners onto the front straightaway. A new leader when they come across the line. So they're going to split up the the Arcane Motorsports duo with Landon Skinner as Jose Carlos Hernandez and Aiden Rudolph continue to go at it for that 4th spot.
Yeah, Jose Carlos and Aiden Rudolph trade position again into turn number 1. And again, that just changes hands as we look forward. 2 Arcane Motorsports machines with 1 Trackside Karting Services GFC, and Blake Nash looking to join Peyton Phillips and make it a 1-2 for Arcane. He does just that as he goes through into turn number 8 on Landon Skinner with Jose Carlos right behind him. And again, there is a penalty looming as well for the 979 Aiden Rudolph. Incident responsibility for the Kart CRG USA driver. And that will be applied post-race as John Burke, Jesus Vasquez Jr. starting to close in. Jesus Vasquez and John Burke in a trade positions, and you see John just kind of shake the head. All right, you're faster, you got it. And that's a veteran move out of a driver like John Burke, who, again, we've seen him race in the Pro X30 side of things and KA Senior for quite some time, for a good number of years. And again, he knows what it takes to win here.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't take a scientist to know if you're John Burke that Vasquez started all the way back there. If he's fast enough to get to you, let him by. Let him lead you to the karts in front of you. And John Burke doing exactly that, because now it's on the right of the back bumper of Vasquez Jr. Only 2.1 seconds now away from the race lead. He was 3 seconds back a couple laps earlier. As problems for one of the red speeds here, Caleb.
There's David Aya off the racetrack in the 935. That's going to end his day early. As we go back up to your race leaders, Blake Nash, again, he hasn't gone. He's been content to push Peyton Phillips. But that might change here shortly, because Blake Nash is getting pressure applied from Landon Skinner, and he knows it now. Looked over the shoulder. He's going to be happy to push Peyton forward as now Jose Carlos getting himself back up there as his gap is closing in on the front straightaway. Aiden Rudolph starting to lose a little bit of time. And we are halfway through this race. It's the longest we've gone so far this weekend, Nate. And you got to think about long run pace and what these drivers are really experiencing under the seat as Jesus Vasquez Jr. continuing to take chunks out of the gap that these top 5 have set since the start of it. A couple of other notables. Sawyer Roussel back inside of the top 10. Adrian Cruz as well. Fabio Orsolon up to 10 as they work their way through. Landon Skinner just got passed there by Jose Carlos Hernandez, who's through for 3rd.
All of this is going to be nice to see for Jesus Vasquez Jr. running in that 6th spot. Like Caleb said, 1.9 seconds away from the race lead led by Peyton Phillips. At this point, the 2 Arcane Motorsports karts with Phillips and Nash are just going to work together at this point and see if they can even try and build a gap. Might not happen, but they have to at this stage to try and make it a 2-kart race instead of what will be at this rate a 6-kart battle for the win at the end of it. Looking at Vasquez Jr., 1.3 seconds for the GFC kart driver. That is a huge chunk taken out of the lead battle here, Caleb, and you have to think Landon Skinner will definitely be happy to see his teammate battle for the win here in a few moments.
Yeah, and again, when you get to the closing stages, right, it's almost every man for themselves, and Jesus Vasquez Jr. in that case he's driving like a man possessed. He's gotten up to Aiden Rudolph now, and you see that cart right, that front fairing. I mean, no, not even a sticker kit after it got ripped off yesterday with an incident between himself and Jose Carlos Hernandez, and now to even be in contention, to be in the picture right now, to be in frame, this shows, right, the level of driver that Jesus Vasquez Jr. is, and he's back into this lead pack as Aiden Rudolph going to look over the shoulder, sees it's Vasquez, and he's not going to fight it too much. He's going to let him through. Jesus Vasquez Jr. gets clear as Rudolph now going to follow him through. But the top 4, again, it's going to be close here. And I think Rudolph might realize he needs somebody else to mix it up. And you've seen it as well, right? The pace just, it doesn't seem like it's there right now for the 979.
Yeah, Aiden needs someone to pull him towards the front of this pack. And Jesus Vasquez Jr. just might be that man as, again, you see Peyton Phillips lead of this race. What a confidence boost this would be for the 907 Arcane Motorsports driver to get a win. He can taste victory right now, but still 4 minutes plus 2 laps remaining here, Caleb, is a little bit of a gap already starting to form between Nash and Carlos Hernandez as Skinner now up the inside for third.
There you go for Landon Skinner. And again, we talked about him being the most recent race winner in TSRS-K Senior Racing action. But when you look back to the start of the year when Jose Carlos Hernandez did his first start in TSRS, he was able to come out of the gate swinging, won in Houston, and now he's going to go side by side with Jesus Vasquez there. And again, those two came together earlier on as Jose Carlos Hernandez goes through on Landon Skinner, catches him by surprise. There was just a cart width there on the inside of turn 16, and Jose Carlos shoved his way through on Skinner. But again, he's lost time to Blake Nash and to Peyton Phillips, who's looking to become a winner after quite some time, as now Jesus Vasquez Jr. is up to third, Nate.
This would be an incredible drive if he's able to get the win for Jesus Vasquez Jr. Even getting on the podium would be a huge result, but he can see those two Arcane Motorsports cars out in front, and he wants 2 more. Peyton Phillips and Blake Nash have worked perfectly together so far, and I'm sure those two would love to say goodbye to the rest of the field at this rate. But unfortunately for them, Jesus Vasquez Jr. is a man on a mission as they rocket their way down the back straight.
Yeah, here we go. Jesus Vasquez Jr. pushing with everything that he's got to try and get up to a fellow California native and Blake Nash and Peyton Phillips in the 907. That, again, it's been quite some time since he's tasted victory here at TSRS. You got to look back to Crescent last year in 2024, where that was the last time we saw Peyton Phillips on the top step of the podium. It was an over-under move on about 4 drivers that put him up to first. And then again now, Blake Nash is just right behind him. Jesus Vasquez as well. This race is far from over, Nate, with 2.5 minutes to go. Everybody being brought right back in and using Jesus Vasquez Jr. as help. The 977, I mean, you got to think about it. Heat 1, a wreck for the lead of the race. Heat 2 as well ends up in the grass after contact in turn number 3. Heat 3 was the first heat that he was actually able to finish. And then you look at the main event, started 22nd in this race. And for him to be up to third, that is massive for Jesus Vasquez Jr. Just picking and choosing those moves one by one. And finally, a change for the lead. Blake Nash goes through.
I think Blake Nash was just waiting for his time. He's willing to help out the seasoned driver of Peyton Phillips under that Arcane Motorsports tent. But the second he saw Jesus Vasquez Jr. in that white and black GFC machine, decided it's time to go, and it's time to try and run away from the rest of this field. Don't think he'll be able to, just with how draft dependent this track is and how high the skill level is of all these drivers. Vasquez Jr. potentially thought about a move on Peyton Phillips there. It might happen again into the hairpin. There he goes. 1 more position, Caleb, for Jesus Vasquez Jr. to go from 22nd to the top step.
Jesus Vasquez Jr., I mean, this is a drive and a half that he's putting on right now. And now he has Blake Nash to chase down with just over a minute to go left on the clock. It's going to be 3 laps to go when they cross the stripe next time around. And again, you look back to last year, Jesus Vasquez, Blake Nash, and Aiden Rudolph fought for the race win. It was Rudolph in the end. But again, Rudolph isn't a factor at the moment. He's not inside of the top 5 as Jose Carlos looking to become one. He gets himself up to 3rd. He goes through on Peyton Phillips. And that's going to give Jesus Vasquez that little bit of breathing room to focus in on the 914 here with 3 laps to go. That gap is closing, as you can see it there on your screen, the 977. Again, he accepted the challenge after starting buried in this field. Jesus Vasquez Jr., I said it earlier and I'll say it again, driving like a man possessed right now.
Absolutely, and talk about the 2 drivers out in front. The 2 of them will drive anything, anywhere. We've seen them at the national level. We've seen them at the regional and even some club races too, like NWKA when they went at it in the K100 class there. Both of them just doing incredible things for their brand and their personal driving in their career. GFC has a huge investment into this kid in P2 right now. Jesus Vasquez Jr. being sent around the country to try and make those GFCs stand on the top step of the podium. But as they come onto the front straightaway yet again, sticks in the air, 2 laps to go for 2 of the best in KA100 senior competition, not only in the region, Caleb, but in the country.
Very well said there, Nate. And again, you look at Jesus, right? It's almost every single weekend where he finds himself behind the wheel of a kart in the shop, building engines with his dad. The same for Blake Nash, right? Running the Nash Motorsports operation across the country. As we continue to work our way forward, Blake Nash off the racetrack. Jesus Vasquez Jr. to the lead of the race. They're side by side for second. Jose Carlos goes through Landon Skinner and Peyton Phillips, but Jesus Vasquez Jr. 20+ gained in this race, and he's going to run away with it as off the racetrack for Peyton Phillips.
Peyton Phillips off there. It's all kicked off in a corner that I've never seen anyone pass this weekend before. Peyton Phillips is going to let all those carts by, so I think he should be fine and avoid a cut track penalty there. He does have grass all over the tires as Blake Nash is being forced into the grass on the inside there by Jose Carlos Hernandez. Gets the job done. White flag in the air. This should go the way of Jesus Vasquez Jr., but for the time being, we'll focus on this battle for P2. Into turn 1 they go. No moves being made. Jose Carlos Hernandez, going a little bit defensive there, and Aiden Rudolph is now back into the mix.
Aiden Rudolph gets himself with an outside shot of a podium here, as well as Jose Carlos still fighting as side by side. Rudolph looking to go on Landon Skinner. They're going to keep him on the outside, but again, we're getting close to the end here. This is on the edge. Jose Carlos holds on to the podium, but how about this kid? Caught Blake Nash by surprise, caught all of us by surprise coming into this main event. When you think about drives like this, you hear about them, but to see it actually come together is something else, as there's an incident further back in the field. Aiden Rudolph, Landon Skinner made contact. Rudolph is out of the race. That's not going to help his championship hopes out. But up front, Jesus Vasquez Jr., you hear about drives like this, but you're seeing it coming to fruition. And again, he was put on the back foot in this main event, had to claw away at it, but Jesus Vasquez Jr. take a bow in New Orleans. The 977 is victorious. Blake Nash across the line in second. Jose Carlos Hernandez in third. Peyton Phillips, John Burke. But what a drive out of JVJ. And you see the sign of sportsmanship. 2 drivers that came together at the start of the weekend, shaking hands at the end of it. Wow. Just wow, Nate.
I mean, what do you say?
What a drive.
What do you say on that? 22nd to first in whatever field you're racing in is never an easy accomplishment. And with how high the skill level here is TSRS, especially in this K100 senior field, for Jesus Vasquez Jr. to do that is special. It's incredibly special. And for GFC, that is huge for their regional program for trackside karting services. That's a huge win as well here to end off the day.
And again, GFC just announced the expansion as well with the Norbert Karting Academy joining on in the East Coast. Tim Lobaugh, I'm sure there's going to be a smile on his face on, I believe, just his birthday not that many days ago. And what a birthday present out of Jesus Vasquez Jr. Again, I believe that birthday was yesterday. I'm sure Austin Garrison going to be happy about that as well, and the entire trackside karting services crew. The 977 wins here. What a race, and there's 2 sides to every story as well. Unfortunately for the 979 of Aiden Rudolph, who came into the weekend leading the championship. Going to be heartbreak Just a couple of corners too soon. And again, that should do it for Jesus Vasquez as well to take over the championship points lead when we head to Dallas in a couple of weeks. But for Jesus Vasquez Jr., what a drive for the 977.
Of course, the Trackside Karting Services 10 is right on that scale line too, so all of them cheering him on. Drivers coming up to him, giving the congratulations. Blake Nash, what could have been for Blake Nash, that race?
Yeah, it wasn't bad, but Buddy's a very serious kid, if you will. I'm sure he's going to let a smile loose here in a little bit. From us here at Kart Chaser, from all of us here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series, we thank you guys for joining us for round number 4 in New Orleans. TSRS returns in about a month time when we go to the Dallas Kart Complex for the final round for championship weekend. From us here at Kart Chaser, we're back next weekend for the Cup Karts North America Grand Nationals for the 9th edition. For myself, Caleb Vieska, from Nate Dean and the entire KC crew, thank you for joining us. We'll see you next time.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the express written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC, is strictly prohibited. Thanks for watching.